on the other side.
Yeah, it's on the other side, not this side.
You're welcome to go out. Or if you're feeling really manually, you're welcome to go off.
Save your energy. You got a lot of laps to do.
Go. After the shoulders. After the wood.
We got these guys over here too.
It might be a shit house, but I'm a brick shit house.
Hey, it's a brick house.
Now.
Yeah. Well, that's another one I have. I have a playlist. I normally go with the Go Rock, but I have two big speakers on either side, blasting music for the whole time. I've got like a 10-hour playlist because I'm like, I'm doing this mutter. Throw me some songs if you want to hear them. And I have them on. Yeah, and it goes everywhere.
Left foot here, right foot there, up you go. Right or left, you can't go up the middle till 9 o'clock. Right or left.
You hear the music and oh God! You're like, what?
There's a bunch of music out here. Here you go. That'll help me here, brother. Left foot on my pad, right foot there, and up you go. Here we go. Take care out there.
Have a collarbone.
It's still country, not a fair. Outlaw. I like Outlaw. John Cash. Hold. Yeah, maybe stay with him.
No, I didn't really have as much fun as usual. Because I didn't get to do, like, I didn't get to be me, you know? I was just like, I was just holding the camera. Ooh.
Hey, man.
Attaboy.
Woo!
Hmm.
What up, girl?
You're way too heavy with all these rolls on. Shoulders, yeah. You were singing head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
As you should.
They should have that on like a baby shark loop. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
The knee bone's connected to the
The knee bone's connected to the. Yeah, that'd be great. Hey, you go, gentlemen. Knees and shoulders, nice and slow. Don't slide back down. You go down the other side, but not this side. How you doing? How you feeling? Right away. That's what counts. Thank you, guys. Bring her on in. Feel like you're left to right, middle's closed. What? Middle is closed. Good. Slide that open to the side. Thank you very much.
I don't see why people are giving me hands to skip this one now. I need to save that hand for 9 o'clock when the slides open.
No, I'm falling asleep, dude. I'm fucking bored. Is this what I'm doing all night? Am I just gonna like stand there with a fucking?
Welcome back, y'all. Good work. Sorry. You're right there. There you go. There you go.
Sorry, phone. Yeah, that sounds okay. It's going okay. I got a leg cramp, which I never get. So I'm gonna have to go get bandages. I'm switching shoes because it's sliding. I don't know because the cargo net stuff just sucks. Anything with a cargo net. So
Congratulations, y'all.
So
Come
I was
on
like
in, y'all.
around with everyone else on it.
We got a few more
Alright,
hours. We get a couple more in. There you go. Welcome in.
Coming back, skipping, heel clicking. This is what we like to see. This is what we like to see. Maximum effort. Lovely, lovely effort. Dooley be doing it. Ooh. Scott's crashing on cloud 9. He's in that zone. He's in that place. Hey, everybody. Good news, everybody. Kidding you guys. Inside joke. Go back to sleep.
Okay, cool. Think about it.
Quick apology to Jay Mazza. Me and Jay Mazza got into a big fight inside of a porta potty. Well, he was in there, but he didn't lock the door, and then I went in, and I said, well, I'll be real quick, and he said, no, get out. And we got in a whole big fist fight, and it just shouldn't be between friends. So, Jay, if you're out there, buddy, I'm sorry, and I love you. And I hope we can share a porta potty again someday. Love you, Jay.
I feel like text back and forth once in a while. It's really good. Okay, what do I need to do? Download Lego. You go mobile again? You go mobile again?
no electricity in Ocean Water. And there's dude, we went up to the top shortly after I left there. Because I was looking. Were you up top? No, but I went inside it and it was like hanging out for a bit. And I left and I was checking the feed. And you were in it, you were up top. And I was like, shit, I just over here doing. I know, sometimes I have to meet you guys. And then once we dropped out, I don't know. But yeah, but then tell me something like Coffee. He's talking about let me like say that. Like, oh, we'll just say this like you've been doing. But then I don't have to say that. When you're done, for Steph to be like, fuck. Yeah, sometimes I'm standing there, you guys are talking, and I'm filming something, and I'm waiting to see if you like talk about it, so I know if I'm like my name, I'll say it, and I call it David. Well,
Country buttons for it. And we're good so far. Only one time I hit the wrong button.
I came to remotely a few times, and they're probably like, what the?
Yeah, no, we were. We're like, Andrew.
I was like, no way. Oh my.
Huh?
What did you say?
Freshman.
Oh, thank
Another good year, man. I'm gonna roll with these guys. Oh, you guys gonna head down? Jack said he wanted to do it 7:10. I'm telling you, God bless Dry Road. Are they really? I didn't know that. I had to get this stuff. Yeah. I thought they were like some surfer company. I think they're cool. I think it's cool. Yeah, no, right? I'm surprised they didn't come out with, you know, like they start off with like dry robes and all these accessories, all, you know, the dry robe muffin. There you go. That's how you stay in business. And they have dry robe stuff for your pets. There you go.
Welcome back, y'all. Come on in. Don't forget those wristbands if you've earned them. They're at the table ahead, up by the big monitor. Don't forget those wristbands.
Mama Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Jack said we're leaving at 7:15. I don't know where Jack went, but that's okay. Where are you going? Out to Chunky.
Pure love.
And maybe to reconnect that camera, right, Jason?
Yeah.
Hey, Sue, it's only 18 and a half more hours.
Yeah, you're killing it.
Just so you know, you got 18 and a half. He's like, you're an asshole.
This is so quiet. Work commence from 7. We said,
Yeah. Oh, that'd be awesome. Huh? No, she can go with the camera by herself. We set it aside on the phone use. You can use mine. Carlo, you gotta get out there and call Will's phone.
Building energy.
Well, you know that. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's not true. That's more important than you say. Rob, what you got here?
Me and Tracy Claire decided that Carlos Santana is a Muppet about to happen. There. I don't care if he's I don't care. I said it, and we're standing by it. Tracy agrees, we're standing by it. I'm going on record. Carlos Santana is a Muppet about to happen. Stay in school, kids.
Come in there, warm up my
What? If I do this, does it mess anything up?
You just look cooler than ever.
I don't know about ever, but
We'll see you in a bit.
and we are back.
Thank you for staying with us. We had to take a quick pit stop for ourselves and to get the cameras all set up again. So we're really happy that you are still with us and ready to continue the night of World's Toughest Mudder.
Very exciting. 7 p.m. Every obstacle is open. We're going to take you to some more of them. It's getting cold out there. It's getting cold.
Yeah.
So we're excited. You know, anyone can do this race. Like literally anyone can sign up for it. But it always impresses me to see regular people. The elites, absolutely. The regular people. Here comes Coda Spody. She's, you have no excuses for getting out here and running this race, running a race like it. It's one of the greatest events in the sport.
So we did have a question before we went off for a quick break from Lee asking about Chris Rogowski's 100-miler records. So Lee, the last I can see of her doing a 100-miler, the Leadville 100-miler, she did it in 24 hours, 18 minutes and 27. So for her, she had the big sub 25 hour. So yeah, she has done 100 miles pure straight running in 24:18, which is very interesting. We know that she has that kind of distance in her legs, but when you add in obstacles, it's very, very different, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing about Chris, and she always, this sounds like a cliche or cheesy, but like she never seems like she's in pain. She never.
I say this constantly about Chris. Once when I see her in the race and when I see her on the finish line, is she never, you see some people cross the finish line and they, hands on knees, falling to the ground. She's not even breaking a sweat. I mean, I walk down the street, my face turns bright red. You've experienced it. You've only been with me a day. She never looks like she is pushed to her extremes. So it'll be interesting to see whether she's just, so genetically blessed that she just doesn't appear to be pushed to extremes, or whether she is going to have to take that, we're digging more deeper. And that is not to say that she doesn't dig deep. Everyone knows I think she is incredible, but has she got that little bit more in the tank that she can apply tonight?
Yeah, and if any race is going to test you, it's World's Toughest Mudder. Most races, obstacle course races are not, most races are a fixed distance. You start here, and you finish here, and you run as fast as you can between those 2 points. World's Toughest Mudder is not a fixed distance, it's a fixed time.
Yeah.
It's up to you how much distance you put on your legs and behind you during that 24 hours. So if someone, now Chris has never said this, but some people say, oh, World's Toughest Mudder, it's a looped course, it's not a hard race. Well, then you're not running fast enough. So I think
if something's easy, you're not trying hard enough.
Especially a race like this, it will. It'll test you. It's great. It's a great event. And I've said it a few times. Like anyone can do it. Like regular folks are there all the time, or out here, and you see them walking past us, running past us right now.
So we've had a message from Kevin, given in Colorado, saying be interested to see how many climb down to avoid the water, even though that takes longer. Now, I'm guessing you're talking about just shooting. The thing is, it's now open. It's been open for an hour. Once the slide is open, once Just Shoot Me is no longer Mudderhorn, you cannot climb down and avoid the slide. That becomes a penalty.
So you can climb down, but you'll have to take the penalty.
You have to take the penalty. If you get to the top and go, oops, this is too difficult, your option is not, I'll just climb down and carry on. It's climb down and penalty.
So.
But it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, maybe they do want to avoid the water.
Yeah. So either way, you have to climb up, and then you can either climb down or you can slide down. But if you climb down, you take the penalty when you get down.
Yeah.
So we're gonna look at some race results.
Okay.
Our 7 o'clock update here. Anthony Kunkel still in first place with 45 miles done. About 13 minutes ahead of Joshua Reed in second. Joshua Reed in second with 45. And in third place, also with 45, Elmer King. These three have been Anthony's been at the top the whole race.
Anthony has just recently started his 10th lap, literally in the last minute or so. So he is now already not pitting, straight out, and going on. So he's completed 45 miles at 7 p.m. So we've got 3 hours till 10 p.m., which if we're looking roughly an hour-ish per lap, getting slower and slower, if he could get another 15 miles in by 10 p.m., which would take him to...
That would put him at 60. That would put...
So Anthony that would give him, using your maths, which you say, that would take him to, technically using the traditional method of working out, would take him to max 120 in the race.
120? Now, maybe he can, you have an extra hour and a half at the end of the race, so maybe he could squeeze again,
in.
We're so early to be talking about this, but the only reason we're talking about it is because Anthony Kunkel came in saying...
He set himself a goal of 125.
Yeah, he said 125 is easy. And some people in the community were like, whoa, hold up. 125 is not easy because it's never been done. 120 hasn't been done. So, kind of like what I was saying, even if the women don't make it to 100, getting 95 is a major accomplishment. Even if Anthony doesn't make it to 125, Joshua Reed is right minutes behind him.
Yes.
Elmer King also.
Yeah.
And some people are probably screaming at their laptops right now. It's only 7 o'clock. What are you talking about?
It feels so much later.
You're right. It is. It does feel late, but it is. It's only 7 o'clock. You're right. We're just gaming it out. What does it look like? So we'll see. We're gonna keep coming back to this. But we're definitely gonna reevaluate it at 10 p.m. and see. Okay, let's double these numbers and see what we're looking at.
So we're seeing DJ Fox in number 9. That's the first time we've seen him in the top 10 today.
DJ Fox ran up third place World's Toughest Mudder last year. 105 miles. He will absolutely stay on this leaderboard top 10. Mark Cadet. He is a military in 5th place, 40 miles. He's been outstanding at Spartan races. and a tub butter. Tyler Bierman in fourth, OCR world champion, reigning.
Fantastic athlete.
So Ian Caskey, Daryl Good, not as familiar with. Joshua Fiore, Spartan Ultra Beast champion, 24-hour race that he's also won.
Yeah.
And Nick De La Rosa, he has finished Barclays Marathon. Barclay Marathon,
Yeah.
very few people have ever finished. I don't know the exact number, but that's a legendary race in ultra running, the Barclays Marathon. Amelia Boone has run the Barclays Marathon.
Yes.
World 700 champion, 3-time champion, Amelia Boone. So it's kind of fun to see a little Barclays WTM crossover.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's early, 7 o'clock. Let's say we're a third of the way through the race, and these guys put it on miles. So if you look at it that way, now we don't traditionally do this, but let's say we're a third of the way through the race. If you triple these numbers,
Yeah.
40 guys with 40 get 120, guys with 45 get 135.
Nah, that sounds like a big jump.
It is, absolutely. But I'm just tripling. We're 7 hours into a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
We're not even a third. That's 8 hours. That's what you should be shouting at your laptop about is the bad math.
Look, I'm never going to correct anyone's math.
7 o'clock
ever.
is not 1/3 of 24. That is 8.
I did think, I was like, hang on, not that long ago we were a quarter of the
Which
way
is
through.
even more mileage.
Yeah.
Like if we were at 8 o'clock and we tripled it. So anyway, we'll see what happens. It's early, but it's still fun to talk about.
Yeah. So let's see the women. What's happening in the women's leaderboard? Chris Rogoski coming in first, closely followed by Katie Knight. They have both recently started their 9th lap within minutes of each other.
Anything within 5 minutes of each other can go either way based on a one pit stop.
Yeah.
If you have a long pit stop, if you have a bad pit stop, if you need to
Literally
retie your
just
shoes,
over 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 4 seconds of each other.
They are almost close enough. They're not quite, but they're almost close enough where they'll see each other at obstacles.
Yeah.
Maybe Chris is finishing as Katie's come up behind her. Katie's been in the front all night long.
Yeah, and just in the last lap, Chris overtook and has slightly gained a lead. Whether she can keep that up throughout the night, we don't know. Callie's still in 3rd place, doing really well. She is on her 8th lap. She finished her 7th.
Robin
7th lap at
Robin
6:17.
Costa in 4th place with 35 miles. Now, we talked about this earlier. Every year there is a name on the leaderboard or name on the podium that is new to the community.
Yeah.
That is new to I don't know Robin Costa's results. I don't know anything about her. But she's hanging in there. She's about
She really is.
45 minutes behind Callie. She's a lap ahead of the next ladies, all with 6 laps and 30 miles. So Robin Costa, we're gonna keep an eye on her also and see if she can crack into that podium positioning.
Let's have a quick chat about Hannah, who's in 7th. We spoke to her yesterday, and she was saying that she wanted to hit 100 miles today, which we know is unheard of for women. How is she currently looking with what she has achieved so far? Is it possible the minute?
So Hannah, is it possible for Hannah? Now I'm hesitant to do my math again. My maths, as they say. But let's say it was 8 o'clock, and it's not. Let's say she finishes another lap between now and 8
Her
o'clock.
last lap was 1 hour and 9 minutes. And she's
Okay.
slowing down steadily.
Steadily slowing down. I don't want to say it's not possible, but I'm going to say it's going to be tough to get from 30 right now to 100 by the end.
Yeah.
I think Chris and Katie have a shot, and maybe even Callie. Callie, they both have 40 miles at 6:46, 40 miles at 6:50, just under 7 hours. Callie has 35 at 6:17. It's going to actually, I don't know. Callie's got a shot too. And you know what? Honestly, I'm going to put Robin Costa in there. I don't know Robin, but
she's doing well so far.
But it's pretty early, and everyone's going to keep slowing down as
what does it do to morale if someone sets themselves a really high goal? So let's say Coca-Cola set himself 125. How do people? I know everyone is different, but in your experience, if someone sets themselves a very, very high and specific goal, and they get to a point where they know they're not going to achieve it, how does that affect the morale of continuing to run and push?
You know what? I think that's going to vary based on every single person. I think there are a lot of, like Trevor Sykos, we talked about, he says, I'm going to run 100 miles, and he goes out and runs 100 miles. but when it looks like we're looking for a lost contact lens here in
Oh
front
my
of our,
gosh.
I'm not sure if that's actually what's happening, but there's there's a couple competing schools of thought with goal setting. Some people say, don't tell anyone your goals. Like, you set your goals, keep it
Quiet,
private.
smash 'em.
Don't tell a soul, and just smash them. And the other school of thought is, tell everybody. I think they're
And
looking
then
for a
you're
contact
accountable.
lens.
It can't be a contact lens in the grass.
And the other school of thought is, tell everyone. You make yourself accountable, put yourself on the hook. Now, the problem with that, and the way I would tend to go the first way, is there's a school of thought that when you tell people your goals, you get a little bit of that dopamine that you should be getting when you reach your goals.
I mean, it depends as well. Are you the kind of person who gets the validation from other people cheering you on, or is it doing it for yourself good enough? And there's no judgment there at all. Like, I've done both. Some things I'll keep quiet about doing, some things I will shout from the rooftops. I think I'm probably more likely to keep quiet about something if I'm not overly confident about it, to be honest. If I'm thinking, like, I want to do this, but I'm not sure I can, I'll probably keep quiet about it.
Yeah, and maybe it's just because it relieves pressure. Like, when I want to do something crazy or big, say it one more time. No, they found it, whatever it was. Well,
no idea, but he found it, so yay!
Well, good. Glad they found it. I don't like the 50 miles. I had that kind of out there as a goal for myself, and because I have a podcast about World's Toughest Putter, you can find it World's Toughest Podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you download your podcast. I talk about it like, hey, this year. And I wasn't really comfortable talking about it because I'd failed for years. I started in 2015. It took me till 2021 to get my 50. That's 6-7 years. It was like embarrassing. You're so into Tough Mudder, you can't get 50 miles. Yeah, no, I know, it's embarrassing. So when I finally got it, it was a big deal. It scratched a big itch that I did. I knew I wanted as a goal, but it took a lot of pressure. Like, if I got hit by a bus the next day, which I felt like I got hit by a bus the next day, but I would have been okay.
I did one lap yesterday, and I'm pretty sore, so I imagine, 10 of those, definite bus hitting territory. Let's take a quick look at the team results if we can, because of course we have a lot of teams out there running. We were a bit unsure on what US, I'm really struggling with this name, and I can't tell you why. US, OCR Midwest were doing, but they are on their 9th lap now. They have been respotted, so maybe there was a timing chip issue or something like that, but they are still in the lead on their 9th lap. That's pretty incredible for a team.
They're putting in some miles. Now, you know what kind of strikes me about this?
What?
Is these teams have the same or actually lower mileages than the women running solo.
Yeah.
They have each other to help, and they are swapping out, so they have fresh legs every other lap.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
And
I'm just thinking it's impressive to have multiple people, but of course, if you pick people who are as equally strong as you, then
yeah. And we've had elite athletes that run in the team category relay, and I ask them, what's the difference? And they said, well, you plan on running for 24 hours, but you're really only running like 12. And you have to sit and your legs get cold.
That's going to be harder because you have to stop and then start again.
Yeah.
I mean, I just went for a walk when we had a break, and I was just like, oh my god, I can barely move. Like, every single part of me cracked and creaked, and I felt cold. So you're not going to be taking off your wetsuit in between the laps.
No, and you got to stay warm. And you know what? Especially tonight, it's cold.
Yeah, someone commented that it is a clear sky.
Not running.
And it looks cold. It is. It is a very clear sky here. I went out, saw the stars. I did my little star bright, wish upon a star tonight. That is how clear it is. And having a clear sky means it's very, very cold.
Yeah, it's dark and it's cold. Let's
so we
get
have
back.
A question here. I stepped away. What happened to Stephanie Bishop earlier? DNF? So no, she had problems with the knee. She had some knee pain. So she has taken herself out of running currently, but she's aiming to get one more lap done just to finish the race, but that will take her out of contender status. She's hoping to finish, but she is no longer competing for a top spot.
So, checking in on the weather, we're down to 49 degrees.
I would love to tell you what that means in Celsius. Let me check. 10 degrees Celsius.
10 degrees Celsius.
I actually feel, okay, as I say, I feel warmer than I did a few hours ago, but I'm also
Why would that be?
I'm wearing a dry robe. And a fleece. And a hat. So, of course I'm warmer than I was, because not that long ago I was wearing denim shorts.
Yeah, it's cold for us, and we're not getting wet. Now, we're not moving around, but it's, I hear some UK athletes coming through, judging by the little, oh, here comes Jesse Strawham. Jesse Strawham coming through on their fourth lap down. We'll check on their mileage, but congratulations to Jesse Strawham. Well done.
Let's have a search for that. Would they be coming under individual results? Let's have a look. Can take a minute sometimes to search, so if you
Just JESI.
sometimes the computer does not want to keep up with the typing. Yeah, that was one of our adaptive athletes, as you saw on the screen, coming through. Everyone's still in high spirits.
I talked with Jessie yesterday before the race started, and she told me about the adaptive athlete bibs. I hadn't heard that yet. That and this is a new, if you're just tuning in, you might not know, there is a bib this year for the adaptive athletes for 25 miles. So we've had...
I mean, I saw them and I was like, ooh, so if I came and did 25 miles, I would get a bib. And then I was like, oh, no, I wouldn't.
I don't know if you would qualify. But she was telling me about it because she's run the course multiple times before. She's, a well-known, loved member of the community. And she was almost in tears describing how excited she was. She told me she called another...
That's so lovely.
They call him Superman. He's another guy
Yes, I read about him.
in a wheelchair. And he's run World Seven Smutter. And she called him. And she said, couldn't believe it. She said, can you believe it? 6 years we've been working on this, and we finally made a special recognition just for us.
100% there should be.
So,
because, I mean, I've said this, anyone who's ever heard me talk has heard me say this a million times. I'm obviously so in awe of the elites who are running and competing and pushing themselves all night long. But... all right, I'm going to rewind and tell a story. When I started OCR, I was in pretty good shape, and I could run reasonably fast. I was never, doing that well, but quite fast. And then I had a baby, and 8 weeks after giving birth, I did a Spartan Beast. Now, that's a terrible idea. Really, really terrible idea. And for the first time ever, I experienced just how difficult it can be on course. I was in a lot of pain. Obviously, I'd barely healed, running in that state is not advisable. There was a back was sore. I couldn't do any obstacles, and I had people be really mean to me about not doing the obstacles. But I was with 2 friends, and they kind of did the penalties for me. People were annoyed that I was going slowly and trying to push me out the way. I was like, holy moly, I've never experienced this before. And it gave me this, I'd always admired the people who could take their time on the course and continue to battle through, but it gave me this whole new level of admiration for people who have to fight through the physical struggles and can't just keep running. It's not just a mental thing, it's a mental thing and a physical thing. And I really, really, my respect went up so many levels then. And so for these groups of people who are running, both the adaptive athlete and the groups with them, I mean, they're coming through smiling still. I'm sitting here in a dry room going, I'm a little bit cold. And they're dancing through a finish line after running, carrying, shivering their way through 15 miles. It's insane. It's absolutely incredible. And whilst I may talk about the elites a lot, my heart does live with those guys out there who battle it out on course hour after hour.
Yeah, and we had, I'm not sure who it was, we had several people in here tonight we talked about it. One of them mentioned that their mantra is tough beats strong.
Yes.
And I just want to keep encouraging people. If you look at this race and you're like, I could never do that. I'm not strong enough. You might not be strong enough, but most of these people aren't strong. There are people doing penalties every single lap. They're doing penalties every single penalty obstacle. They're not that much stronger. They might not be stronger than you at all.
I'm going to say something here. So this is a conversation I had at OCRWC because, as we've mentioned earlier today, the amount of runners in OCR that are male often massively outweigh women. And there is a phenomena where men will often put themselves forward for something, even if they don't know they can do it. and women are less likely. This includes jobs, everything. They'll only do something if they know they can do it, which for me explains why fewer women take on an OCR. But I mean, okay. Firstly, talking about having a baby, any woman who has given birth, dude, you can do this. Because you've probably been in more pain than this for longer. So if you're able to get through that, trust me, you can give this a go. But on the whole, women, you're really freaking strong. Come on, let's go give it a go, because you can do it. And women are also built for endurance. This is truth. Women perform better on long distance and ultra races because it's just the way their bodies are built. I really want to see, and this has always been my goal when I first started getting into OCR, writing about OCR, was trying to get the average woman running. And that's who I am. I am a completely average woman. I have nothing special about me, no special ways to train, nothing behind me that gives me any kind of bonuses, and I can complete a course. Definitely other people can do it too. I really want to see that happening more.
You know what? I have never thought about the childbirth. But you're not wrong. I remember
kids. You've been there.
I've got 2 kids, and when my daughter was born, I remember my daughter was born. It had been a couple hours, since she was born, and she was resting on my wife's chest, laying in the hospital bed, and the midwife came in, or not, maybe the doula, I don't know, the nurse. Someone came in, and they were talking. Another lady came in, and there was a couch in the hospital room, and I was like, and they came in, and I said, I don't know about you guys, but I am exhausted.
Did they give you a death leg?
If looks could kill, I would not be here right now.
Oh, I can imagine it. Oh, yeah, that happens a lot.
So, but I think going back to the original thought of tough beats strong, yeah.
That is tough.
It is. Like, there are people on this who are tough, but there are people who are just tough. Like, they're not, Jessie Strawham, we just saw her go past in a wheelchair. You're probably stronger than a girl in a wheelchair. But Jessie Strawham is tough. And that is how she is completing laps, lap after lap. So I would think if you think you're not strong enough, well, yeah, you're probably not strong enough. That's fine. But I bet you're tough enough. I bet you're tougher than you know.
Yeah.
So love to see you out here next year, 2023, or wherever out here.
I mean, even if okay, I'm not going to take on a world's toughest mudder. Take on a tough mudder. Take on a couple. Try Tough Mudder Infinity. See if you can do a couple of laps in the light. Maybe when it's not so cold. See how you feel. I mean, me personally, since I started getting more into the media side, I have been running less. Since I had my daughter, I've been running less. Yesterday we did the hot lap. Honestly, I am so pleased with myself. It might sound really pathetic, but I did it. I was like, actually, I'm not useless. I can do things. I might not be great at it, and I'm going to go, well, maybe next year I should start thinking about I'm never going to compete. That's not me. That's not who I am. But I can complete, and maybe I should start giving that a go again. There are opportunities to do it. Just have fun. And this isn't an advertisement for the race. This isn't to go, oh, come and buy tickets. I mean, just get out and do it. It's for you, because that feeling, that's what gets people coming back. That feeling of achievement, that personal victory. That is why people do this again and again. So Deborah Price has asked us, who are the men entertaining us dancing? We've left the finish line now.
Well, we had the back there. Those are Clinton Jackson and Sean Corvell. They are both the start line MCs and the finish line MCs for World's Toughest Mudder. Beloved members of the community. Now we're kind of going backwards up the finish line here. We see the athletes coming in, and that's what they see as they finish each lap. Trevor Messick says 5 stars.
5 stars.
Thank you, Trevor. You're very kind.
Another person asking, when will they announce the 2023 location? So that will be Monday at the brunch. They are going to let everyone know where 2023 will be. Did they say it is going to be in the US?
They did. Giles Shader, the Tough Mudder CEO, he gave us a little nugget. He said it is in the United States. World's Toughest Mudder has never been held outside the US. And Tough Mudder has a large UK contingent.
Yes. Oh, huge, yes.
And so the hope is, or the thought is that, once we come out of COVID and everything financially stabilizes and everything's profitable and it would make sense that we take the race overseas. Now, that'll change a couple things. We hold the race in the U.S. every year, and most of the participants are from the U.S., which makes sense.
It is difficult to get Americans to travel outside of the US. A lot of them don't necessarily want to, but there's a lot out there. It's not that expensive to get to Europe. It's expensive to travel America. It doesn't cost that much more to go across the pond.
Sure.
And currently as well, the way things are, everywhere is expensive to be. So you're spending just as much to go to the UK as you are to be in the States. But to be honest, it's amazing to have this many people here, considering the current state of, I mean, just the world. It's kind of tricky. So it's fantastic to have such a large contingent from worldwide here.
So we're getting a shot of the race center there on the left, in the back, and then in the front, this table. Those are the bypass wristbands. When you finish 25 miles and every single lap after that, you will get a bypass wristband. The lights are just for fun.
So what does a bypass wristband do?
So the bypass wristband allows you to bypass any one obstacle on course.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can use it at any time.
Is that for everyone, or?
This is for everyone, elites and open racers.
Okay.
Now, elites are not allowed to do the golden carabiner challenges.
No.
Those are the eat the hot pepper for a golden carabiner, or do the flip cup for a
yes.
Or reach your hand into the electrified box. You can actually you saw it there for a second.
Uh-huh.
There's literally Timothy Jordan, fingers crossed for Dallas 2023. Same thing we will know for sure on Monday. You can see it there on the left, the box. He's going toward, our cameraman's going towards it. You literally stick your hand, like basically to your shoulders. This is the flip cup. You have to flip that cup up 2 steps. You have 1 shot, 1 chance, 2 flips, 1 cup is the name of the obstacle. And that'll give you a golden carabiner. The golden carabiners, again, are only for the open wave participants. And these are optional. These are not required challenges. These are optional. If you have a golden carabiner, it will unlock, you can use it to unlock a path that will allow you to skip 2 obstacles. You can
Chill
skip,
Pickle and Dingleberries.
which are 2 difficult obstacles. Chill Pickle is a must complete, very difficult. Oh, we're going to watch someone do a flip cup. Here we go. All right. 1,
Whoa.
nice. Oh, he had it. Oh, unfortunate.
Shame.
You only get 1 shot.
So something that just struck me here, like we've got a great party atmosphere at the finish line. I know it's been like this for hours, but seeing also all of this with the lights, it is really such a special atmosphere, isn't it? Like I went for a walk around the pit, and I am going to take you all out of the pit shortly. It feels like a music festival kind of vibe. You know, there are campfires, official campfires, not allowed an open fire. There's people sitting around the fires chatting, everyone helping each other. I went to try and get some coffee. Queuing up at the hospitality, athletes come through, and I was like, no, come on through. Like, we have this horribly difficult event, and I know I've said this like 5 times, but then this absolutely crazy party going on as well. Like, I love how this event doesn't take itself seriously. It doesn't need to take itself too seriously. It's almost like, I don't know why this popped into my head, but go with it for a second. You know when people talk about very, very wealthy people, and they say wealth whispers?
When they say what?
Wealth whispers and money shouts.
Oh, sure.
So this is kind of like, we don't need to shout about this being anything. We can mess about, because ultimately, as much as we dance, it's still really freaking hard. And we don't need to pretend anything else.
It's the hardest music festival you'll ever go to. Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see somebody do the shock box. What's the name of the official obstacle? It's
a little box of horrors, I think.
Little box of horrors. You're literally sticking your hand. Basically, if electroshock therapy was reduced to a box 4 feet by 4 feet.
Oh, here we go. Cup flip.
All right, more flip cup. Here we go. Good luck, guys.
Whoop, whoop.
All right, give your best. Smash that subscribe button. Give them some good luck. Hit the like. It'll help them get the flip. All right, here we go. All right. Oh, too hard. Not too hard. Not too hard. You got it. Careful with the gloves. The gloves are going to mess up your dexterity. Be careful. Oh, too hard. I think you got to do it barehanded. It's going to be hard no matter what. You're cold. Everyone's freezing. Your muscle control isn't as accurate or as fine. Your fine muscle control isn't as precise.
It's pretty difficult anyway, isn't it?
Right? Unless you're like a flip cup champion from college or something.
I've never flipped a cup.
Flip.
I love the way she's like,
yeah, just like this.
So he's got one of those neoprene hats that you were talking about.
Count it, count it. No, too bad.
Meanie, she is strict. Someone asking, is there a live leaderboard? Yes. So if you go to toughmudder.com/WTM, you can kind of catch up with all the results as they are happening. We will bring you leaderboards every now and again, and we'll update you with how people are doing. We'll do that very quickly now for you. In the women, Chris Rogowski is still in first place. She has passed Dublin Walls on her ninth lap. Katie Knight also passed Dublin Walls on her ninth lap, 11 minutes behind Chris Rogowski. And Callie Schweihart has started her ninth lap. For the men, Anthony Kunkel is at Satan's Moustache on his 10th lap. Joshua Reed is at lap 10 on the feet spin. And Elmer King has not long started the... Oh no! Elmer King has just a second past lap 10 feet spin.
Yeah, you want to go with them? The pit?
So I'm going to go out in the pit, guys, and we're going to meet some people out there and see what is happening. I'm going to leave Will here with you, and you will get our feed from the pit.
Sure, which one? So that'll transmit her audio off that? All right.
Just trying to get that other camera turned on.
Woo! Look at that. Strong strides. Good job.
Right, so is she talking? She's not talking. So I should be talking while she's doing this, right? Will I be able to hear her when she starts talking? So we've got Fran out on the course now with the camera. That's Clinton Jackson getting a little silly. It's getting early late, as they say. Getting late early. It's getting late early, as they say. Let me start that again. A lot of hugs. A lot of people happy to finish their obstacles.
On a starless night, black velvety night.
There. 2, 1.
Woo!
Oh, hey, man. Hey, what's up? So much. Nothing but. Cool. How's your team doing?
Two hype crowds doing well. I just they had enough of the cold. They're like,
I get it. Yeah.
It's supposed to get 15 degrees cold. So.
Yeah, no, I believe it's gonna be cold. I don't know if you think 2018?
Not quite. How's Carlo? He's running around the obstacle.
Yeah, he's good. He's out. I don't know where he is right now. He's out at something. But yeah. All right, cool.
You're in an elevator, you're standing there with somebody else, and it's not moving. And after about 20 seconds, you realize that nobody hit the button. The elevator ain't moving. That's when I turn to the other person and I go.
Kind of a look back there at the finish line. The athletes coming through.
Yeah. They generally get creeped out and just get off the elevator, and I get a free ride by myself. Oh, shit. Yes, you are. Killing it. Realize. I went over to Sears to buy a lawnmower. I brought it home and it wouldn't cut my lawn. I took it back to Sears and I complained. I said, this lawnmower won't go. He goes, oh, you didn't get a motorizer. This is a manual. I said, well, what do I do? And he said, push it good. My lawn has never looked so nice.
Sean Corvell with the Sears lawnmower jokes. So we've got Fran. She's going out on the course or out on the pit area. We'll see what's going on out there. Meet the crowds. Yeah. Hey, Jason, if Fran talks, can they hear?
They gave me over there.
Yeah, it should, because that's the volume's all up.
Yeah, Fran, when you talk, people will hear you. When you talk, people will hear you.
Babies that need to be delivered. Well,
I mean, the audio.
long story short, I went to the delivery room and they wheeled the ladies in, and I just said,
But the input for the audio is on the phone. So, just the pit area. Talk to the good people.
All those ladies are totally grateful. And all those
So we're gonna send Fran out into the field. She's gonna. If I say the field, we're gonna go check out the pit area. It's about 7:40. Gonna see the what's going on in the pit area. Check in on the elites. Check in on the regular folks. The pit area is a wild part of World Seventh Mutter. Not wild. I mean, it's everyone's in there. They're doing work, but some people are there to have fun. Like not everyone's here to rack up mileage. Some people want to visit with friends and have a little campfire and cheer on their buddies. So
when he got to my house, I said, "Kid, where's all your candy?"
So Frank's gonna find some people, and we're gonna do a little interview. See if we can talk to some people out there. See how that goes.
I don't think I know.
Strip, I think right next to the course, mostly empty. People aren't really stopping that much at the minute. We got a nice little tent here, so we can go. Hi guys, I'm with the live YouTube feed. Can I come and chat to you for a second? Alright, how's it going in here? Who's pitting for who?
For my brother, for Chris Miko.
Awesome, and how's he getting on?
He's doing good.
Good, he just left for lap 9.
Lap 9. What's his name?
Chris?
Chris.
Miglieski.
Okay, fantastic. And how's he feeling?
He's feeling good.
He's feeling good. He's still staying warm. He just has a shorty wetsuit on. And,
a shorty?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Just maybe one more lap.
Uh-huh.
So he might come in and change after his lap.
And what's he hoping to kind of achieve tonight?
His goal is 100 miles.
100 miles. That's not small, is it?
No, it's a big goal. He wanted to do it last year but didn't do it, so this is his year.
So how come you're all here with him?
Family.
Yeah.
Entertainment.
Entertainment. Are you proud?
A bunch of good people.
Yeah? Yeah?
You meet people from all over the place.
Yeah. Have you met a lot of other people out here? Have you met a lot of other people out here?
Of course.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Bill would beat a tree.
Yeah, my friends from Alberta.
Fantastic.
Jack is over here from England, and our other friends just outside the other door from Canada.
Yeah.
Jules and Cheryl Lynn. Yep.
Fantastic. Right, well, thank you so much. I hope you guys stay well throughout the race. It's a long evening, so you stay warm and fed and have a fantastic time. Without you guys, there would be no athletes. So you're doing an incredible job.
My wife makes homemade brownies for everybody. Would you like one?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. But thank you very much for the offer. That's super sweet.
You know where to find them.
I do indeed. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. So I'm hoping you can all hear me still. I've just lost connection with base camp. I can't hear anything coming from them, but I hope you can all hear me on the camera. So you can see the pits are pretty busy. A lot of people sitting around trying to keep warm, waiting for people to come in that they can help. It's quite dark. The sky is, you're not going to be able to see, but the sky is absolutely clear, which means if you are out of cover, it is freezing cold, and that means anyone out on the course. I have been sitting in a tent all evening, and I'm very grateful for that, because just out here it is so shivery cold. So in a second we're going to kind of come across the hospitality tent. This is where everyone comes to refuel. They have coffee, hot water, broth, noodles, soups, cereal bars, and also a nice little fire pit where people can warm up. Got a few kids here, people bringing their families. Like I said, it's kind of like a music festival feel out here. It's really special and really lovely, and even though this is very, very difficult, it's amazing. Oh, we have a few people toasting marshmallows. Let's see if we can have a chat with them. Hi everyone, I'm with the live YouTube feed. Can I? There we go! Catch up with you all for a second. Yes. Now this is the place to be. Yes. Yeah. You've found it, and you've found a good spot, although it's a little bit windy. So what are you all here doing?
I'm just hanging out.
Warming up.
Any of you athletes or all pit crew?
Pit crew.
Athlete?
Athlete.
Fantastic. And you're taking yourself a break?
Yeah, just getting some noodles, trying to warm up.
Oh yeah, how is it out there?
It's getting cold.
Yeah, getting cold? Oh my god, I've been shivering for hours.
Yeah, with the wetsuit, it's as long as you move.
Here, come sit by the fire. Take this seat.
You can be like people are getting not get wet. We're athletes. Not wet.
Oh, so you decided to stay in for the night?
Well, it's probably the best decision.
It is, without a wetsuit, there's no way you should be going out there.
Not a good idea. Ill-advised.
How do you find it in general? What's the feeling around here?
Enjoyable. I like it. The terrain is really nice.
Yeah? Is it your first time here?
Mine, yeah, not theirs.
And you pit crewing for someone?
Yeah, I was not brave enough to do this.
Oh gosh, nor am I.
No.
I find it absolutely incredible. And they're going, everyone can do this, everyone take a chance.
Way.
But I'm not running.
Maybe in the warm. Maybe if it was like 70 degrees.
I mean, yesterday it was so hot though, wasn't it? And then
like
today...
All week it was like almost like
80 degrees.
Mid-80s.
Yeah.
And like even at night, like the low was like 70 and tonight it's 30.
I know, I think you could hold this race in the middle of the summer and it would still get freezing cold. It seems to be the way it goes.
Yes.
Is this your first time here? Have you been here a few times?
This is my third event.
Okay. And who do you crew for?
My older sister.
Oh, fantastic. Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. That's fantastic. And how's she getting on out there?
Good. She's on her 6th lap.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, she's got 25 miles in. So,
Yep.
and her goal was 50, so she's well on her
Great.
way.
So she's going to keep running throughout the night?
Yeah.
That's amazing. What's her name?
Becca Wagner.
Becca Wagner.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to her. You guys have certainly got the best spot out here. I'm very, very jealous. Good luck to you. Get out there again as soon as you can and have a strong night.
Get back here as soon as you can.
I know, I'll try. I was like, I'm just going to go do some more pit.
Are you doing just like the pit area or are you going around?
So we've been out on course as well. I've been mainly in the tent all evening and I was like, I want to come out and see the people. So but yeah, I'm sure we'll see you again.
Yes.
Have a great evening. Here we go, we have everyone queuing up here. Hi! Hello. Hi, 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 hi! Hot water bottle, what a great idea. Queuing up here at hospitality tent. They've got this side the tea and coffee, everyone filling up their cups and trying to get warm. Hi! And here is the orphan tents. We chatted about this earlier, where people don't have a pit crew. Oh my god, the stars are absolutely incredible. When people don't have a crew, they can come and be looked after as an orphan. Hi guys! Hi! This tent is something else. I might come here and live here for a bit. This is lovely. Hey guys.
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys getting on?
Good. What are you
Look at.
looking for?
Oh, I'm just showing everyone the pit. So I wanted to kind of show everyone what happens in here. I've actually been in here before, but I love the idea. How are you finding it?
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
We're enjoying it.
This is
in a wind block. We're
Oh.
up there. There's the wind
Oh, it's
block.
gorgeous
So
in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely. I like that little crawl space you got there, and you've got such a great setup for the athletes.
And that's our wellness. So they need like help with something, like medically. Not medically, but like, you know, some band-aids and stuff.
Yeah, a little bit of
A little bit
attention.
of lube.
Hey! Amazing. Well, keep up the good work, guys. Hi. Yeah, it's an absolutely clear night sky tonight, and being where we are, there is so little light pollution, so the stars are absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, that clear sky is not a favour to the athletes. Yes, it means it's not raining, but it does mean that it's going to be colder, and we are still hey! How are you getting on?
Oh, you know, yeah, I'm good.
Are you good? Go get warm.
I'm warm.
Are you okay?
Yeah, my knees say no, I'm not.
Oh, but
I'm warm.
are you going to carry on?
I gotta talk to my sister.
Bye. So yeah, it does mean it's not raining, but it does make it a colder evening. And the crazy thing is, it feels so late here. You know, it feels like it could be midnight already, but it's not. I don't know what time it is, but it's probably only about 8 o'clock, like half 8 or something. We've got a long time to go. Seeing a lot of people dry robed up. This is dry robe territory if ever there was one. It is super chilly tonight, and you need nice warm layers to keep you going. Whoever I saw with a hot water bottle was an absolute genius. Oh, look at that insulated tent. Oh, that looks so cozy. I want to come in and snuggle. How are you getting on?
I'm good.
Yeah, you enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
How's your mileage going?
Not bad. I'm at 25 now.
Nice.
Not bad.
And what are you aiming for?
Well, this is my first WTM, so I'm just trying to...
You're just keeping going.
Keep going.
Incredible.
See what happens.
I'm super impressed. I'm super impressed with everyone here. Every single person. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you.
You can hear the music in the background. Like, it's still going on like a party. Honestly, the best way to describe this is kind of music festival feel, just with, you know, I was going to say people are more coherent, but they're actually not because of the cold, and that's just going to get worse. But these setups are amazing. People got their wetsuits hanging up, dry clothes ready, snacks. I'm seeing a lot of dill pickles. That must be an American thing. I mean, obviously I know dill pickles are, but I'm guessing that's for cramp? I'm not sure. We all love a pickle, but I'm not sure how that helps in the race. Obviously, the closer you are to the start line with your pit, the less you have to move to get there, which is why the elites get to go right to the front. They can run in, run out. But so far, we've seen very short pits from the elites, if any at all, to be honest. This one here looking very cold. Heading to the bathroom, soaking wet in his wetsuit. And here's a doggy. Oh, hello. Oh, we gotta meet doggies. Hey, buddy. I know you're a bit scared of me. It's okay. Hey.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing very well.
Good, are you out here pitting for someone?
What's that?
Are you pit crew for someone?
I am.
Who you here helping?
Diana Kaplan.
Diana Kaplan.
She's in 14th right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah, she's doing really well. She's on a 35 miles, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Great.
She's
Well,
gonna keep on chugging through the night.
Yeah.
You know.
Has she got a goal?
Well, her goal was 50 miles initially, but I mean, I think she can do a lot more than that. We'll see.
Sounds it.
See how it goes.
Sounds like she's
You
doing
know?
amazing.
As long as the cold doesn't get her.
Yeah,
The
it
cold's
is
the
getting
problem.
cold,
It's
isn't
getting
it?
really cold. Yep.
Yeah.
And the wind.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a little tent all evening, and I've stepped out now. I'm like, holy moly, it's cold out here.
Definitely getting cold out here. So I mean, hey, you know, it's the toughest person, right? You know.
Yeah.
So anyhow.
Fantastic. Well,
Yeah.
good luck to
There
her.
you go. And that's Chloe, by the way.
Hey, Chloe.
Yeah.
Hey, Chloe. Oh, lovely little pup. All right, have a wonderful evening. So there we go, that was a brief tour of the pit for you. I have lost comms with HQ, so I'm not sure if you got any of that. I'm going to head back and hopefully you get to see a little. Hey there, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing?
Good, yeah, a little bit chilly.
Yeah.
Are you here as a medic?
Yes, ma'am.
And how's it going with everyone?
That's going pretty good so far. It's been nice and laid back.
Oh good, so no major injuries?
Mainly just knee sprains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any hypothermia yet?
Not yet.
Fantastic.
Not yet, but the night's still young. So
it is
we'll
still
find out.
incredibly young.
We'll certainly find out.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Obviously, none of this could happen without you.
Yeah,
so
we got a whole team here.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you.
And we're waiting for a couple more folks to show up right now.
Amazing. Well, we thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Well, thank you very much.
So we do have right at the finish line, we have the first aid station filled with medics. We also have an ambulance here just in case there are any emergencies. Like you said, we've not had anything major, just a few knee sprains. Hopefully we get nothing major coming in. Nobody wants to have any big injuries here. And here I am back at HQ. Who's that? It's the real MBD.
Trying to get another layer on.
Go get cozy. Where's your dry robe? There we go. There is Chris Rogloski coming in with Austin Azar. She must be coming in for her 10th lap now. She is still looking super duper happy, super strong, and she is on course to be doing very well if nothing changes. But as we keep saying, the night is still young. So I am back here at HQ. I hope you enjoyed that little tour of the pit. It was really nice to get out and see everyone. I'll go out again a little bit later on. I'll take a light with me so I can speak to more people. Comment from Spider here saying coverage is amazing tonight. Well done, crew. Thank you so much. Those bananas have got to be tough. Yeah. Chunky Monkey is horrible. I didn't even attempt it. It looked really difficult. Jason did it well. The Orphan Tent is the best and Tracy is amazing. Yeah, I love the Orphan Tent. That was my first time actually going in, but I love the concept. And it was really nice to kind of see what they were doing in there. Oh, Fran, you just missed out on a great hug. Too bad you can't read this walking around. Look, if you see me out and I am doing anything, just come and say hi. Come and chat. Give me a hug. That's going to be incredible.
Big screen.
So
yeah, so we did just show the Orphan Tent. I hope you got to see it. We'll probably go out again in the pit shortly in the next couple of hours, see how people are getting on in there. As I came back in, we saw Chris Rogloski and Austin Azar coming through.
Together.
She was still looking super duper strong. We'll just have a check on what her results are, but I guess she must be coming, starting the 10th lap now.
So I just talked with the CEO of Tough Mudder again, Giles Shader, and he did a lap. He went out.
Yeah.
He went out and did a full lap, got wet, did all the obstacles.
He got wet?
And I asked him, I said, so how, like, what'd you think? How was it? And he said, "Oh, it's good. Very happy." He's like, "We're gonna make a couple changes, make it a little bit harder." And I said, "Whoa, hold up! You're gonna make changes right now to make the course harder mid-race?" And he said, "Well, basic stuff like adding a foot of water to cage crawl. I guess the water level at cage crawl had gotten low, and something that happens. It's expected." As the race goes on, the water level goes down because people are getting out and they're taking water with them. So they're going to add water. So just some small stuff like that. He said it's. I'm trying to remember exactly how he said it. The course isn't as hard as I think he's surprised by some of the mileage people are putting up.
Okay, so I've never been to a World's Toughest Mudder before. We all know this. And we did the hot lap yesterday, and we heard very strongly Giles saying, both personally and publicly, this course is really, really tough. People aren't going to be breaking the records they have in previous years. And I kind of ran around and I was like, I'm not quite sure why they won't, because this course is flat. We're not in the desert. We're not on mountains. Yeah, okay, the obstacles are tough. Like, they're a bit higher than we have seen before. But I'm not sure what it is that is making this so much harder than in previous seasons to make those statements so vehemently. I can go along with like him, going, maybe people are going to run a bit faster because it is an incredibly flat course, and you cannot underestimate terrain and how that can make it easier or harder.
Yeah, it's terrain-wise. This is, I don't want to say ideal. I don't know if there is an ideal course. It's not
I'd say
ideal
terrain-wise, this is pretty ideal.
It's pretty good. The first half mile, three-quarters,
that
does have some onion and some like those weeds that are really long that want to trip you, and then there's a little bit of that at maybe the last half mile also. But most of the course is flat, runnable course.
Yeah.
Trevor Music.
That was from, I think, when I was in the, I went out in the pit and there was an athlete who sat down by the fire. Like,
so,
no, don't sit down.
What do you think of the pit area?
Love it. I don't know if you managed to catch any of what's going around, but like I said it a few times, it's kind of like a music festival feel. There's, an open fire, people sitting around toasting marshmallows and chatting. Everyone's super duper friendly, really welcoming, and it's still in really, really good spirits. I mean, it is only 8 o'clock. It feels later. I mean, if you ask me what time it was, I'd be like, oh, maybe it's 11 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. The race has been going on for 8 hours.
More the maths. Good.
Holy moly, me and the maths. My mum really banged her head against a brick wall with my maths, and we never got there. But so let's do a little bit more maths. We're a third of the way through.
Third of the way through the race. 24-hour race, and we are 8 hours into the race. Now we know. You know what? As we're sitting here, we're looking across the medical tent. Someone is being helped into the medical tent, and he can barely walk.
So I did have a quick chat with one of the medics when I came past from the pit, and I was asking how it's going. So it's actually been very quiet. The majority of problems I've had have just been kind of twisted knees, which is kind of understandable on this terrain. There are some, once it gets dark, it's going to be difficult to see the placing. But yeah, that guy did look like he was struggling to walk.
So I got a chance to talk with Steph Bishop. We're going to see if we can get her over here to talk with us. She, basically she hurt her knee, and so she's going to plan to do another finisher lap in the morning. So her competitive race is over, but she still has a chance to qualify as a finisher for the year. Which, credit to her. She doesn't have anything to gain by going out and getting another headband like a black hat. She's already got them. Yeah, she's already won the race. She has nothing to prove to anybody. Nope. And but she's here and she wants to be a finisher.
She wants to finish. She's going to finish, and that's fantastic. So. Like I say, I admire her being able to make the call that this isn't the right thing to do, to just carry on running and trying to compete, because a lot of people do not know when it is time to kind of pull back. So taking a look at the results quickly, that was Chris Glusky going on to her 10th lap. She did that.
Well, why don't we talk about the men first? Then we'll get back to
sure.
Chris again.
Of course, we have the men's leaderboard up there. Apologies, I wasn't actually looking.
So Anthony Kunkel, he's kind of the story of the race so far. Now, I feel like we keep saying this, that it is early. We're a third of the way through the race. Now, at what point are we going to stop saying it's early? I think 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock will be the last time I say, or 9 o'clock will be the last time I say it's early. 10 o'clock, is not the halfway point, but mileage-wise, it's kind of considered the halfway point.
Yeah.
He's got 50 miles through 7 hours and 44 minutes. That's a lot.
Yeah, and he is on his 11th lap now. He has just started that 4 minutes ago.
So let's say tell me that one more time. Say that one more time. He just started,
He started
his 11th lap,
lap 4 minutes ago.
and he's running about. He's still running under an hour.
Under an hour. His lap 10 was 30 seconds slower than his lap 9. His lap 9 was 5 minutes slower than lap 8. His lap 8 was, gosh, me and the maths, 4.5 minutes slower than his lap 7. So actually, he's not slowed down on his last lap.
He's got a legitimate shot to have 60 miles by 10 p.m. And if you have 60 miles at 10 p.m., rule of thumb is whatever your mileage is at 10 p.m., you can double it, and that's what you'll have after 24 hours.
Yeah.
And that's 120 miles.
And then you say with that last hour and a half, he could possibly squeeze
So
in
there's a little bit of wiggle room in there. As long as he starts his last lap, as long as he gets back on the course before noon, 11:59 a.m. Sunday morning, he has an hour and a half to finish one more lap. If he has 120 miles and he's back on course at 11:59, he has a legitimate shot to get 125 miles.
So Joshua Reed coming in second. He is still on his
8 hours into the full 20.
He is on his 10th lap. Sorry, he has finished 9 laps, but he is coming to the end of his 10th lap shortly. He did Satan's Mustache, which is obstacle 17 of 20 at 8 p.m. So that was 4 minutes ago. So maybe in the next 15 minutes, we might see him finishing up this lap.
Yeah, I'd say, you know what? Literally all 10 of these people on the board right now have a better than good shot at 100 miles. Now, are we going to have 10 100-mile finishers? No, I don't think so.
No,
it's going to get colder, a lot colder.
They all have the capability of getting it, but probability says it's not going to be all of them. That just wouldn't happen.
And in a race like this, that's what you want to do is just put yourself in a position where it's possible.
Yeah.
So these guys, for 8 hours in, they've all put themselves in a position where it's possible. And then 2 hours from now, 4 hours from now, maybe I would imagine it'll be less than 10 will have that shot. But that's all you can hope for is to do well enough at the beginning, do well in the middle, so that you have a shot at the end to get what you're chasing after.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the women's if we can and see how they are getting on. So Chris Rogoski overtook Katie Knight at some point in the last couple of hours. I'm losing track of time. She has started on her 10th lap. She has 9 laps finished. She's only past start. She's not passed any obstacles or timing that yet.
Now, looking at the scoreboard, this leaderboard we have, these are the finished laps.
Yes.
And it looks if this is all the information we had, it looks like Chris is far, far ahead of Katie Knight. She's actually not that far ahead. Chris has started her 9th lap. Katie is close to finishing her 8th lap. So Katie's probably maybe 10 to 15 minutes behind Chris right now. But Chris is that gap between Chris and Katie is getting bigger, not smaller.
So Chris started her 10th lap at 8 o'clock, which was 6 minutes ago. And Katie Knight passed Satan's Mustache at 7:52. Yeah, which was 8 plus 6. Don't tell me that was 14 minutes ago. So we should see her coming in for a finish of this 9th lap, maybe in like the next 10 minutes.
I feel like while we're talking about him, I feel like we might see Katie Knight run past us.
So yeah, she's not that far behind Chris Rogoski.
But Chris does have a little bit of space on Katie,
Yeah.
and Katie has, say, 30 minutes, give or take, on Callie Schweikart.
Yes.
So now we're talking about these race results like the race is about to end. The race is
Well, we've already seen so many changes happen.
Yeah.
And it's going to keep changing.
And not only the leaderboard is going to change, but what's going to change that leaderboard is the conditions on the course.
Yeah.
Weather-wise, we are.
I mean, it's a very clear sky out there. There is no rain, which is fantastic, but it's clear and it's breezy.
We're at 47 degrees Fahrenheit.
It was chilly when I went out in the pit, and I'm wearing a dry robe, and I'm dry. I'm actually not getting a temperature for us here.
So the forecast.
8 degrees centigrade. We've got in a minute.
8 centigrade?
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between centigrade and Celsius?
Same thing.
All right.
Just a different word, which is quite stupid.
So we're still looking at a low overnight of 34 degrees. And then that's at 6 a.m. is the low, they're saying. 6:15 a.m. will be sunrise. And a world's toughest mudder sunrise is the prettiest sunrise you'll ever see.
Nice comment here from Robert Smith saying, the coverage is great. I can't make it due to health. I'll be watching the whole thing and praying for all. Thank you very much.
Robert Smith,
I hope
check
you
you
are
out.
okay yourself.
You know, so we had this conversation beforehand. You know, we're doing, this is a 24-hour race. We're doing 26 hours-ish of coverage. People are going to watch that. That's a lot of coverage. People are going to come in, come out, come in, come out. But we've got people who have told us, hey, we're watching the whole thing.
Sticking with you.
We're here for the duration.
I love that.
Love that. Like, they're rooting for their loved ones, and it's great. It's love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely loving the comments coming through. It's really nice to give a shout out to your athletes. We'll put those up on screen. And just nice to hear from you at home, what you're thinking, how you're enjoying it, who you're following, if you've ever been here before and what you think of the event. I'm loving personally having the dance party next to us. It's keeping my spirits up as well.
You know,
I think if we were in a very quiet place with nothing to look at beyond our screen, it would be very, very boring.
Okay.
Here we go.
No,
Some athletes
no matter what you're lacking right now,
in wetsuits coming through.
And not find another 12, 13 miles inside of you right now. I don't want to know you. If Lionel Richie can't squeeze another 12 or 13 miles out of your efforts tonight, well, you are sorely lacking as a human being.
Team results. So let's have a quick look at the team results as well. We cannot forget that those guys are out there running together as teams. Still dominating US OCR Midwest. They have been top of the leaderboard all day and evening.
I think so. They've been kind of leader wire to wire, right? Cristelli Fitness making a push there. They're only, say, an hour behind them. Same amount of laps, but an hour behind them.
Yeah, so Midwest have finished their 9th lap and Cristelli have just started their 9th lap. So there's about a lap between them.
Okay, sure. So we actually, that's what we're looking at is.
We're looking here on the board of finished laps, completely finished. So this is, if the race ended now for some magical reason, this is what the standings would be.
I would, yeah. I can't, if you're thinking about running World's Toughest Mudder and you're like, oh, I can't do it. And like, yeah, I know you keep saying tough beats strong, blah, blah, blah. And it's true, tough beats strong. But you're like, you know what, maybe you run as a team and you can borrow a little toughness from your partner.
Yeah, actually, the team would be good. The team would be really good.
So I ran as an official team several times, and then sometimes we would run as an unofficial team. We'd all sign up as individuals, but we'd run together.
Why would you do it that way rather than running as an official team?
Because of just the way the rules are. If as a team you have to cross the finish line, the finish match together.
Okay. So you had the choice.
If you're individuals, you can finish a lap, and then the slowest person can be like, I'm going to start the next lap. You guys can catch up. Take your time, going to catch up with me, kind of thing. You have a little more flexibility. And if you're not playing to compete in the team category, like you're not going to podium, you're not going to, then they get to kind of run your own race.
Yeah.
But like, hey, we're going together, we're competing together, but you get a little more flexibility than if you're not officially in the team category. Now, the cool thing about running the team category is if you and your partner or you and your team of 4 have it together, you can get on this leaderboard and you can walk out here with a podium.
I mean, you yourself know what it's like to podium in a team, don't you?
I do, and I like to tell everyone every chance I get. So in 2018 in Atlanta, we had signed up as a team of 4, and I'm getting lots of smirks in here. This is probably the best story we're all going to hear.
If I ever podiumed, I'd be telling everyone about it, so go for it.
You know how you can tell if someone's podium at World's Toughest Mudder?
They'll tell you about it?
They'll tell you about it. Don't worry, they'll tell you. So my team, we all showed up, and there were a team of 4, and we showed up in Atlanta 2018, and I was looking at the registration, and there was prize money in the team category.
Yeah.
So top 5 teams earned prize money, and first place was a good chunk of money. 5th place was, I don't know, a few $100. But it wasn't so much about the dollar amount, it was about the prestige of winning prize money. So we showed up, and there were 10 teams registered. Shout out from the UK to all the athletes. I feel like you brought the UK audience with you, Fran.
Yeah, the UK is absolutely incredible in terms of OCR.
So we showed up, and I saw there were 10 teams, including us, registered for World's Toughest Mudder. And I said, 10 teams? Guys, that's us. Like, all we need to do is outlast 5 teams, and we will finish with prize money. Like, that is 100% doable. And so we were kind of excited. Like, and then we show up, we set up our tent, and we start looking at the Dennis Valsamas. That is very kind. Coverage is perfect. Dennis Valsamas, big friend of the World's Toughest Podcast show. Glad to have you watching, Dennis. So we show up, and we're setting up our tent, and we're kind of looking at, because they had all the teams in the same area. So just to make it fair, and 3 of the teams didn't even show up.
Oh my gosh!
And so I said, guys, we've already outlasted 3 of them. We just have to outlast 2 more teams.
All we have to do is
the race hasn't even started yet. We just outlast 2 teams. We're getting prize money. We are the best athletes, right? We're all dads. We all went to school together. We used to work together. We see each other once a year at World's Toughest Mudder.
I love that.
So we show up. I'm stoked, and they're kind of like along for the ride. Like, okay, yeah, if you say so. I'm like, no, this is for real. We outlast 2 of these teams. We're gonna finish with prize money, and then we're running out. Teams drop out. Some other team drops out. We're in 5th place, and there's no one behind us. I'm like, all we have to do is finish a lap after 8 a.m., and we are going to finish with prize money. So we do it. We finish our lap after 8 a.m., and then we find out that that we actually got more miles than one of the other teams. I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, we're in 4th place. We're in 4th place at World's Toughest Mudder. This is never dreamed of it. So we go to the brunch, and we're at 4th place. The top 3 teams go up, everyone claps for them, and yeah. And we're feeling pretty good about ourselves. 4th place team, we're not on the podium, but we're at 4th place. That's awesome. Well, then, a week later, we find out from Tough Mudder HQ, hey, one of those 3 teams in front of you, the 3rd place team, didn't finish a lap after 8 a.m. They got more miles, but they didn't finish a lap. They weren't finishers. So I said, well, how about that? What has 2 thumbs and got 3rd place at World's Toughest Mudder? These
5
guys.
stars.
5 stars. It was outstanding. So,
Incredible.
3rd place, World's Toughest Mudder. We were narrowly beat by Ryan Atkins and Lindsey Webster's team by about 60 miles.
Who are those guys? I've never heard of them. How could they beat you?
I don't know.
Terrible.
They dominated. It was awesome just to be not on the podium with them. But so we didn't get our podium picture. We were kind of bummed about that.
That's a shame. But you still, you have the glory.
I got a check with TMHQ in the corner. I digitally deposited the check, and I saved the check. I have it hanging in my office.
So we've got a picture coming here from Chunky Monkey, so you can see people actually trying to get through the obstacle. A lot of them falling. That water's going to be horrible right now. A nice little message coming in saying, Claire and Grandpa give a shout out to Kyle Blackwell in lap 6. Claire says, go Daddy! Yay, go Daddy!
Shout out to Kyle Blackwell. Outstanding. Okay, so we're seeing somebody go through Chunky Monkey. You can stand on the tires.
Yep.
And then you're using the banana grip.
I mean, that grip is very small, isn't it?
It is very small, and it's a lot different. It's a different type of grip required than those monkey bars.
I know, 100%. I just wouldn't be able to hold on to that. I don't have that kind of grip strength.
So now, this guy's fighting. He's fighting hard here. So you hold onto the banana, and and you got to get to that next tire.
So he's holding on one hand to the banana and one hand to the tire.
The top of the tire strap,
which makes sense.
Yeah, totally legal. And what you got to do is you got to get a little momentum. You got to get a little.
He's giving up though.
He's going to.
Can he try again?
Yeah, he's able to. You're able to try as many. Well, you're able to try. He didn't fail the obstacle. He went back.
So, little message here. I'm never going to be able to pronounce his name. In my head it is
Kevin Given. That's how you pronounce that.
Oh no, Trevor.
Psychos.
Chichos. I'm such an idiot. Due to be coming in soon, obviously he's someone we've been talking about a lot, but he's hoping to get 100 miles this weekend.
Trevor
he's
Psychos.
Not currently in the top 10, but as you said, he's usually a pretty steady athlete.
I would expect him to steadily climb. He'll get in the top 10. If he's not in the top 10, top 5, maybe even top 3, if he's not at the top, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked. He probably has more I want to think about this before I say it. I feel confident saying this. He has more lifetime World Toughest Mudder miles than anyone out here.
Fair enough.
So I actually, when you were in the pit area, I was in a different part of the pit area. We're seeing a guy get across here. He's doing an outstanding job with the red headband.
Oh yeah.
He's almost to the back half of the obstacle. So while we were kind of in the pit area separately, I was over. I found Trevor Psycho's wife, Stephanie.
Oh, nice.
And I got to meet the baby. And adorable, like adorable. I'm like size of a loaf of bread, maybe.
How old?
Like a few months.
Oh, delicious. More delicious than a loaf of bread.
Finishing World's Toughest Mudder is one of the best feelings in the world, but falling asleep on the couch with a baby on your chest, that when they're sleeping, that beats it. So just congratulations to Trevor and Stephanie Psycho.
And the fact he's here running when he's got a little one is
incredible. I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's the youngest pit crew member I've ever seen.
I'm going to agree with that. So we've got a question here from someone. It's either a question or a statement. How unfair is it that Austin Azar is a pacer or helper of Chris Rogoski? I don't know if he means that tongue-in-cheek or whether he's serious, but I mean, it's not unfair at all, is it?
Not fair or not unfair?
Not unfair.
No, there's lots of athletes out there. Like, now, whether they're pacing or not, they're running together. And there's lots of we saw a couple of ladies earlier were running together with each other. Members of the community are helping each other all the time. So Austin is registered as a athlete. He's competing also.
Yeah.
If his race is helping Chris.
Ooh, this dude is doing it.
Oh, he had it. Oh, he had it. That's a shame. And he is upset. He's frustrated. I get it. He was past the hard part.
So someone's recognized one of their friends at Chunky Monkey. Shout out to the Drake in the water at Chunky Monkey.
I think he's talking about Ian Drake Stumbo. You might have seen him run past a couple times wearing an orange hard hat.
Okay.
A well-known, one of the louder members of the WTM community.
Fantastic.
So talking about, I don't know for sure what did it. One of the Johnny Smith, awesome coverage, very kind. I don't know for sure that that's true what you said with Austin and Chris facing each other, working with each other. So I can't speak to that whether that's actually going on or not. But if it is, as far as I know, it's not against the rules.
Chris doesn't really need a pacer. She knows how to pace herself. She has had, I think Ryland's run with her on a 100-miler. It's allowed. If it's allowed, why not do it? But it's also not necessary. But you may have a pacer, but if you're not able to do it, you're not able to do it. And especially in OCR, you can't have someone pace you through an obstacle. You either can do it or you can't. And no one can deny that Chris is incredibly physically competent. So.
Now, yeah, and I think we agree that it's definitely legal. And if someone would have the conversation like, oh, is it true to the spirit of the race? I would say, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's very like.
Well, this is what we've been talking about. This is what Tough Mudder is all about. It's helping each other, community, camaraderie. So yeah, running with a friend who will keep your spirits up and help you keep on track. That's definitely
now the only argument I would really consider or entertain would be like if they are just focusing on each other to the exclusion. If they're just going over obstacles, only helping each other, never helping anyone else.
Yeah.
Just kind of. I don't want to say running a selfish race. That sounds too strong.
Yeah.
But if you're there to help each other,
if they're never turning around and helping anyone else, is that in the spirit of the race? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know Austin, but from what I know of Chris, I can't imagine that's true.
See, Austin Azar, when you first meet him, he seems like a nice guy. But here's the thing, he is. So, Chris Rogoski, same deal. They're good, decent people.
They're good peoples.
So. I would. I'm
mean,
willing to.
Even, let's say, even if they don't help one other person on the course, it's not within the rules that they have to help anyone. It's the spirit of the race to help people. But you also don't have to. Would this race be what it is if people didn't help each other? No, but is it unusual for someone running in first position who's, on track to win, to not pay attention to anyone else in any other sport? Yeah, of course that's normal. So it may not be in the spirit of the race, but it's also not, if they didn't help anyone, it's also not really the end of the world.
And again, you and I are talking hypotheticals.
Yeah.
So and we'll talk with Austin and Chris after the race, and But I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. We both know them. They're both decent people.
I give them the benefit of the doubt and assume they're helping others, but also if they're not, I'm kind of okay with that too.
It is. I remember running the year that Ryan Atkins and John Albin won the race. I saw them. I was at the bottom of the obstacle. I saw it happen. They ran to the top. They didn't even need any help, but they still stopped and they turned around and they helped people up behind them.
Alison Ty has commented.
Alison
saying,
Ty.
Knowing Austin, he is helping everyone.
Alison Ty is a World's Toughest Mudder legend. Alison, we are honored that you are watching our stream. Very happy to have you on board. Alison and Austin are both Canadian. And,
okay.
Yeah.
Lee says the elites usually help more people than they receive help.
You know what? That's a great. Oh, Lee, that's such a good point. Like percentage-wise, they're giving far more help than they're receiving. They need very little help. Austin Azar could run this whole course without anyone helping him. Chris could probably run 90.
These two aren't going to be taking from people and not giving back. They're just going to be two individuals if they didn't give back. Alison says, I've been here all killing it. Thank you, Alison. Glad that you're joining us.
Alison Ty, she got second place at least twice, maybe 3 times. I think she got second at World Toughest twice. Third another time. She crushed it for several years in a row at the Toughest Mudder Series. And she also won the 24-hour Enduro Championship in Australia. Mark and Tyler ran the Ultra World Championship race together, and no one said anything about it. You know what? I didn't follow the Ultra World Champs as close as the World Toughest Mudder.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if two athletes want to run together, that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as they're not breaking a rule, they can do what they want. I remember helping Albin out of his wetsuit, and he didn't help me with his. Selfish. You just want to talk about getting Albin naked, don't you?
Hashtag selfish. I don't know about that.
Oh, one year my headlamp went out and he turned around to hold my hand in the dark. I guess that's Austin.
And he turned around to hold my hand in the dark. That's Austin. Austin talking about.
Austin.
Yep. Allison, I don't know if you were listening earlier. I was talking about the time you passed me at Toughest Mudder. I want to say Atlanta, and I ran with you for like an 1/8 of a mile, and it was the best run I had. Oh, violent fall! That 1/8 of a mile was the best run I had that year. It was great.
Kevin Given in Colorado, who's been very fantastically contributing all evening, said he just saw his first successful crossing of Chunky Monkey, and it was 2 opens next to each other.
Yeah, you know what? So, seeing this during the warm day yesterday, everything was dry, everyone was warm. Oh
wow, look at that. It's getting to be carnage.
Here we go. Here's the finish. We got a finish coming.
Nice. Strong.
Well done to that guy. He was using hand matching, like left hand first, right hand following it to get down. That's a solid technique for getting out.
You see some dancing going on the finish line there. People still have plenty of energy, which is good because we're not even at 9 p.m. yet. How different would this race be if it was held in the summer and the sun hadn't even gone down yet?
Yeah, that's a good question. It used to be held in December.
Yeah.
Which in New Jersey, so they can get colder.
Yeah.
If it was in the summer, well, you know what? Last year felt like a summer-ish. No, a lot of people didn't wear wetsuits overnight. I did, but not everyone did. Most people, not most, maybe half. I think the cold being a factor, even if it's not every year. You know what's going on there? That cluster of people we keep seeing.
Yeah.
That cluster of people we keep seeing is I kind of miss us.
I wrote on the comments that I got to run with Will Hicks.
Yeah. Yes. You read, very kind. That's not how that goes. I get to brag about running with the world champ, not you. Very kind. So what's happening here on the right side of the screen?
I'm just going to see if we can quickly switch to another camera. There we go.
So here's Jessie Strawham and her team. They are at, is that Oh, they just came down from the Mutterhorn obstacle.
Ah,
They
is that
just
not
finished
open
it.
as a slide yet?
It looks like they just finished it.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if it's open. I know obviously she wouldn't go down the slide, but I'm wondering if there's anyone coming down the slide.
Oh, yep. There was actually, we saw the camera go up to the top of the screen there. They're back to the Mutterhorn obstacle. It looks like there are racers coming down the Mutterhorn obstacle. So the slide itself of Just Shoot Me is not open.
Which is strange because it was supposed to open at 6. So it'd be interesting to know what's going on. Someone just asking, anyone know what the penalty for Chunky Monkey is? Yeah, it's space hoppers around a short loop. Space hoppers, that's what we call it.
The space hoppers?
Yeah, so you know the bouncy balls that you sit on?
Oh,
space
yeah.
hoppers.
Okay, so we just call them hippity hops or bouncy balls. I don't know. Those balls that they're big, they are inflated, and they're like, I don't know, they're the size of, you put your arms around, and there's like
Bounce.
There's a handle between your legs. Okay, now here's the front side of Mutterhorn. If you've never seen Mutterhorn before, you can see that guy. He's a little bit leaning against it.
Yeah.
So that first piece of 2x4 above his head is about 6 feet high. That guy will probably be at Mutterhorn all night long.
That's crazy.
Like, this is his race, is to help people at Mutterhorn.
That's absolutely insane.
And you can see there's multiple people there. So they're taking a knee, they're squatting. So hopefully we can watch him. Like, so first step is going to be onto a knee. Second step to a shoulder. And these guys, you'll see them at brunch on Monday. Their shoulders they look like hamburger. They're torn up.
Tasty.
So first step onto the knee. Second step onto the shoulder. And then now he can reach the net on top. He can get his knee on that board and he can go up. Getting lots of hugs, lots of thank you hugs. If these guys weren't out here, it'd be very, very difficult. That's a 2x4. There's only 1.5 inches of space on that.
Do not
it's not a lot of
underestimate
room
how
to.
small that is. That's the depth of the step coming down.
It's
from
like
the
a
Dublin
lip. It's not a
walls.
handle.
Oh, it's very, very risky getting your foot on there.
So now the guy that just got up, hopefully he'll turn around and give a hand down to the person behind him.
Oh, so.
This
and
is
then that's a cargo net climb all that way up.
And it's a cargo net
That
all
is
the way to
a
the top of
high
Mutterhorn.
cargo.
And a long climb down. So when you're at, I get it to Mutterhorn.
Don't look down.
Say again?
Don't look down.
Well, if you have a problem with heights, yes. But you can see the cargo net is between the metal supports. You jump on those metal supports. Johnny Smith, you could totally take it. It's 100% doable. And you've been watching long enough. You've seen that it's regular people. Knee, shoulder. There you go, Kevin. That's the way to do it.
So someone has asked about Sean Merriweather, whether he's out with an injury. Yes, as far as we're aware.
He is actually.
He went out quite a long time, a couple of hours ago, with an injury. Last we heard, he fell off the hay bales. He finished his lap and stayed in the pits.
The word I heard was he fell off the hay bales. He got a concussion, and he's a medical DQ.
Right. Okay.
So, and that's not official from Team HQ. That's from another elite who was out there with him. So,
yikes!
I don't see any ropes for those that don't get help. You are not wrong, Kevin. There are no ropes for those that don't get help. So these guys are helping everyone up there. If they weren't there, 90% of the people wouldn't be able to make it up that first start to the start of Mutterhorn.
And this is a penalty obstacle if people can't or don't want to do this.
Well, it's a penalty obstacle for the slide is a penalty option.
So what if you don't want to do Mutterhorn?
Then you come back to the pit and you get warm. You must complete. You must complete the top and bottom.
What if you have a problem with heights?
It's a fear.
Okay.
I have a problem with being under large black tarps. I don't like it, but it's about facing your fears. Some people hate cold. I mean, it's
interesting where the line is drawn though, because if the line is drawn to go, actually, well, this is too high to force people to do with the slide.
Okay, well, let's be real. This is a 39-foot obstacle to the top. If you fell from 39 feet versus falling from 29 feet, it's probably a pretty similar outcome.
Yeah, but the reality of falling isn't high. It's more the paralysis of fear at the top.
I'm getting a vibe. You're not a big heights fan.
Do you know what? We spoke about this yesterday. I used to be absolutely. In fact, I used to love heights. Have you ever been to Vegas?
Yeah.
So, do you know at the top of the stratosphere?
Sure.
They have those rides. So there's one you can jump off the stratosphere, which I did, and I freaking loved it. And then they have one ride which tips you over the edge and hangs you there. And I did this. This was back in 2012 or 2011, and I was at the front of this ride going, "Whoa, whoa!" So I've always loved heights. Then when I was pregnant, and I didn't actually know I was pregnant, very, very early days. But at one point, I kind of thought maybe I was working, and as part of the job I was doing, I had to, and I know this sounds crazy, but it's true, I had to do a bungee jump, a cliff dive, and a skydive. And I was fine with the cliff dive and the skydive, but the bungee jump, and this was a little bit later on in the trip, and I was just, I want to jump, and I've always been absolutely fine with throwing myself and shit. And then I was just hanging there upside down. I was like, I feel so unsafe right now. And funnily enough, I had a conversation with one of the producers that I was working with, and he'd said, once you have kids, this idea of putting yourself at huge risk really becomes less palatable. And I just didn't enjoy it. And then later on in the pregnancy, about 26 weeks, I did a Spartan race. And I was very, very careful, and everything was fine, but I got to the top of an A-frame, and I just didn't like it very much. And that's just all down to carrying a huge...
Sure.
And so since then, like, I'm fine with heights, but it has put a little bit of unease in me. Whereas I used to actively enjoy the risk of heights. Now I'm a bit like, oh, I don't love this so much.
So we're looking at Matterhorn here on the front side of Matterhorn. This is the highest obstacle at World's Toughest this year. There's always traditionally been some type, not always, but usually there is an obstacle where you're going from a high spot down to a low spot very, very fast. Usually the cliff was the first one in Vegas. You would literally jump off a cliff, 30, 35 feet to water. When World's Toughest moved from Vegas to Atlanta, they built an artificial cliff called the Stacks.
Yeah, that looked great.
And it was containers stacked on top of each other. And it was about the same height, 35, 40 feet. And again, also terrifying. What made that one more terrifying was the entire thing was man-made. Like the stacks, the cliff was man-made, and the hole you were jumping into was dug out and man-made.
It?
Yeah, so it was there was a lot of trust you're putting in the tough muttering.
Deep enough. That's a lot of depth.
My rule of thumb, I know. My rule of thumb is I'm trusting the engineers, but man, I just don't want to be the first one to go down the obstacle.
Yeah, I get that.
In fact, we had Javier Escobar in earlier to do a little interview, and he was the first one to go off the stacks in 2018, I believe. First one to ever go off the stacks obstacle.
Yeah.
So we're
we
seeing.
had Chris Maltby in earlier, and he was saying like they had a lot of people testing the slide. He'd been down the slide and tested it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm going to believe him.
And they had slide engineers, like slide, people who this is their job. They design slides, which it's kind of crazy to think that that's a job. We've got dance parties going on everywhere. Look at this. She's out of Matterhorn. Bringing back the floss. Look at that. My 9-year-old daughter would be impressed. So these guys, you'll see them. They're hanging out there. We can only see one right now, but they're hanging out there. They're waiting for more people, and they're waving them on. Come on, I got you. Come here. Come. They put their gloves on. Now, some of these guys, I can't tell with this guy or not. Some of them actually bring shoulder pads with them.
That's smart, and knee pads.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only done a bit in races of helping people over. Like, most people are going to be wearing trail shoes, which are very pointy. That really hurts.
Now, you're right. Trail shoes have this aggressive tread usually where it's digging in. I don't know which brands, but I know they've said, guys, don't wear these type of shoes.
So ice bugs, there was a phase where ice bugs had actual like metal spikes. You're not allowed in any obstacle course race. You're not allowed anything with metal spikes. You are allowed the aggressive tread of a trail shoe, but just no metal.
So again, these guys and the Everest Angels. Now I don't know if they have a name for these guys at Matterhorn. This obstacle used to be sponsored by an energy drink called Rain.
It should be sponsored by Toblerone.
It was sponsored by an energy drink because of the shape of the Toblerone.
Well, yeah. So Matterhorn is named after the Matterhorn, which is a mountain in Switzerland,
Right.
which is shaped like a triangle.
Right.
And that is the mountain which is on Toblerone, which is then the shape of Toblerone comes from the Matterhorn.
That joke was much smarter than I gave it credit for.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny, but I wasn't really even appreciating it.
So, actually, the Matterhorn is my favourite mountain.
Okay.
And it is a life goal of mine to climb it. It is one of the most dangerous mountains in the world. More people die descending the Matterhorn. I think that this used to be true, mainly because people don't see it as being that dangerous, so unqualified people take it on. It's a life goal of mine, but I've got to start climbing a bit more before I do that.
You say the Matterhorn is your favorite mountain.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen it?
I couldn't even tell you. Carlo Piscatello is in here. He's agreeing with her. No, I'm not disagreeing that the Matterhorn is an amazing mountain. I just don't have a list of my favorite mountains ranked.
Well, maybe you ought to get one.
I've never thought of
Look at that! Look at that!
Top 3 mountains.
Tell
so
me
we're looking
that's
at
not the
pictures of
most
the Matterhorn here in the
beautiful
booth.
thing you've ever seen in the world.
So it's beautiful, 100%.
So yeah, I think TMHQ, you should get Toblerone on board next year for the Matterhorn.
It's over. Let's go home.
We've still got people going through on Chunky Monkey. Let's have a quick look at how the women are doing. Anthony Kunkel, he has passed the Dublin walls at 8:33, so that was about 5 minutes ago. Elmer King in second place, started lap 11 at 24 minutes past 8. And Tyler Veerman, he moved up the ranks at 35 minutes past 8, so that was 3 minutes ago he started his 11th lap. In terms of the women, we've got Chris Rogowski, lap 10. She passed the Dublin walls just a couple of minutes ago. Katie Knight started her 10th lap at 20 past 8, so that was almost 20 minutes ago. So she should be coming up to the Dublin walls reasonably soon. And Callie is on lap 9 still at Satan's Moustache. Hannah Carter has finished her 8th lap. She has moved up. Last time we saw the rankings, Hannah was in position 7th. She is now in position 4. So she has moved up quite rapidly. She's 40 miles, heading out for her 9th lap, which will take her on for 45 miles, and we're only at 20 to 9.
That seems like a jump. Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but Hannah Carter jumping up the leaderboard.
She did do a huge jump there.
So we're watching an athlete run from, he just left Matterhorn, heading up to just shooting me rather. He's leaving there, heading to Everest. And then after Everest is Chill Pickle.
Gosh, Chill Pickle. Nothing would get me in that water right now.
Say that one more time.
Nothing would get me in that water right now.
Maybe
if someone said, look, Fran, I'll give you £1 million to go and get in Chill Pickle, I'd say, yeah, okay, then I'm going straight home. But there's not much would get me in there.
And they're doing it every lap, over and over and over again.
And you know what's even worse? They paid to do that.
And they're happy to do it. They're not happy to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionally, Arctic Enema is kept cold with ice.
Yes.
They're literally, they will have a box truck full of ice, and they're dumping bags of ice in it all day long to keep it cold. They did not need to buy a single bag of ice to get that water cold this year.
It's cold. They don't need anything out there.
So here we go. We're at Everest. And looking for those Everest Angels up top there. Now there's a rope down there. If you use the rope, there's a penalty.
Oh, really?
So if you can now our guy that we've been following looks like he's choosing not to do it. He's going straight to the pajamas. So we can see our pajamas.
Doesn't he have to? Doesn't it say in the rules that you have to attempt obstacles?
You know, I feel like there is a attempt rule, and maybe I'm misremembering, or maybe
I'm pretty sure they said yesterday that you have to attempt. You can't just go straight to the penalty.
Unless someone waved him over or waved him on. We don't have audio from the obstacle out there. That's actually Tyler Veerman we just followed from Matterhorn down
impressive
to,
whoever is keeping up recording and running with them. So that's Jason.
A shout out to Jason Dupree, our lead guy. So there's the pajamas. So Tyler Veerman getting the.
So we have a name. Men of Mudderhorn is the name of the group of people at the Mudderhorn.
Men of Mudderhorn. I should have known that. I knew that. Thanks, Glenn. Good heads up there. So the Men of Mudderhorn and the Everest Angels. Still rooting for you, Jermaine Jones and Zach Cummings of Little Rock, Arkansas. Deborah Price, you've been with us the entire time. 8 hours and 42
Dancing
minutes
through
later.
the finish line there. That's nice.
So Tyler Veerman there having to get a little hitch in his giddy up as he runs in with those BJs. You know what? Part of it isn't just the putting on the BJs; it's they're soaking wet, but also like everyone else has been wearing those.
Yeah.
That just I find not so very.
A question
There's
here
nothing worse than putting on wet clothes. I hate it so
or
much.
putting on someone else's
Yeah,
clothes.
someone else's wet clothes, even worse.
Apologies,
okay,
what did I miss? Mudderhorn Slide, which is known as Just Shoot Me, was supposed to be open at 6 p.m., but it looks like it's still not open. Yeah, we were just talking about that.
You know what, Glenn?
What's supposed to open
Great
at
question.
6?
So there was. We're looking at 9 p.m. now for an open time. It's about 18 minutes. So we'll get cameras back out there for when Yashumi is open. There was some, I don't want to say last minute, but even the day of the event, they were still working
the thing
on
you
it.
have to accept with any obstacle course race, any single one, is things are going to change last minute and things are going to change mid-race, especially on a 24-hour race. Things are going to open, things are going to close. You kind of got to go with the flow. It could be down to safety. It could just be down to, it could be down to a million different reasons, but things constantly change.
But you know what? I know those athletes are grateful for the extra time.
Oh yeah, I would be too.
Bracket Cracker, our one of our broadcast partners. You going all night, Will? That is what's going on.
All night long.
All night long, just like Lionel Richie. So we are 8 hours and 45 minutes.
Look at that struggle getting
Stephanie
up.
Jones, at least the Tough Mudder soundtrack is on point. You know what, Stephanie? Here's a little inside baseball, inside OCR story. That Tough Mudder soundtrack got us kicked off of Facebook.
What?
The Facebook algorithm heard the music and said, no, you can't have that.
Atta baby, that's the daddy.
Bracken's one of our commentators. He works mostly on our Spartan races. He's an expert on all things OCR. Outstanding commentator. We're happy to have him on board. Jackie Price. The music is amazing. You know what? I need to ask Carlo or someone around here. I don't know who picks the music.
That is fantastic. It's just banger
who's
after banger.
Who's the soundtrack director or the DJ? Oh, so I'm hearing Jason Homestead, our one of the Tough Mudder Starline guys, is the DJ for the night over here.
So question here for you, Will. What's up, Will? How's all my first timers doing out there with it getting cold? FOMO City over here.
Charles Halpert, member of the community, was not able to make it out this year. He and I owe him a big, I don't know if apology or just it's apology probably. We recorded a great podcast episode for World's Toughest Podcast, talking about the best headlamps for World's Toughest Mudder. And it just never got out. And it wasn't Charles' fault. It was either him or me, and it wasn't him. So
here we go. Someone going for a run up Everest.
Here we go. No. All right, other hand. All right, now pump those arms. All right, watch. Let's see if he pumps. See that? This is the pump action. Left, right, left, right, left, right. And that allows the guys on top to pull him up while he's making that pump action with his hands. Now, if they had a third guy, someone could grab his leg when he throws it over.
And now
throw
he
that
needs
leg
to
up
go
to the
big
right. Throw up that right leg.
Heel hook.
Need a third guy. Who's the third guy?
Come on, get that foot up. Get that foot up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up.
All right, now he's grabbing onto the lip. He's grabbing on the lip. He's just hanging on, and they're pulling him up the rest of the way.
Oh, God.
So because he did not use the rope, and he only used the help of other participants, that he has no penalty. He finished that. That's a successful finish of Everest.
Does anyone remember Baby Shark being played last year? Tell me about that.
So Baby Shark, I definitely remember it during the virtual World's Toughest Mudder in 2020. You had to do a lap of everyone had to do a 5-mile loop near their house or wherever they were running, and each lap had its own penalty or own activity with it, obstacle, and you had to listen to Baby Shark on a repeat while you ran 5 miles. That was 2 years ago. Now, last year, I think what he's talking about is the penalty for Everest last year. If you failed Everest, you had to do 1 lap of the mini Mudder course.
Right.
And the mini Mudder course, it's 10 obstacles. I don't know if it's a half mile or a mile, but it's a legitimate It's designed for kids.
So my daughter recently did it. That was my first experience of Tough Mudder, was taking her to Little Mudder. She had done a Spartan race, kind of illegally, because she was 3 at the time. And she really wanted to do another, but unfortunately, I was busy every weekend. I couldn't take her. There was a Little Mudder, like a couple of miles down the road. I mean, she's a small kid. I'll show you the video later. It's super duper cute. It was hard. Like, they had these bouncy balls you had to stand on and jump across, big mud pits, sort of a ditch but mini style, like proper obstacles, rings, but all tiny, and tiny little tubes to crawl through as well.
If you're looking at, I'll get back to Baby Shark in a second. If you're looking at what are we doing here? Jason is climbing up the backside of Everest. We're gonna get some footage of athletes coming up Everest here. So I think the Baby Shark. Now I did not. This is gonna sound like a flex. It's not. I didn't fail Everest last year, but not because of me, because of these guys right here. And so, but if you did fail Everest, you had to do a lap of the mini course. You see that giant rose there in the back? That's from Francis Lackner. Francis Lackner carries that rose to honor his mom. It's a story, but it's to honor her memory, and he's carried it with him for years. And this is his race: is staying at the top of Everest and helping people up there.
I love that.
So, to try and finish that story, when you ran the mini mudder course, part of the punishment or part of the penalty was D-Train Moss. Why the Baby Shark memories? I'm not sure exactly. I think what he's saying is, why are you bringing this back up again? We don't need to talk about this. They were playing music, and one of the songs they had kind of on loop was Baby Shark. I remember hearing "Let It Go" over there from Frozen for a while. I think they had. I don't think it was just one song on a loop the entire 24 hours.
All the really annoying ones.
But it was absolutely kids' music. So.
I mean, that's basically what I listen to all the time. Someone's asking, can we switch to Chunky Monkey for a bit and see the view from there?
You know what? Let's by request.
By request, we have Chunky
there
Monkey
you go, Jackie,
back up
just
and
for
alive.
you. So Chunky Monkey, it's a fun obstacle, and Funky Monkey is a fun obstacle. Chunky Monkey, now my initial thought when I heard about Chunky Monkey, I thought that's going to be possible. You're going to have to chicken wing your arms, which is where you stick your whole arm in there and kind of put a crick in your elbow, and then. But the athletes are able to stand on tires. Now here comes somebody going through. So you're able to stand on the tire, and then the next grip is a banana grip. We see somebody here just opting to take the penalty.
I have done events where there have been tires as holds, and I can confirm it's freaking impossible.
Yeah, it's just they're so thick. They're so. Yeah. Now, I do understand you like the smell of tires.
Oh my gosh. I know this is a bit weird, but it is one of I have 3 favorite smells in the world. Okay. I'm really, really funny with smells. My sister calls it, I'm a centophile. Centophobe. So I can't stand anything artificial. Perfumes, especially perfumes. Hate it. Anything. Basil, favorite smell. Concrete, love it. Tires, incredible. I know tires is an artificial smell, but it's not
concrete and tires.
So if you give me an underground car park, I just melt. Like it's just my
maybe
mouth,
like a truck full of basil.
Is literally watering at the thought. Like, oh, what a delicious smell. I love tires. I actually got quite a few friends who work for tire companies. Funnily enough, actually, yeah, never mind. And I went to a big race in the UK called Festival of Speed, and one guy we were smelling the tires together. It's a thing with fresh tires, but there's a new thing. Some of them, when you touch them, they feel really velvety soft. So they're like stroking a tire and smelling it. It's like ultimate. I don't even know what it is, but I'm just pretending to do it here.
You would love this obstacle.
Comforting.
You would love Chunky Monkey.
I went up to that obstacle and said, because they're pretty fresh tires. They're not massively worn, and they still smell damn good. I mean, come on, somebody agree with me here. The smell of fresh tires is absolutely delicious.
So they can stand on the tires, and then you can see our athlete there in red. Sheep day.
A multi-story car park. Oh, Lee, you know me too well.
So they're reaching out for the banana. They're trying to do it. They're standing on the tire, banana to tire, and then the back half. It's tough to see from this angle, but the back half of Chunky Monkey is really, you can see the front half of Chunky Monkey, the ladder
so
going
that's
up.
How it ends.
It's the ladder going down.
What's the penalty for Chunky Monkey? It is space hoppers.
Yep, which is the bouncy balls. Big bouncy ball. You sit on between your legs. You got to hop about 100 feet, 150 feet down, turn around, go around the stake, and come 100, 150 feet back. It's hard, but it's not onerous. If you kind of attack it, you pull that ball forward as you're jumping, and then you propel your body forward, and you kind of catch yourself on the ball. You're jumping forward. You're not jumping up. You're jumping forward, and you're catching yourself on the ball each time. Then you can make pretty short work of it. Last year they had this same penalty, the bouncy ball penalty. Oh, we're gonna have a finisher. We're gonna have my heart goes down.
Shame must. I'm just going to check up on an athlete that someone has asked about. See if I can find them. Sometimes it's a little bit slow
I could almost describe it. So they have all these balls out there, but last year they got popped. Most of the balls were popped by the end of the 24 hours. So you had the option. You could wait for a ball. There were a few left, or you could do a crab walk.
Ugh.
And I was talking to Carlo Piscatello, one of our crew, and he said last year, yeah, I'll do the crab walk. I'd rather do that. And he figured out real quick that was not a good decision.
Terrible idea. Does Carlo ever go by a name that's not Carlo Piscatello? Because I've only ever heard him introduced with both his first and last name. A bit like you as well. You're Will Hicks.
We're looking back at the top of Everest here. Let's see if we can get some guys going up here. So those guys at the top of Everest, they're not getting paid to do that. They actually, here we get a bird's eye view of the penalty, the pajama penalty. It's got a clever name, but it's the PJs.
So Callie had just finished her 9th lap about a minute ago. So she should, depending how long she takes she should be starting lap 10 soon. Trying to search for an athlete that someone asked about, but I'm having a bit of trouble with the. She doesn't want to update for me.
That's another guy they saved from the penalty right there. And and look at that. That's great mutter spirit. The guy who just got helped up, he turns around, he's going to help the next guy up.
That's fantastic.
So he puts his right hand down. Francis Lackner is putting his left hand down, and basically, as you run up, you extend both of your arms and you jump. You're not jumping for the top lip. You're jumping for their arms. Kevin Given, 100% agreement with Carlo. That was my experience as well. I think talking about the crab walk. See that left, right. Pump those arms a little bit. Pump. Get them to the top. He can get over that lip. Jeremy Randall is wondering about DJ Fox. DJ Fox finished 3rd last year, 105 miles. We'll pull that up for you here in a sec. And this is great. So you asked me earlier, why do some people, if they got the Everest Angels up there, you got people helping, then why does anyone fail that obstacle?
Yeah.
For the girls, it's not that hard. Like, you go up there, you got 2 big guys up there, and boom, 1, 2, and you're done. But for these guys, you see, these are, at this point right now, the last 3, 4 guys we've seen are big guys, 6-foot guys, 190, 200-pound guys. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for the runner trying to get up that wall, but also for the 2 guys on. It looks like there's only 2 guys on top helping out. It's just a lot of work. And so some people are like, you know what, I'd rather take the penalty. Yeah, it might take longer, but I would rather preserve my arm strength and my grip strength. There's, like anything else, any obstacle out here, there's a chance of injury going up there. They think, you know what, maybe I got hurt in this obstacle last year, and I don't want to do it this year. And so they'll take they're happy to take the penalty instead. And it's not, it's kind of gross, the PJ thing, but it's not that far of a run.
So DJ Fox, for those who are asking, he's on his 10th lap. He passed Satan's Mustache at 8:39. He was currently in 8th place, but he did pass Satan's Mustache ahead of the person who is in 7th, which is Daryl Good. So if he continues at that pace, he should move into 7th place when it comes to the lap finish, which is reasonably soon because there's obstacle 17 of 20. So he's slowly moving up. He appeared in the top 10 a couple of hours ago, and he's moving his way up. In terms of the leaderboards at the minute, we'll give you a quick update now. Anthony Conkle still in 1st place. He is lap 11 at Satan's Mustache. Literally 2 minutes ago he passed the obstacle, so we should see him coming through the finish line about like the next 12 minutes. Elmer King, second place. He's on lap 11 at feet spin. Tyler Vermeer. Every time I say Vermeer, it's Veerman. Lap 11. They're reasonably close together. Followed by Mark. Again, I want to say good day. I want to say it in a French way, but it's not. How would I pronounce that?
Mark Gadet.
Gadet. So I would say good day, but that's wrong. Gadet.
That sounds more Australian than
Good day,
French, but-
yeah. Lap 11. Joshua Reed has finished lap 10. Let's have a look at the ladies.
Chris Rogloski still holding it down in first place. She has got, she's on her 10th lap. She's at the Dublin Walls. She's about a third of the way through, maybe almost halfway through her 10th lap. And actually, you know, just as we're talking, it popped up. She's at Satan's Mustache, which is at the end. She's like very close to finishing her
10th lap.
That 9th lap. So she'll have, I'm sorry, her 10th lap.
So that would take her to 50 miles.
50 miles at 9 p.m. She'll finish that. I don't want to jinx anything, but Chris Rogloski is having a very, very good race. She should have 50 miles done easily before 10 p.m. So, rooting for Chris Rogloski. Katie Knight. Katie Knight is on lap 10 also. She's at the feet spin obstacle, which is the 5th obstacle on the course. So she's early in the race. She's about, I don't know, let's say a mile and a half into her lap. So, but you know what? She was at feet spin at 8:45. Let's see if we can see her splits. She's running about an hour 16 per lap. She has got, I'd say Katie Knight has a shot at having 50 miles by 10 p.m. So those top two women, Chris Rogloski and Katie Knight, they both have 45 miles done, and Chris probably will have 50 done before 10, and Katie Knight could be right at or right after 10 p.m. having her first 50 miles. So that is a remarkable first 50 miles for any lady. And for Chris, this is her first World Seven Mutter. She has an outstanding start for it.
I mean, everyone's been talking about Chris, and it's hard not to sound like I always have favorites, because there are often people in races like, I want this person to do well. It's because I believe they can do well. It's not that I'm ever playing favorites, but I believe that this person can do well. And I'm really, really happy to see Chris doing well, because she has had an incredible year. Katie's also doing incredibly well. It's not that, one of them is doing well and the other's doing badly, but I am very happy to see Chris doing this, because so far this year she has pulled it out the bag repeatedly. And this would just be the cherry on the top, really.
Yeah. We working in obstacle course racing on the media side of it, you get to know a lot of these athletes. And, one of the first rules of any media job is you can't get, you get close with them. But we become friends with these athletes. Yeah. We see them on courses. We run with them sometimes. And you root for them all to do well. I don't have any favorites. I mean, I'm friends with, almost all the athletes that I know. We're friendly or friends. But I do root for no injuries. I do root for
yeah.
I do root for big finishes. So here's what I would love. If I could wave a magic wand and have my dream finish on the ladies' side,
yes,
it would be two ladies, and it looks like right now it'd be Chris and Katie, neck and neck, and they both hit 100, and it's a dramatic finish where we see them, one of them pass the other, within 200 feet of the finish line.
Yeah,
I would love to have.
Super
and
cool.
How cool would it be, after 12 years of World Toughest Mudder races, never having a woman? 90 miles is the gold standard for the ladies at World Toughest Mudder, and it's been set by three great women: Ray Coble, Amelia Boone, and Katie Knight last year. All hit 90 miles, but no one's ever gotten past 90. How cool would it be for the years a lady finally gets past 90?
Whoever,
for two women to hit 100.
If somebody today, if one lady today, or even two, can get past 90 with that kind of heritage of the women who have been able to do it, it's really saying a lot about their capabilities. Because Ray Coble, Amelia Boone, I mean, she is the OG of obstacle course. Everyone adores Amelia. These are two. Ray Coble's still competing in other sports. She's still very, very strong athlete. I mean, that's kind of like unheard of territory. So it would be an absolute achievement.
Now, I say I don't have any favorites, and I don't.
But
Rhea Coble said one of the kindest things that any athlete has ever said to me after she won the World's Toughest Mudder. Her very first year, she won World's Toughest Mudder, and I was interviewing her after the brunch, and we're just sitting at a table, and we're literally the last two people. Brunch is over. I've been interviewing people, and she was kind enough to stay late and to like agree to be interviewed after she won. She's a big deal. I'm just a guy with a podcast. And she hung around, and she was happy to do it. And she told me the reason she ran World's Toughest Mudder was because she listened to World's Toughest podcast.
Oh!
And she said, "That sounds like fun. I think I could do that."
That's amazing.
And that is one of the most inspiring, like kindest, like motivating things any elite athlete has ever said to me.
That's incredible.
So
if you can inspire one person to do something, it's amazing. But if the one person who you inspire to do something is someone who then goes out and breaks the record, that's insane.
So every episode of World's Toughest Podcast, when we read iTunes reviews, if people leave a review for the podcast, then we'll read the review on it. Hopefully it's nice. But it's not always. But anyway, usually it is. But we have a little sound drop we do of people saying 5 stars. Like, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. And Rhea said it for me. And when she said it, she had this laugh, this giggle at the end of it.
That's what someone mentioned earlier.
Very distinctive. And so she's the last, in this little sound drop, she's the last one the last voice you hear. So if you ever listen to it, you'll hear that. We're looking at Mudderhorn now. Slide is still closed. The word we got was 9 o'clock for the slide for the chute to open. You can see it there. The water is running down it. And I feel like we're either very close or we're going to... Okay, no, you can see the crane there on the left. Maybe there's some last-minute engineering going on. So here's what happens a lot of times. You're on course, and you know what time an obstacle is going to open.
Yeah.
Or you see up ahead they're about to open it. So you bust it. You run as fast as you can to get past that obstacle. What's tricky about this obstacle is you still have to do it. You still have to do Mudderhorn even if you're not going to do the chute, even if the chute's closed. So these guys got to get up and over past the entrance to the chute before the chute opens if they want to miss it.
So someone said an alligator sightseeing? I don't know what that means. I mean, we did say earlier, and maybe we'll have a quick chat about this. There are some creatures out on course. There are an added obstacle, aren't there?
So we've been hearing about varmints the entire...
Varmints?
Varmints.
What on earth does that mean?
V-A-R-M-I-N-T. Varmints. Little animals you don't want around.
Like vermin?
Vermin.
Okay.
But animal versions. But like when you say vermin, I think rats.
Oh yeah, they're animals.
When I say varmint, I think of maybe a coyote, maybe a raccoon.
Okay.
And maybe those are all vermin too. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm off the top of my head. I'm trying to list animals we've heard that have been seen on course.
Yeah.
Smallest to biggest.
Yeah.
Fire ants.
Fire ants. Yep.
A snake, which we saw.
We saw a picture of a rattlesnake.
Of a dead rattlesnake. Coyotes.
I mean, are they dangerous?
Well, I think if they attacked you, they would be, but only in a pack.
Okay.
And if they see 2 or 3 people running together, they'd leave you alone.
So you don't need to worry if you're on your own.
I ran Toughest Mudder Whistler, and at the entrance, they give you your packet, they give you your bib, they gave every runner a bear whistle. This is in Whistler, Canada. Just in case, I saw a bear driving in, but I didn't actually see one on the course.
I mean, you guys are crazy. Like, America seems really normal until you remember that you have like bears and alligators. Like, you realize you're just living on safari, right? Like, you're just going about your lives, just like going to Target, surrounded by alligators.
And I think the biggest animal we've heard, or at least been cautioned about, and now we've got Jason, our cameraman, Jason Dupree, heading up Mudderhorn, doing the work here. It's very impressive. We're going to get a good look down the chute here. Mudderhorn is a tall obstacle, so when Jason gets to the top here, he's going to be 39 feet up. You can see look at that. There's a great view. You can see that net. That net is a safety feature to keep people from getting too high or too. There's obviously there's some danger to it, but
we just had a shower of pine needles, I think.
Is that from wind?
I don't know where that came from. I think it was from the wind. There must have been a huge gust
So
of
here
wind.
we are looking down Mutterhorn, and you can see you can actually see the slide there on the right. I wonder if we can get a view down that slide.
Woo!
To see what the athletes see when they're looking down the slide.
Woo!
This is now. Yeah, you're not a big fan of heights. Yeah, you and I, we're sitting on chairs on the ground. There's danger here.
My tummy is turning.
You see the water?
I'm not a big fan of the heights, and I'm not a big fan of cold water. Now, what strikes me about this
okay, it's dark. You can't even see. You can't even see what you're about to go down. That
might make it
terrifying.
easier. I think for me that
I
could
would
make it
not
easier
like this
because
at all.
I don't need to know what's coming. It strikes me as it could be quite painful because the tubing is that kind of ribbed tubing that they used on Augustus Gloop. It's not smooth.
I thought Jason was about to go down it.
So you kind of go bum, 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 bum.
He's
just testing the water.
Feeling the water there.
Nice and chilly there, Jason, huh?
Now, the athletes that are going to go down, now the chute is still not open, we can see. We heard 9 o'clock is an open time. They're getting it ready. But for whatever reason, it's not quite ready for prime time yet. I don't think I could go down that obstacle. Props to the cameraman. Jason Dupree. Nothing but the best.
I mean, not only is he the cameraman, he's also the producer here.
That's right.
He's
Yeah.
producing everything live on site.
That's right. Jason is without Jason Dupree, none of this happens. So, feel free to send some love his way. Charles Halper says he still has his bear whistle, and they were these like bright orange, small little. They probably got like 500 of them off Amazon.
So what happens? You blow it and the bear goes away, or you blow it to people?
That's a great question. Does it scare the bear away, or does it just let them know where they can find your body? I don't know.
You're just like, I'll just take it. I'll take anything.
So we're seeing them still climb down there. Now, having an obstacle not open, that's not quite fair. I was going to say it's an obstacle not open until 9 p.m. That's pretty late, and it is pretty late. But the reason it's not open, it's been open. The Mutterhorn has been open since go.
Hey,
everyone knows the best course wiggles happen at midnight. Talking about dance parties, Lee?
I'm trying to send a comment here, but for some reason I can't. From Elizabeth B. saying, I'm so proud of my dad. I wish I could be there with him. Look out for Michael Badowski.
All right, shout out to Michael Badowski.
Thank you, Elizabeth Badowski. And yeah, if we see your dad, we will give him a high five.
Good on you, Elizabeth. That's very kind.
Yeah. What's up, people?
After you do the slide, then you have a reason to be nervous later. Yeah, I don't know if I could do this obstacle without a wetsuit. The only time I've got seriously hurt as a teenager was going down slides at a place called Raging Waters near my house in California, and it kind of jacked up my back for weeks. So I couldn't run for a while. It was check this out. Now he's going down. This is the way to go down this obstacle. You go down face first.
Oh, I always
Now it seems counterintuitive.
It's not. It is much safer and easier to go down.
It's much safer. You're able now. I would usually lean forward and push against that safety netting, but then your feet. You're basically walking down like a step ladder.
And it's easier than you can see your feet.
Yep. You can see what you're doing. It can be scarier because people are like, oh, I want to stay close to what I'm climbing down. But you have
there's less chance of misplacing your foot.
And that turnaround from facing it to your back to the obstacle, it can make people nervous. But I 100% recommend when you go down Mutterhorn, if you're not going down the chute, you turn around, you go face first. Now, when you get past that safety net, I do like to turn back around. But I like to use the safety net. You lean against it. You got to give it a little trust. But that'll get you down faster and safer with your back to Mutterhorn.
So we should be seeing Chris coming through, finishing her lap 10 shortly. She did pass Satan's moustache at 8:57, which was about 13 minutes ago. So hopefully, in the next 5 minutes, we might see her come through. Whether she takes a break or not, we don't know. Yeah, so with Cargonets, I've never been one to be able to flip over the top. As I say, I've never been a fast racer. But yeah, it is easier to go down face first. Face forward, not face first. Don't go down face first.
Get down head first? No, not recommend that.
Whee! See if there's been any changes with the men.
So I'm really looking forward to them opening up Just Shoot Me. We got our cameraman on top of the obstacle, Just Shoot Me. Also, Letterhorn, it's with a slide attached to it. It's just shoot me. So when this opens up, hopefully soon, the schedule's 9 o'clock, and they're doing some kind of work on it. We're not sure what.
Not sure.
Then we'll get that.
So, interesting enough, Anthony Kunkel, he passed Satan's moustache a lap ahead of Chris, about 2 minutes behind. So we might see both of them kind of crossing the finish line. Anthony in lap 11, Chris in lap 10, within a couple of minutes of each other. And they're both the leaders for the males and females. That's kind of cool.
That would be something. The men's and women's leaders coming in together a lap apart. Love to see it. You love to see it.
So we're 9 hours and 12 minutes into this 24-hour-ish race.
And you know what? It's been great. It's been a great race. It's been a great event. I've heard nothing but positive feedback. Oh, we were talking about the obstacle and kind of last minute work on Shoot Me. When we saw the obstacle yesterday, we're standing at the bottom of it looking up. They didn't have it. It wasn't ready for the hot lap participants to run on. But we were able to stand there and look at it. It's an imposing obstacle. It's terrifying to look at from the ground looking up. And one thing we noticed, 2017, I remember them opening 3/4 of the water obstacles at midnight. 2017 was a hard year. Anyway, so with Just Shoot Me, as we're talking, we're keeping our eyes out for Chris Rogloski and Anthony Kunkel.
I've seen this D short come through quite a few times. I keep seeing his bib for some reason. It's the same one I could see.
But one thing we noticed was it was an imposing obstacle, but also the splash pool that would catch you after you came out of the exit to the slide. After you slid down, the water that would catch you, it seemed like really, really short. And Giles even told us that when we were talking with him that it was short. It wasn't necessarily dangerous.
They kind of kept making it faster and faster, adding more and more water, and the more water they added, the more people were going, so they needed to dig it deeper. And I suppose that's something that you can't control precisely, is the amount of water, so you need to account for the most water that's going to be going down for the distance.
And also, and this is a physics question, but it would seem to me that the bigger the racer is, the faster he's going to be going at the exit.
Yeah, I would assume so.
So you got to account for that guy, that the big guy doesn't slide 40 feet and break his legs on the exit.
It happens.
So what they were doing is they were increasing the length of the splash pool, and then filling it back up with water.
There we go. There is Chris Rogloski coming through the finish line. Kind of her last lap.
Right now.
Yeah, you can just see her on the screen coming through. So she has just finished her 10th lap. I'm sure she will take a quick pit stop. Should also be seeing Anthony Kunkel coming through soon as well.
I feel like we might have just missed Anthony.
We may have just missed him because he was 2 minutes behind Chris. I would have expected him to overtake her.
Still got guys coming up Mudderhorn, coming down Mudderhorn. Yes. And every time you can get past the hard obstacles or I don't want to say violent ones, but the ones that can cause a little bit of pain. And there might be a little bit of pain coming out of Just Shoot Me.
A little bit.
You can get past that one more time, you call that a win. You saw this guy struggling a little bit. His I don't know if it was his bib or something on his back got snagged on the safety netting.
I do have to say, for anyone with long hair as well, if you tie it up, so I wear mine on the top of my head, anything with cargo nets is an absolute pain in the backside. So you've got a ponytail or a bun or little space buns, they get caught in these things.
Sure,
and that would be the same going up here. If you've got your long hair tied up, oh, it's so annoying.
Now I haven't owned a hairbrush in about 15 years, but
I don't use one, but
I do notice that some of the girls, they braid their hair.
Yeah.
And that's does that prevent that problem?
Yeah, it can do, yeah. Yeah, braids are really good for races. They keep it all out of your face and back. They can, if you've got two, like Chris is running with, they can flap around a little bit, but
sure.
I'm pretty sure those kind of things don't bother her so much.
Hey, we should take a quick break or take a quick pause. Some people have been here watching us for 9 hours and 15 minutes. So shout out to those people. If you're new, if you're just jumping in, or if you were coming in and out, my name is Will Hicks. I'm with Francesca
Curando, well done.
Francesca Curando.
Listen, you've heard me struggle through quite a lot of names tonight. I am very used to people.
We are not going to tell Trevor Psychos about how you say his name.
Yes. Look, so all right. There's actually no, that's spelled with an H, isn't it? So there's a buggy, a pushchair brand, a stroller brand called
a pram.
Called Kiko.
Okay.
But actually, that's spelled CHICCO, and it's spelled Kiko, but it should be But my surname is CHI, and that's Kia. So I don't know. The C's are so difficult. I struggle with C's because every single C is pronounced differently, and I'm so sorry. My brain will not catch up.
So Will Hicks and Francesca Curando bringing you all the action from World's Toughest Mudder, courtesy of the OCR Report, partnered with Tough Mudder. Very exciting to bring you the broadcast here.
We are indeed.
So we got some guys. I don't want to say they're struggling, but he doesn't look like he's loving it there at the top of the net there. D-Train Moss. In Laughlin, we didn't have many water obstacles. You know what? That's true. There was some, but it seemed like all the water got just sucked up into the ground, right? Like it got absorbed. I know there were a couple of times, there were a couple of obstacles that they would fill up with water, but the water would literally just get absorbed into the ground there. So also another comment about Laughlin. You know what? Similar to this course, the first mile or so has some treacherous terrain. In Laughlin, it was sand.
Yeah.
And it would kind of, not that it was treacherous, but it would just suck the energy out of your legs. It was just, have you ever ran on a beach with soft sand? It's just, you feel like you're working 3 times as hard to get the same effort or same result.
I did, I've never run, well I have run on the beach, but I did a trek across the Sahara Desert. I wasn't running, but I was loaded up with kit and in desert boots, so the big boots. And there is nothing that can prepare you for how difficult walking up sand hills is. I tried to talk to a few people about it last year before Spartan World Champs. And she said, trainers in sand is incredibly difficult. What you want is in sand, but you can't run in boots, so you need to wear gaiters. So few people did that, and then they got to the event like, I got blisters because my shoes filled with sand. Yeah, sand is.
So kind of similar to that, we had this year the first mile, and Laughlin didn't have really sand at the end, but here the first mile, or maybe it's the half mile, just uneven terrain, weeds that want to trip you, these long weeds that almost feel like tripwires.
It was like really thick hay almost that had been cut, very rough cut. I was picking a few thorns out of my legs, which is quite unpleasant. And just a lot of scratches on my shins and calves, as well as dry earth that had been completely churned up, which hopefully is kind of squashed a bit, but you're likely to get quite a few turned ankles. Somebody did actually ask that. They said, have there been any DQs yet? Hopefully no medical DQs. A few people have pulled out of the race because of injuries, so we don't have numbers on that. There's been nothing massively serious. I think people have pulled out.
I haven't heard of any rule violation DQs.
No.
I have heard of a few medical DQs. We saw somebody get loaded up into an ambulance. It looked like a leg related, or maybe it was a warmth thing because the ambulance is still here. So I don't know what happened over there. Probably the biggest medical. I don't know if you call it a medical DQ or just he stopped. He was able to race it with Sean Merriweather, who was in second place for the men for several laps. And he fell off of, and this is all secondhand reports. We didn't see this. We're going to confirm all this, but other racers have told us he fell off the hay bales. He has a concussion, and so he's medically unable to continue.
So, just a quick update. We've got our second, third, and fourth place in the band. Elmer King, Tyler Vim, and Mark Godet.
Mark Godet, sure.
Mark Godet. Lap 11 Dublin Walls, all within about 15 minutes of each other. So people are still running pretty close together.
And Anthony Kunkel, he has not begun his 12th lap.
He's not. So that was about 8 minutes ago he came in, taking a bit of a pit stop.
So
And Chris Rogowski not started her 11th lap yet either.
Chris, she finished. We're at 9:21 right now. She finished her last lap 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, she's got a bit of a head start. Casey Knight's the last tracking of her was at the Dublin Walls only 15 minutes ago, and Callie was at the start line about 22 minutes ago. So she should be getting up to feet spin shortly. She's got enough time to get herself warm without worrying or get a bit of nutrition in her, I'm sure.
Now, I haven't heard Chris say anything about a triple-digit goal. But let's just say it's out there and she's thinking about it. She's on pace for it.
Yeah.
She
has achieved 50 miles so far, and we're at 20 past 9.
And she actually, I mean, I feel I'm almost ready to stop saying we're early in the race.
You've got 40 minutes left to say it.
But, and lots can still change, and it's going to continue to get colder, and you never know. There's always a fluke chance of something terrible happening.
Oh, of course, it ain't over till it's over.
But she is as well positioned as any woman I've seen.
You could go with the projections
to make a run for that.
But there's nothing confirmed until it's done.
Now on the men's side, Anthony's been pretty open that his goal is 125 here in his first year at World Seventh Mutter. He's finished 11 laps, and he finished his 11th lap at 9:13 about 10 minutes ago. He's still in the pit, so if he's gonna make a run at 125, he's gonna need to hustle it up. His last lap was dramatically slower.
Yeah, so lap 9 and 10, there was 5 seconds. There was barely any time, 30 seconds between them. But then...
At 58 minutes.
Yeah, they were still within 58 minutes, but then his next lap was 1 hour and 15. He had been steadily getting slower each lap progressively, like a couple of laps really quite similar. I did wonder, with lap 9 and 10 being so close together in time, had he pushed a little bit too hard on lap 10? Lap 11, really quite dramatically slower than the others. I mean, he's done a lot of miles. Let's just have a quick look at how Chris is getting on. So his last lap was a minute slower than Chris's last lap. So he's slowed down quite a lot. Can he now speed up again and get those laps to go faster? Or has he pushed a bit too hard too soon?
Now, that's Chris's 10th lap, and that's his 11th lap that we're comparing. But we are comparing the men's leader and the women's leader. And the women's leader is actually running a faster per mile pace right now than the men's leader, which is remarkable. I think it says a lot about Chris, but it also says how dramatic Anthony slowed down on his last lap. I hope there's not an injury or
so we just had a quick look at Katie's times as well. So Katie's lap 9, so that's 2 laps behind. She was running a minute slower than Anthony's last lap. Let's have a quick look at the men and how they're doing. Elmer King,
Elmer King keeps climbing up the standings.
Yeah, so his last complete lap at number 10 was 1 hour and 4 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see what his next lap is like. And he should be getting there pretty soon because he's at Satan's Moustache, so we should be seeing him finish maybe like 10 minutes or so.
Now, there are several reasons why his lap could be slower. Maybe there's some obstacle opening information we don't know about, or maybe he stayed at an obstacle to help people. But that's 16 minutes slower.
Yeah.
His most. We're talking about the men's leader here,
and it's still in the pit. This has been, as far as I can see so far.
He's been in the pit for 12 minutes now.
So far in the past, he's spent less than a minute, less than a minute, just over a minute and a half, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, 55 seconds so far. So something has changed.
Yeah. So this is the first speed bump Anthony's had.
Yeah, he's been steady and strong and keeping track of what he wanted to achieve. But yeah, this is a little bump in the road, the first one that we've seen. And as you said, all night, the race doesn't start till it gets to...
It's a long, long race. 24 hours is a long time, but not. It's only 24 hours. This is the only 24 hours you can do this all year long. So these guys out there, and we're paying a lot of attention to the elites just because it's the race side of it. It's kind of fun to watch. But there's, 1,000 other people out there trying to get 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Or trying to get 50 miles. And 24 hours is a long time, but it's a limited amount of time, and it's all you got. All you got is 24 hours, and you've got to keep those pit stops short. We said it at the very beginning. The pit is your enemy. If you want to rack up miles, every minute, every second you're in the pit is another minute and another second you are not putting miles on your race.
So just had a comment that Joshua has been in the pit for 50 minutes.
Joshua Reed?
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple Joshuas. Are we sure?
Joshua, spelled in that way. He finished lap 10 at 8:30, and it's now 9:30.
8:33.
Yeah. And
so he's been in there about. Yeah, you're right. That's another good point.
Yeah.
Now, if it was a 10-minute stop or a 15-minute stop, you could even say, okay, maybe he's putting his wetsuit on, or maybe he has having some stomach issues and needs to use the restroom. But 50 minutes.
Unless he's not going for a podium and he just thinks, I need a bit of a rest right now.
I think Joshua Reed is planning to run. Like he didn't come here for a good time. Say again?
Neuro check, start with 10. Neuro check.
Are they the same as last year?
So we're still seeing Chris Roscoe in the pit. She's not yet crossed the start line for her 11th lap. So things are starting to change.
Yep. So the neurochecks this year are the same as last year, and what they are, they're similar to last year. Last year, the neurochecks were set up at the finish line, so you'd have to do the neurocheck. There'd be some medical personnel at the finish line. You finish a lap, they do it before you could go to your pit. And this year, they're at the start line, and it makes far more sense to have the neurocheck at the start before you go out on the course. And what the neurocheck is, it's very simple. It's you come up to, they have signs mounted in the ground, big signs like 2 feet high by 3 foot wide, and they'll have 4 animals on. They'll have the outline, a silhouette of a rabbit, of a bird,
some varmints,
just some general animals, and they'll say point to the turtle, and so you point to the turtle.
Oh, we've got someone going down.
All right, here we go. Here we go. This is our first person we've seen go down the slide. He's ready for it. Shout out to bib number 3153. Can't see the name. Here we go. He's holding on, and he's gone.
Fantastic.
Woo! Just shoot
he
me.
come out the other side.
It took until 9:30, but Just Shoot Me is open. So from now on, every runner who comes up the front side of Mutterhorn will have to go down Just Shoot Me. If they choose to climb down to Mutterhorn, they will have to take a penalty.
I was trying to have a look for that.
And you can see the new runner up there. He's like, what do I have to do? Are you sure it's open?
Okay, so no, it was not 131-3153. So yeah, Just Shoot Me is now open. Awesome. How's it look when they come out the slide? Well, I imagine, Kim, they get shot quite far across the water. Hopefully, our cameraman will get down at some point. We'll be able to see them coming out the other side.
Kim, we're going to have some footage of it down there at the bottom also. But you can tell these athletes are not super excited.
The hot lap video was deceptive. Chunky Monkey didn't look bad, but au contraire. Yeah, see, this is why I wanted to actually attempt the obstacles myself instead of just watching other people do them. Because seeing them from point of view is very, very different to watching somebody do it with fresh arms, fresh legs, in the blazing sun. And I can tell you, Chunky Monkey, it's really difficult.
I'm sitting here in a chair watching through a screen these guys go through the slide on Just Shoot Me, and I am getting anxiety from it. This is a stressful obstacle.
Let's try and switch to Carlo. He's at the bottom of the slide. See if we can see people come to him. This is what we've all been waiting for quite a long time. There we go.
Man, that one was a little.
They're coming out fast.
Look at that. So Just Shoot Me finally open. This is the big epic obstacle of
Oh, is someone going down? Oh. There we go. Now they come at the bottom.
all right. So we're gonna see if we can get them start to finish here. We've got a guy at the top and a guy at the bottom. And there is nothing about this obstacle that's easy. Just looking at them getting into position.
In there, in the dark, in the freezing cold.
It's dark in the cold. That water's not warm, I promise you.
Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! Holy crap, that's fast.
There it is. There it is. All right, next guy.
I love it. This is good fun. I could stay here for a few hours on this.
Yeah, about, 15 more? All right, here we go, friend. Hang on to that bar. And you're going. Woo! They are, they're... All right, getting ready. This is Just Shoot Me. This is a 39-foot drop from the top of the Mudderhorn obstacle.
It's just opened, and we're seeing the first kind of wave of athletes go through. They come down so fast. It is so much fun. Woo!
Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at that. And they travel.
The water.
They travel through the air probably, I don't know, 12, 15 feet. Kim, I want to go down that slide so bad. Oh, Kim, I hard disagree. Oh, man. This is a
It is so high.
hard, stressful obstacle.
Still not got Anthony Kunkel set out on his 12th lap yet. He came in about 20 minutes ago.
Got another sign up. Everyone's wearing wetsuits. That's a good sign. I'm glad they're wearing wetsuits. I think it keeps them warm, but it's also a safety issue. Going down this in shorts and a t-shirt.
Not nice.
Whoa, get out of the way there, friend. There's someone in the water still.
So Chris Rogowski has set off for her 11th lap.
All right.
Minutes ago, and Anthony is still in the pit.
So I think we're waiting for more people to come up here to the top of Just Shoot Me to go down the slide. You can see the slide entrance there on the left. Now these numbers were kind of, there's nothing magical about 100 miles, right? It's a 3-digit number. That's all. That's the only reason why it's never been done.
So it is magical.
But there's two big numbers that have never been hit. 100 miles for a woman, 125 miles for a man.
Okay, well, there's two other big numbers that have never been hit. 95 miles for a woman and 120 miles for a man.
That's true. And both of those, and you know what the reason those are big numbers, the ones I said, 100 and 125, is because they have bibs. You get a bib for 100, you get a bib for 125.
But 1 lap fewer for each is still a record.
No, absolutely. They could both, I don't want to use the word fail. They could both not reach those bib numbers and still set world records today. So I think I could watch this Just Shoot Me obstacle all night. Notice the water here isn't as pretty as it is at some of the other obstacles.
Yeah, Chunky Monkey is still bright green.
So I'm looking forward to talking with the athletes afterwards and seeing what that felt like. Because it doesn't, I'm not saying it looks painful, but it doesn't look pain-free.
If anyone's pitting and watching this and has an athlete who's gone through it, if they want to come and say hi and tell us how it was, please do come and say hello.
So we're looking down. This is the looking at the front side of Mudderhorn, waiting for some new athletes to come up here. Here they come. They're climbing up. We're getting a little bit of breeze through here. the weather continues to get colder. Just got word that Joshua Reed is out.
Oh, that is a
injured
shame.
on Chunky Monkey.
Injured on Chunky Monkey, huh?
So Joshua Reed being out. We don't know the nature of the injury yet. This is from Carlo, our on-course reporter. So we'll get more information on that. But that's a shame.
Just trying to get an update on the men, see what's going on.
Got more guys getting ready to go down. Here we go. All right, let's see how far we go down the across the chute there. He doesn't look excited about it. That's how I feel about it, and I'm not even going down there yet. I feel you. Best of luck to you. We got a couple going through here, getting ready to go.
So Elmer King has finished his 11th lap. So we have two men, both having finished 11 laps. No man having set out for his 12th lap yet.
Elmer King has a chance to pass Anthony Kunkel right now.
Yeah.
He could leave the pit area and he could be in first place.
If he gets out of the pit area faster, then yeah. Just trying to have a quick look at what Elmer's lap time was on his last lap. So his last lap was 3 minutes faster than Anthony's last lap.
So I want to repeat that back to you. Tell me to make sure I'm right. Elmer King and Anthony Kunkel have both finished 11 laps.
Yes.
They're both currently in the pit area.
Yes.
And Elmer King, when he finished his last lap,
yes,
it was 3 minutes faster than Anthony Kunkel's last lap.
Yes. So if the race ended magically right now for some strange reason, Anthony would be the winner.
Yes.
But we're looking at the race continuing for several hours. They're both currently 11 laps finished, 55 miles, and their last laps, even though Anthony is ahead, he was 3 minutes slower in his last lap. So we could look at just the history of what has happened. Oh, we just had Psychos.
Trevor Psychos nailed it.
Yeah, thank you.
Nailed
Trevor
it.
Psychos just ran past us, so he
is he finishing his 11th lap?
He won't be finishing his 11th
No,
lap.
he must
That'll
be
be his 10th lap.
Probably his 10th lap.
Yeah.
So he's in the pit area with the leaders, exactly one lap behind them.
Yeah.
Trevor Psychos. Yeah. And Trevor Psychos knows how to win this race. He's done it twice before.
Well, we've already lost Joshua, so that's one place kind of gone. So we'll see him dropping down the league table and someone else climbing up.
So we got our live feed here of the exit to Just Shoot Me. So Trevor Psychos, okay, so let's talk about this for a minute. Trevor Psychos is a great example of the race doesn't start until midnight.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't even been in the top 10.
Nope.
We haven't said his name more than once or twice, except when talking about his brand new baby.
Yeah.
So he now at this point, there's other racers in between. It's not like he's in the top 3 already, but he is in the pit with 10 laps done. The top 2 leaders are in the pit with 11 laps done. So the winner of this race is 1 lap behind you. It'll be interesting to see how.
So his last 2 laps, lap 9 and lap 10, were very close together. In fact, lap 10 was 8 seconds faster than lap 9 at 1 minute 13. So he's actually running roughly within a couple of minutes the same pace on his lap 9 and 10 as position 1 and 2 ran on their lap 11, which was considerably slower than their other laps.
And let's just say they all maintain about the same pace or same speed.
Yeah.
They one way Trevor Psychos can make up time, and he knows this, is pits.
Yeah.
Like if you can have a fast pit, if you can beat somebody and have a 5 minute faster pit, that's half a mile.
Yeah.
And that's not nothing.
Yeah.
And Trevor knows that. So.
But there's also I don't say this with experience, but I say it with just being a human. There's going to be a balance between taking the right amount of time to refuel or hydrate and not wasting time. So you don't want to be a bit silly and not take enough time to make sure you are prepared for 24 hours. Because you can't keep going this amount of time without nutrition and hydration.
We're looking up the bottom of Just Shoot Me, up the slide there.
That's a dangerous view.
Yeah, don't get landed on there.
Don't say that
Jason.
too long.
That's our cameraman doing an outstanding job. Cameraman / producer / director. Look at that. Bam!
That's the daddy.
That's the daddy. That's a term we use over in England.
So I said this yesterday out on course. We were running and something good happened and I said, that's the daddy. And these guys had no idea what I was talking about. They'd never heard it. So please, anybody at home, if you've ever heard anyone say that's the daddy, please tell me I didn't make this up.
So 9 p.m. here in the U.S. Central Time. What time is it back in the U.K. right now?
In the UK, it's 6 hours ahead.
6 hours earlier or later?
Later, so they're 6 hours ahead.
So
of
it's
us.
middle of the night. I think our UK audience is very small right now.
So for the UK, it's 3:45 in the morning. It's 3:42 a.m.
So we might have to save our UK stories.
We've still got Lee. Lee in the UK. He is still with us and still commenting. Trevor's like a steam train. He will just keep chugging along. I feel the same way about Esther Hortobayova. I call her the engine that could, because she does and there's a lot to be said about that steady chugging on.
Yeah, you can't beat somebody if they won't quit. So you might get there faster.
Thank you for sticking with us, Lee. It's very late for you, so I'm glad you're still with us.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you, So
Lee has asked a question. Lifetime TM entry for 125 miles as well, isn't it?
you know what, Lee? That's a great question. I do not know. We can find that out. No one's ever hit it, so.
And they're pretty certain no one's going to be hitting it this year, but I'm starting to.
You know what? We had a shot there. I feel like for an hour, there were enough miles done, and there was enough time left where there was potential. I think right now we can go back and check those men's time, see if Anthony's out of the pit yet. But
It's really chilly.
Oh, so Elmer King has started on his 12th lap. Anthony is still in the pit.
Elmer King takes the lead. That's a big change in status.
Yeah, he started
Anthony,
2 minutes ago.
He had a huge lead on the field, and
Anthony's been in the pit for about half an hour now.
We'll send some eyes out over there to find out what's his status. There's part of this is you want to be sensitive too, because they're people, and if they're having a bad day, no one wants to be embarrassed, and no one wants to.
Honestly, as a spectator, there is nothing. There is no judgment or embarrassment placed on anyone who pulls out for any reason. If they're injured, they have to stop. If they just don't want to carry on. I mean, if people are making their decision to do what they want to do, that's absolutely fine, and no one should feel any embarrassment whatsoever, especially if they've run this amount of distance. No, let me reword that. Especially if they've pushed themselves to this extent. The only thing we don't want is anyone to have any serious injuries. I would much rather someone just be like, nah, I'm not feeling it, than having a serious injury.
So we said it a few times, our broadcast tent is positioned directly across from the med tent. And we just saw a group of 7 or 8 of the med team head out to the start line to start those neuro checks. So the purpose of the neuro check is just to make sure that you're good. Everyone's going to be tired. Everyone's going to be cold. Everyone's going to be sore at this point, 10 hours into the race, where we're not early in the race anymore.
No, we're not.
We're 10 hours in. We're 9:45. We're going to wait about 14 minutes, and then we'll talk about, doubling some race totals and seeing what we got. But, everyone's at a point right now where they're not at 100% anymore. And the NeuroCheck knows that. We had a member of the medical team in here earlier, Scott Forrester. He works in an emergency room in South Carolina. they're just looking to make sure you're safe to get out there. They want you to race.
So what's the purpose of the NeuroCheck? How can it help?
What it does, it's very simple. Can you look at this this board and identify the silhouette of a turtle? Which one of these is a bunny? It'll have a basic math problem like 7 + 2 - 5, and like it literally based. Now you and I, maybe we should do a neuro check just to see how we're doing. But
I mean, you're saying basic and like
7 + 2 is 9, - 5 is 4.
Fine, but still.
And you'll be looking at it. It's not like they're saying it to you. You'll be looking at it on a piece of paper, and so they just need to make sure that you're good enough to do.
I love this song. This is one of my favorites.
I'm not sure how much of our, we're right by the finish line, and so we are hearing the entire soundtrack to the race.
Yeah, and it is a Lincoln good soundtrack. I could listen to every single one of these songs, and I'm quite fussy.
So yeah, they're just making sure you're good, and they want you to race. The med team is on your side. They don't want to DQ anybody. They're there just in case you need them. So
Lisa Kane in the UK sending, "You are totally getting me through my night shift." I'm glad you're with us, Lisa, and I'm glad we can
that's
help
awesome,
you.
Lisa Kane. Well, I wish we could do this every night for your night shift, but once a year. So schedule your next night shift this weekend next year.
Anthony Kunkel has gone out, started his 12th lap.
All right, and
the last couple of
that's
seconds.
great news. That's great news.
So
now,
it'll be interesting to see if he catches up or what's going on there.
He left about 5 minutes behind Elmer King, it looks like. So we got a race for first and second place here between the men.
So what you said, in 12 minutes' time, hey again, I was our friend from the airport. In about 12 minutes' time, we're going to be at 10 p.m. That is when we can take people's distances and double them to get a good prediction.
It's a rule of thumb.
To what they can achieve. Now, currently, that's not going to extend for either Elmore or Anthony past 55 miles because they're not going to pass the finish line as they've just started. So we're looking at a good prediction, unless something magical happens and they speed up, of 110 miles.
So the record for World Subs Mutter set last year by Mark Batras, who's not here this year. Mark wanted to run. He was planning to run, but he had some medical issues, wasn't able to come. The record for mileage, 115 miles, 115. Both these guys, Anthony Kunkel and Elmer King, if we take our 10 p.m. and double them, then, and actually Tyler Veerman and Mark Gadet have both finished their 55-mile mark.
So we've got 4 people in contention for 110.
So, and we're still 10 minutes till 10 p.m. And it is a rough rule of thumb.
Ian Kasky here, he's on 50 miles. So he will be finishing his 11th lap shortly, perhaps before 10 p.m.
So all these guys, Anthony Kunkel, Elmer King, first, second, Elmer King, Anthony Kunkel, Tyler Veerman, Mark Cadet, Joshua Reed is currently in 5th place, but he's dropped from the race, so he'll start to drop down the list. Ian Kasky in 6th, DJ Fox in 7th, Daryl Good in 8th, Nick De La Rosa, Nicodemus Holland in 9th place. They've all got 50 or 55 miles. And one of them has a shot at 100 miles. And the top 2 guys, Anthony Kunkel and Elmer King, 55 miles at 10 p.m. They've got a good shot at 110. And I heard we were a shot of Anthony Kunkel out on his lap.
And Katie Knight crossed the... Oh, fantastic. Katie Knight just crossed the finish line 5 minutes ago, finishing her 10th lap.
So it's hard to see him. I'm not sure what the status is of his headlamp. I guess that's down there on his leg.
But he moves fast, doesn't he?
So, now traditionally, in fact, I would say the rule is you need a headlamp. But he's got a waist lamp that's
as long as he can see and people can see him, I guess. That's all that matters.
I guess that's so you can see his feet as he's landing. But
do you know what? I actually hate headlamps because everyone wearing them, myself included, completely forgets they're on your face. And you look at someone like, oh, it's blinding me. So I'm totally down with waist lamps.
So here he goes. He's approaching an obstacle. It's either going to be Mutterhorn or Everest, or Just Shoot Me, rather. Looks like, he's at Everest there.
A little bit of stretch out.
Little stretched legs. Let's see if, is that Trevor Sykos? Okay, so Trevor Psychos is exactly 1 lap behind Anthony Kunkel. Trevor Psychos, 2-time champ. Look at this. Look at this picture. This is amazing. Trevor showing him how to do it. Boom. Trevor happy to take the help. And you see him pumping his arms there. I think Trevor's a little tired there.
Yeah, that's...
And throw that leg over.
Tall guy, that was kind of a...
Yeah.
Looked a little bit of a struggle.
All right, then now you see a couple guys just going straight for the penalty over there on the right, the pajamas. Anthony Kunkel getting his footing. He's looking. He's waiting for Trevor to kind of clear the area so those 2 guys are available to help him. And, oh!
So Katie Knight has gone straight out for her lap 11 start. 20 minutes behind Chris.
You got to run. The technique for Everest is you have to run up at the end.
Run and don't stop running.
You literally just got to keep running, even though it feels like your feet are going to give out. There you go. No problem. No problem. The second one was perfect technique.
He has some strong legs on there.
Now, why he failed the first time, but it looks like he just stopped running too soon. So, and this is his 12th lap. He's been up this obstacle. He knows how to do it by now. Even if it's first World Toughest Mudder. And we'll see Trevor Psychos.
What's the background on Anthony?
Say that one more time.
Do you know what the background is on Anthony? Who he is, where he's come from, what sports he does before?
He's an ultra runner.
Okay.
And he's from what I understand, he's a good ultra runner.
He's proving to be a good ultra runner so far.
I will say I've never seen anyone come into World's Toughest Mudder more confident in their ability to dominate the race. And he did an interview with Mike Stefano and Caitlin Ritter for the Obstacle Running Adventures podcast. And I don't know if I've ever heard pre-race at a World's Toughest Mudder so many people talking about, hey, did you hear that interview? Because he came in here, planning to get 125. It looks like 125 is out of reach, but he's not in first anymore. He's in second, but he's still in contention for first. He's a few minutes behind Elmer King in first place. So we're going back. Our cameraman Jason's going backwards on the course, heading back toward Just Shoot Me. And we're passing people going the other way. You see some of them walking, some of them running. 10 hours into the race, 9 hours, 53 minutes. Guys are tired. There's not a lot of people that are out there running full time anymore. It's mostly power hiking. It's mostly you'll see some jogging, you'll see some, but there's a handful of people, and I mean
And this is going to be the point as well. It's getting colder and colder and colder as we go on. And if you're not moving fast enough, your body's going to get colder, and it's going to be harder to move. And that's when the aches and the pains are going to start setting in. We're getting to kind of dangerous territory now, going through the night until it comes to sunrise. It's, going to lose a lot of people throughout the race.
So we're down to 43 degrees as I check my weather app. So 43 degrees, partly cloudy. We're looking at a low of. Okay, this continues to drop.
Yeah, I've got a low of 1 degree, which is 1 degree off freezing.
When we started our race at noon, the low was 6 a.m. and it was going to be 35 degrees. Now they're telling us the low is still 6 a.m., 33 degrees.
Yeah. So yesterday afternoon, for those who work in centigrade, yesterday afternoon when we were running, still yesterday, it was 32 degrees centigrade. It's currently 7 degrees. So that's 7 degrees off freezing. It's going to get down to 1 degree by 6 a.m., which is just shy of freezing.
So,
just before the sun comes up.
Now, I totally understand centigrade, but for the people at home watching, why don't you explain to them what that means?
All right, so water freezes at 0.
So
water freezes at 0, boils at 100, I think.
Okay.
So I find it easier to understand. A hot day in the States. I think 40 degrees centigrade is about 90 Fahrenheit.
Okay.
From what I remember when I did Disney years ago.
So 0 is freezing.
0 is
and 100
freezing.
is boiling.
Yeah.
Well, that makes far more sense. So when we have 32 degrees and
everything
212.
we do in Europe makes a lot more sense. We go with 10s and 100s.
Nah, we don't need that.
The coldest
we like cups and ounces.
Literally a fraction of freezing. It could in fact get to freezing.
So we have on my my American phone here, showing 33 degrees and 32 degrees will be freezing.
Okay, so yeah, we are literally a fraction of freezing.
We're both staying 1 degree above freezing.
So Kevin is saying, doesn't look like there's a penalty to climb down instead of sliding. Yep, no, there should be a penalty. If you get to the top and go, I'm not going to go down the slide, you go to...
Is there a penalty for walking down Matterhorn? Is there a penalty for walking down Matterhorn?
But if you do that and choose not to do the slide,
you know what it's croquet. So the penalty for walking down Matterhorn is everything will be croquet. So from our... Now, we say croquet is British, and yeah, it's spelled Britishly, but I remember playing croquet when I was a kid, and you know, I don't want to say lawn parties, because that sounds kind of frou-frou, but like, we got it at like Big Five.
It is a little frou-frou. I would say croquet. Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion earlier, didn't we, about where countries come from, and you had a lot of Brits in this country not that long ago. It doesn't surprise me that you may play croquet. But to be honest, no one plays it. It's like cucumber sandwiches. No one actually eats them.
Cucumbers are delicious. You've never played croquet.
I've never played
and you've
croquet.
never had a cucumber sandwich.
I don't like cucumbers.
I get that.
My kid loves them. I don't.
Here
we go. Here's someone playing everything.
Here we go. Everything's going to be croquet. Okay, get through there. Oh, gentle, gentle.
Go home, ball.
Don't you got to
like your home?
You got to hit the glow stick.
He looks so done.
So here, this is the penalty for... Oh, you missed it. Oh, wait. Oh, you don't have to hit the glow stick. The glow sticks are just showing you where the wickets are. The wickets are the goal part of the croquet. Probably going to be coldest outside of town, too. Yeah, we are not any close. There is no town close to here.
That's not cold when you live in Canada. I'm sure it's not cold when you live in Canada, but it is cold in the middle of the night when you are soaking wet and have been running for 10 hours with very little hydration and nutrition.
So we have a cooler here in our broadcast studio with water in it, and I got a bottle of water out of it, I don't know, maybe a half an hour ago, and I've been drinking it as we're talking, and I have it set on the table in the open air. It is colder now than it was when I got it out of the cooler full of ice.
Yep.
I don't know why I spent money buying ice this morning when I could have just left everything under the table in the air.
Because you thought it was gonna be as hot as it was yesterday. Oh God, I love this song as well. I hope this sounds about 16. Just shoot me penalty. It's fantastic. Yeah, everything will be.
This is everything's gonna be croquet. And also the names of the penalties and the obstacles this year. You can tell they sat down at a table and they did some work. They said, okay, what's a double entendre we can do for this obstacle, and what's the penalty is gonna be croquet. The great game of croquet from the UK. What do we call her? It looks like our friend on the left in the blue is slowing down our next guy. We got a little croquet traffic jam here.
God, I would be so pissed
croqueters
off right now if I was doing that. Not seeing a lot of people, so just for those at home, we can see all the other cameras, where they are and what's going on, so we can pick kind of the best feed to send you. We're not seeing a lot of people going through Chunky Monkey for a while, whether it's just it's been very quiet. Someone's just gone into the water, but it hasn't been a bit quiet for a while.
So we got a little...
Why did they stop that song?
Yeah, the DJ right next to us.
Yeah.
By demand.
I love it.
Every now and then, one gets through.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys. Little croquet train going on here. This penalty it's much longer than you would expect.
Yeah, it is. It's looking really long.
So it looks like we're getting close to the end of everything's going to be great. Corinne Colin. Corinne, we should have you out here. Scott Campbell, missed everybody. Pretty cool. And you're done. Good job. Well done.
So Chris Rogowski has passed feet spin on lap 11. She did that about 9 minutes ago.
Okay, so watching everyone do this, everything's going to be croquet obstacle. You can see it's obvious if you're an elite athlete trying to win this race or trying to podium, or even someone who's like, you know what, I have a shot at making 50 miles. I'm not elite, but as long as I keep moving, then I can get 50.
It's 1 minute past 10.
It's 1 minute past 10.
It's 1 minute past 10, and I will just update you. They have 4 male athletes who have started lap 12. So we have 4 male athletes with 55 miles in the bag by 10 p.m.
So let me tell
we
you.
have 4 in contention for 110 miles.
So let me tell you what. So just to get everyone caught up, if you're just tuning in, 10 o'clock at World's Toughest Mudder, there's a rule of thumb that we like to say. If you want to know how many miles you can do in 24 hours, you see what you're at 10 o'clock, and you double that. And you think, oh, well, you should go at 12 o'clock and double that. Well, no, that's not how it works, because you are going to continue to slow down. It's going to continue to get harder. Your body's going to continue to get weaker and more tired. So what you can do, and again, it's a rule of thumb. It's not a law. But at 10 o'clock, you look at the mileage, and you think, well, if I want to get 50 miles at World's Toughest, I need 25 by 10 p.m. And you can also do it the other way. We're going to look at the some of the athletes and their totals, and if we double those totals, we can expect them, hey, if everything goes well and continues the way it's going, Chris Rogowski with...
So we have 2 women, Chris Rogowski and Katie Knight, who have started lap 11 by 10 p.m. So they both have 50 miles in the bag and are out again running by 10 p.m.
Okay, so I'm not going to say it anymore that it's early, because it's not early. We're 10 hours into the race.
By 10 p.m., we're not going to say it's early anymore. From that time onwards,
so
the race is going.
With that, okay, I'm kind of getting, I don't want to say excited, but I'm getting a little twitchy in my seat here. They've got 50 miles by 10 p.m.
Yep.
For the ladies, that is incredible, because it sets them up. If they continue at the paces they're going, everyone's gonna get slower. Literally every single person. But if they continue and they cannot stop and they keep going, Katie Knight and Chris Rogowski have a legitimate shot at 100 miles. Amelia Boone, her record was 90 miles.
Yeah.
Rhea Koval, she tied that record with 90 miles. Katie Knight is the only other person to come close to 100. Last year, she got 90 miles.
So we're skipping 95 here. We're skipping talk of 95.
If either one of them hit 95, it would be an amazing accomplishment. But we have a legitimate shot of having 2 women earn their orange jackets to get their 100-mile bibs.
For the first time ever.
The first time ever.
I would love to chat to Giles right now and see how he's feeling, because he was very, very determined that the kind of records that we've seen in the past were not going to be broken this year. And we so far have some pretty strong runners going ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing? We might see 2 women get their orange jackets at brunch tomorrow.
That'd be amazing.
And that would be amazing. Like record-setting. And again, 95 miles. Huge accomplishment. Will be a record. Could be a record if it happens.
Yeah.
Will be a record if it happens. But right now, while you and I are talking, there's a good shot of the neuro checks there. They show a sign to the athletes. Which one's the butterfly? Solve this equation. 5 plus 3 plus 2. The guy in yellow is looking confused at the problem.
Oh God, this music is taking me back to 2001.
So I don't want to jinx anything, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And it's not. It's a long way from 50 to 100. But
well, Elmer has just hit feet spin 2 minutes ago, so he's already hit the first
Chris Rogowski
timing mat on the course for his 12th lap.
I'm still in shock over the ladies. I'm not in shock. I'm just they have as good a shot as any woman has ever had to get 100 miles at World's Toughest Mudder.
Chris, I mean, I've said it 20 times tonight. I don't know a huge amount about Katie Knight, so the reason why I'm talking about her less is I cannot talk with authority about her.
Sure.
But I can talk with authority about Chris Rogowski, having followed her all year and having followed her racing and seeing how incredibly she has performed all year. And honestly, knowing the way that she can perform physically and knowing the mental strength that she has, she's going to put everything into this. And she is as capable as any of the women who have broken records so far. She is so strong. And I wish Kate and I all the best as well. This is not very much, but like I said, I don't know a huge amount.
Sure,
about
no, they Katie, reigning world champion, and I don't like betting against the world champs. Chris is in the lead right now, but literally, like, either one, whoever wins, if they could hit 100 miles together,
that'd be super cool.
So it'll be so amazing for the sport. And again, I'm not promising anything. I'm not saying, and it's a rule of thumb, 50. But it doesn't take a genius to say 50 miles at 10 p.m. You got 14 hours to get your last 50. It only took you 10 for your first 50.
Crazy. We're not halfway through yet, dude.
What's up, mate? I do love
you and I have been sitting here for 10 hours talking about World Stokes Motor. It's amazing. It's a great race. We're going to do it for 14 more. So let's talk about the men. Let's look at the men's.
Let's go back to the gentles.
So you can, if you want to follow the entire leaderboard, you can go to toughmotor.com/WTM. It has a link to the full live results. We're obviously focusing on the top of the leaderboard, and then as guys, as viewers, say, hey, my dad's doing this or whatever.
If you could send us their bib number, anyone you want us to follow, it seems to be a bit easier to find people via bib number than it does by name. So we can give a shout out to anyone if the results allow us to do that, because sometimes they're a bit iffy. But I can make a note of it. And we'll try and give shout outs to people and check how they're doing.
So here's another view of the start chute. So we're looking down the start chute. People are walking toward the start line. Our cameraman is walking toward the finish line right now. It's cold out here. It's getting dark. There are some people that are heading to the tents to kind of stay. I don't want to say hide out, but they just they don't want to be out in the cold right now.
I could definitely be getting another pair of socks on.
Make sure you don't get your brain in the pit. So for the men. Elmer King is in first place. He started his 12th lap. He had a 5-minute and 25-second pit time to get out to start his current lap. He's on his 12th lap. He's 55 miles done. He's in first place. Second place is Anthony Kunkel. Anthony had a long pit stop before he headed out on his 12th lap. He was in there for 13 and a half minutes.
Oh, he was in there for longer. I think that was his previous. It must
previous pit. Okay, so we'll have to see.
His last pit stop was about half an hour.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure why those times aren't reflected in what we're looking at here. But let's look at the start times for their 12th lap. We don't have the exact start times, but when Anthony started his, it looks like Elmer's 5 to 10 minutes ahead of Anthony.
So Elmer came in after Anthony on the end of their 11th lap. They spent a lot less time in the pit and got out before him, and that's given him a bit of a head start on course. Whether Anthony is planning to or can catch up, who knows? Like we say, we've still got 14 hours to go. Anything can happen. He's still, he's on his 12th lap at 10 p.m. As is Elmer King, Tyler Verben, and Mark G'day. Got it. Oh gosh. Oh, come on. How to say it?
Yeah, Cadet.
Cadet.
So
like cadet, but cadet. Oh, G'day.
It's the T speaks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The top 5 men. So that's Elmer King, Anthony Kunkel, Tyler Veerman, Mark Cadet, and Ian Caskey all have 55 miles right now. So if we take our double it at 10 p.m. rule of thumb, those guys are all in line for 110.
Yeah.
Now, I think just the law of averages says the record is 115. One person, Mark Batres, hit 115 last year.
Record breaking, 115.
Record breaking. The old record was 110. So
still 1 lap more.
It's only 1 lap more. So I don't want to. I mean, I think these 6 guys all have a 1, 2, 3, 4.
If it was one guy with 55 miles at this point, you could say I don't want to jinx it. But 5 guys, there's a good chance one of them.
Someone's going to hit 110. A couple guys are going to hit 110, right? You think so? And maybe 115. I think 115 is in the realm of possibility. I don't know if 120 I feel might be a bridge too far.
I think it'd be quite interesting to see if any or multiple women can hit 100 and seriously break records, and men are on track for 110. So a lot about the female athletes.
You know what? That's interesting because they're all racing the exact same course. They're all doing the exact same obstacles. There's no. It's not like the difficulty isn't scaled for the ladies. It's the same course.
Let's just take a look at last year. 90 miles. Even though that's been achieved before, that is the maximum women have done. The men's course last year was 115 miles. So we're looking at that, 25 miles difference. But the current projection of what could possibly happen is 100 miles and 110 miles, possibly.
Way to go, Dave.
There's a lot closer gap than we've seen in previous years.
So that. Now, I guess you could argue a couple things. One thing, clearly, Chris and Katie are pushing each other, right? But it's not like the men aren't doing that to each other either. The men are Elmer and Anthony's been out there by himself the entire race until just this last pit stop. So
I may be getting overexcited about that, but that is, we only have the evidence we currently have to make the projections that we know can be possible with history. I think that's really interesting. That's really exciting. These women are in a league of their own.
Yeah, I'm enjoying watching to see what the ladies do today. Comments?
So yeah, as we were just saying, it's looking like this course has the potential to break records for total miles, men and women, a number of races, and 100 plus 75. It's going to be very interesting. We've just been talking about what could possibly be achieved this year, and it's going to be.
Do you know what that means?
What does that mean?
What that means? Last year we had some records set or matched. This year, they specifically said, "Oh yeah, now, no one's going to set records this year."
Oh, they were very.
So what that
very
means is
that
2023 is going to be a hard course. I don't know where it's going to be. I don't know anything about it, but I'll tell you right now.
They are not going to be happy if this many records are broken this year because they were very determined. Unless that was fighting talk to try and get people to run harder, but I don't think so because I saw their faces and they were like, "Oh, guys."
See, I think they want to make it hard, but I think they like it. Like, hey, we put this gauntlet in front of you, and you ran 110 miles. You ran, 100 miles as a woman.
Let's just say goodbye to Deborah Price. She's been with us for hours and hours and hours, and she's got to go out. So thank you very much, Deborah, for joining us and taking
Deborah,
part
you've
in the
earned a good night's sleep, and we'll be here when you wake up, so check back in.
Yeah, way to go, ladies. Keep it up. We are seeing some impressive performances so far from the women. Women can do everything, I tell you. I'm loving the girl power going on in this 10 right now.
Well done.
April Dupree saying, "Oh my God, the voice of the Will Hicks on this live stream."
April Dupree is the wife of a good friend of mine, Jason Dupree, sitting next to me. April, can you tell my voice is getting a little raspier? I started drinking water too late. I should have been
Cold
drinking
water to kind of numb my throat a little bit.
Give them to us. That water, I tell you what, it doesn't. I don't know if you can tell. That water is so cold right now that those guys are freezing, and they're of their own. They walk up to the obstacle and they say, "You know what? My arms aren't going to make it.
Yeah.
I am going to literally just get in the water because to fail this obstacle, it's not like you can touch the obstacle and walk over to the building.
No,
you have to
you
get
have
in
to
the
get
water.
in the water.
You have to go across the pit. There's an exit there you can see on the left side. And these guys staring at it, they're like, you know what? They know what's going to happen. They already know what's going
Is
to
it
happen.
worth even trying?
and with all respect to these guys, they know what's going to happen, but they're just they're buying themselves a little bit of time before they have to get in the water and go take the penalty. So it's a cold obstacle. It's a hard obstacle. Those tires, you can stand on them, and you have to stand on them. But those banana grips are just
super slippy.
And it's a different type of grip too. When you're grabbing something like the banana hanging down versus the kind of hook hand motion grabbing when you're doing the monkey bars.
I do not have that grip strength.
It's a different type of forearm grip you're using. So it's here we go. All right. We wish you the best. Let's get across, buddy. You can do it. All right, blue jacket. Come on, my man. Oh.
We're not seeing a lot of people get past that obstacle.
Say that one more time.
We're not seeing a lot of people get past Chunky Monkey.
And we're going to see less and less as it. And then look at these guys. This is me. When I get the Funky Monkey, I jump right in because I know I'm not making it across. So we're going to save as much energy as we can. Either way, we're getting wet. Either way, you just got to own it and just get through it.
So our first place male and female currently, which is Chris Rogoski and Elmer King, have both passed Dublin walls. Elmer passing about 5 minutes, I want to say 5 minutes behind Chris. Yeah, Elmer passing about 5 minutes behind Chris.
The women.
Oh,
he made it.
So unfinished.
Oh, he made it. Good for him.
So here we go.
I am sorry I doubted you, Yellow Jacket.
It's the women's
I am
leaderboard.
pumping my fists in excitement for you. You stayed dry. You skipped the obstacle. Well done. Congratulations. All right, back to women.
So we have two women with 10 completed laps, with 50 miles in the bank already. Chris Rogoski and Katie Knight, Hallie Schweihart, 9 completed laps with 45 miles, and the remainder of the top 10, all with 8 completed laps and 40 miles. I mean, that's impressive in itself.
That is. They all, using our double that at 10 o'clock, they could all get 80 miles, which not too long ago would have broken the record. Like 75 miles was the record for a while. So.
And this isn't a case of the course is getting easier, is it? It's a case of people pushing themselves harder to break records.
I really think the field has gotten stronger. Girls like Hannah Carter in 4th place. She runs 10 miles a day. Every day for the last 2+ years. Kelly Glenn. Kelly Glenn is a name. Other people have told me she's gonna crush it. Keep an eye on her. Sarah Corba. She's been at World Stubbs Motor before. Like all of these women are. I can't speak to how hard the course is compared to previous years, but and again I still think it's gonna get really cold. We're sitting here at 10:20. It's going to get colder. The coldest it's going to get
cold. As we're sitting, I'm trying to tuck myself further into my dry robe, and I'm getting chillier and chillier with every minute that passes.
But first of all, there's no such thing as an easy 24-hour race. No. There's no such thing as an easy World Stubbs Motor. No, I give these ladies all the credit in the world. If Chris Rogoski and Katie Knight can hit, look at this. Hallie Schweihart might get 90 miles. She might match the current world record and finish in 3rd place. That's a remarkable achievement for the entire ladies field this year.
Let's have a look at the men. How are they getting on? Okay, let's take a look at the teams. And no changes in the team results.
So US OCR Midwest holding it down, 1st place. And they've got a shot at 100 miles for their team.
I would love to know who's actually on that team. We don't have that information.
So the way the team mileage works is they will get, if you're on a team, you are eligible to get mileage bibs.
Okay.
But just because
are you eligible to get mileage jackets?
Then you know what? That's a great question. It's never happened where a team member has run 100 miles. But it's not just the 100. Let's
So you
say
don't earn those bibs collectively. Do you earn them individually?
exactly.
Right.
So for a member of the US OCR Midwest team to get 100 miles or whatever bib, that individual person has to physically move his body 10 laps. So even if your team gets 100 miles, unless your legs, your timing chip, you travel 100 miles, you won't get that orange bib.
Yeah.
So
US OCR Midwest, they finished lap 10 and haven't set out on lap 11, and they were last seen at 5 minutes past 8. So that was quite a while ago, so I guess they're taking a bit of a break, but they've done this previously and they still maintain their lead. Only another 2 teams are out on lap 10, taking it a lot slower than the individual races.
What's coming in? How you doing?
And let's see individual races. Let's talk about the men for a second.
Oh, good. You're going to be on the podcast with
Look at that, 11 laps, 11 laps, 11 laps, 11 laps, 11 laps, 10.
Now the reason we have Anthony Kunkel on this list still in first place is just the way the data comes in. Anthony Kunkel finished his 11th lap before Elmer King. But Anthony took a long pit stop after his 11th lap. Elmer King came in and he's gone. So on the course right now, Elmer's in first place. Anthony's in second behind him. But if the race were to magically end right now, Elmer has not finished his 12th lap. Anthony has not finished his 12th lap. So we'll see how they come in, what order they finish their 12th lap. Right now, Elmer is in the lead.
So we do have 5 athletes out on their 12th lap. Anthony Kunkel, Tyler Veerman, and Mark Cadet have all passed feet spin, reasonably close to each other. Elmer King out ahead is past Dublin Walls, and Ian Caskey has just started lap 12 within the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, the last spot we have Anthony seen is at feet spin, which is obstacle number 5. We know Elmer King has been to Dublin Walls, which is obstacle number 9. So there's a little bit of distance in between the two of them there. Elmer's in the front. So we keep talking about it, but it's remarkable. All 5 of those men have a reasonable shot. It could not if they stretch. No, they have a good shot at getting 110 miles.
A realistic shot, if everything keeps going well, of getting. I mean, one of them, we can say one of them should get 110 miles. We don't know what's going to happen. We can't say everyone because something is going to go wrong somewhere.
But
we have a good chance there.
Of that group of 5, you're going to see at least 1 or 2 get 110 miles, I'd imagine. And then, and Elmer. Elmer in first, Anthony in second. It'll be interesting to see Anthony's split times when he comes in from this lap.
It'd be nice.
If he was able to he took a long break, but maybe if he was able to recharge
and is able to keep running faster, or has he done a slower lap and the pit is just set behind?
Yeah.
But if that's the case, I mean, he needed to do that pit anyway. So this is where things are really, really going to start getting hard, isn't it?
Yep. And then we like to say the race starts at midnight. So that's an hour and a half. If you've been watching our show the entire time, 10.5 hours, 11 hours of coverage.
So we've been here for about 11 hours, and the races have been going for about 10.5.
You're probably saying, why do they keep saying the same things? Well, we say them because they're true, but we also say them because not a lot of people are watching all 11 hours. Shout out to you guys who are.
A lot to repeat to you.
All right, another athlete taking on Chunky Monkey. Out there. All right, so we're going. So you and I are going to take a break to take our own pit stop right now. We're going to keep the live feed running. We're going to have coverage here from Chunky Monkey and then maybe some other stuff. He fell.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my
Dude,
gosh.
I just can't imagine getting into that water.
We'll be coming back live 35 minutes from now at 11 o'clock race time.
we'll have 13 hours plus a little bit extra bonus time
All
to
right,
guide you through the night.
All right, so we're gonna keep the feed running. We're gonna keep the obstacle coverage running, the finish line coverage, and then we'll be coming back live with more commentary and race results. And we'll talk to you at 11 o'clock local time.
Yeah, keep sending your comments in. We'll catch up with them when we get back, and we'd love to see your questions and comments. Look after yourself, guys.
Next time later.
like beamed you with it. Go anywhere? Yeah, there we go.
push-up? It's hard to get your damn foot in straight up.
Oh my goodness, right? They're like quail.
I saw completeness.
And we are back. World's Toughest Mudder 2022, live from Atmore, Alabama. My name is Will Hicks. I'm here with Francesca Curando. We are bringing you all the action from...
We're 11 hours into this 24-hour plus race, and the athletes are still running strong. We're seeing some incredible performances out there, and for those of you at home who have stuck with us throughout this live feed, you are just as epic as them. So shall we take a quick look? Let's start off by seeing how the elite contenders are getting on.
Let's talk about race results. Where are we at right now? Let's start with the men, because there's been some movement since we last talked.
Indeed, so there have been a couple of changes in the leaderboard. Elmer King has completed 12 laps, so he has 60 laps. He has 60 miles in the bag at 10 to 11.
Elmer King has a strong shot, and maybe Anthony Kunkel and honestly, all these other guys 11 laps. Wow, that's a lot. Looking at that, wow. But especially Elmer King has a shot at 110 and an outside shot at 115 miles. So I'm gonna watch his career with great interest.
Number 2 to number 10, all of them currently have 55 miles.
You know, it's interesting that Elmer King is, for whatever reason, he wasn't on my radar before this race.
No.
We got a comment very early in the race from Richard Diaz, a running coach, works with a lot of OCR athletes. He works with BJ Jones, who's a
incredible OCR
athlete. And he said, hey, watch Elmer King. He's going to, I don't know exactly what he said, but basically keep an eye on Elmer King. I think he's going to do good.
And pretty much since the moment he said that, Elmer has just been climbing and climbing. So Elmer is out on his 13th lap. He had set off on the start of his 13th lap about 7 minutes ago. Interestingly enough, so these results that we show you here are the laps that people have in the bag. It takes into account when they cross the finish line.
Completed.
And if the race were to magically end right now, this is the standings. However, the real-time results have changed very, very slightly. We do have Tyler Veerman ahead of Anthony Kunkel out on course. He passed Satan's Mustache about 5 minutes ahead of Anthony. So we should see both of them coming in for their finish probably about in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then setting out at some point on their lap 13, depending how long they choose to take in the pit.
So the only reason for those differences is Anthony finished his 11th lap before Tyler finished his 11th lap. But right now, out on course, Tyler, he's physically ahead of Anthony. So if everything holds for the rest of this lap, Tyler will finish his 12th lap before Anthony finishes his 12th lap. And then Mark Gadet is right behind Tyler Veerman. At least he was, finishing that 11th lap. Looking at the kind of the Mark Gadet, the last time we've seen him on course is at Satan's Mustache.
And he was actually ahead of Anthony Kunkel as well at Satan's Mustache by literally 20 seconds.
Yeah, so
it'll be interesting to see those three coming through the finish and who can take their 13th lap earliest, because that will be putting them into them hoping to get second place.
We've talked about it a couple times tonight, but whether you are a regular guy trying to get 50 miles or whether you're an elite trying to get 110, 120, the pit is your enemy. You think it's your friend because it's warm and it's got your food and it's got your friends and it's got your loved ones.
Sitting down is dangerous.
But once you sit down, once you lay down, if you go inside the tents, oh man, it's going to cost you time. And that's how Anthony actually dropped from first to second. Was he was far ahead of the field. He came in, he took a 35-minute pit stop, and Elmer King came in, took a 5-minute pit stop, and left. And all of a sudden, Elmer went from second first just because of Anthony's pit stop time.
I'd be really interested to see the top 5, what their last lap times are looking at. So Elmer King's last 12th lap was 1 hour and 6 minutes. That's 6 minutes faster, almost 7 minutes faster than his previous lap, and 10 minutes faster than Anthony's previous lap. So he's sped up. Is this going to do him well, or is this going to just push him a little bit too far? Has he got a little bit too excited too soon? Our here is the full wetsuit barefoot guy. This guy's been running barefoot for 11 hours. I personally think that's absolutely insane. How you could do that, I do not know. We'll have to check out who he is. Late 1667. We'll have a look at him when things get a bit more quiet. So here's the women's leaderboard. Chris Rogloski out in first with 55 miles, 11 laps. She is actually out on her 12th lap currently, but the only one that kind of counts for official standings right now is the lap that she's finished, and she has finished 11 laps. Followed by Katie Knight, who has finished 10 laps, and Callie Schweihart, who's also finished 10 laps. They both have 50 miles.
So Chris is out on her 12th lap. Katie is about to finish her 11th lap. So Chris is putting a little bit of space between her and Katie Knight right now. They've been pretty close most of the night, but Chris is starting to put a little between first place and second place there. Callie Schweihart in third. She has just started her 11th lap. So first and second have put some spin. They're fighting. They're racing with each other, but they are separating themselves from third and the rest of the field. And really, it looks like Callie's kind of by herself.
If we look at the live results, we've got Katie Knight. She passed Satan's Mustache about 14 minutes ago, but Callie started lap 11. Let's just remind ourselves, Satan's Mustache is towards the end. So Katie's almost a whole lap ahead of Callie. Not a full lap, but, you know, 3/4 of a lap ahead. So they are currently on the same lap, but there is quite a big distance between them.
Satan's Mustache is the 17th obstacle out of 20. And it's the last time marker we have before they actually finish the lap. So when we see they've passed Satan's Mustache, we know that they're close to finishing that current lap.
And then the remainder of the women, 4 through 10, are all all completed 9 laps with 45 miles. A few of those have got onto their 10th lap. Robin Costa and Jessica Haney are on their 10th lap and working towards the far mark. The remainder are still on their 9th lap.
Hannah Carter, a name we've been keeping an eye on, just based on our, meeting her yesterday on course. 45 miles done, 9 laps, about 10.5 hours. She could hit 90 tonight. A lot of these ladies, 4th through 6th place, I think all have a shot at 90 miles.
Yeah, but let's just take a quick look at that for Hannah Carter. She finished her last lap at 26 minutes past 10. We're now at 10 minutes past 11. So she's been in the pit for...
Oh, that's not a good sign, actually.
40-ish minutes. That's not a great sign. We know she's incredibly strong, but it's not just about being strong.
So when you see someone with a long pit stop at this time of the race, in the middle of the night, it means they got cold. Now, and then there's no shame in that game. Everyone gets cold.
Yeah,
it happens.
I'm freezing.
And you and I are cold, and we're not even wet.
Yep.
We're dry as a bone, and we're out of the wind even. We have a wind blocker, and we're still getting cold.
I think we're probably in the best position here out of everyone. We're still complaining, so I can only imagine what it's like for those guys.
So what I'm looking at Hannah Carter with a 40-minute pit stop, and I'm hoping it's just she was really cold on course and she needed to warm up some, and that she'll be able to resume. But once you get it, if you take off the shoes, if you take off the wetsuit, it's really, really hard to put on a cold wetsuit.
Oh, God. If you, in my mind, if you're taking off a wetsuit, that's it. You're not putting a wetsuit on at midnight, are you?
I mean, it's been done, but it's its own obstacle all by itself.
That is a whole level of toughness. So the team leaderboard, still US OCR Midwest coming out front, 55 miles, 11 laps completed. I don't know whether we're having problems with the US OCR Midwest timing chips, because this has happened a couple of times tonight. We've seen them finish lap 11, but they were last seen at 6 minutes past 8.
I don't know. So maybe we'll have to end up seeing how it shakes out at the end. But right now we got them in first.
Yeah, they're still running in first, so maybe they're just playing the long game and taking a few breaks.
Cristelli Fitness still sticking in there in second. DFit Black. It doesn't seem like as much movement on the team leaderboard as on the
team leaderboard's pretty
individuals.
much stayed pretty steady the whole time. So we'll be getting your comments up as we have been doing all night. We're here live from Chunky Monkey. Let's see if we can get Alex and camera out on course, heading up towards Everest, following the athletes out there. This is a comment from Chloe James saying, yes, there have been timing chip problems. It feels that way from looking at the team results, that things don't feel quite right with it.
Yeah, we had some comments even earlier that the team results weren't correct. So we're passing on the information we get from the timing chips. So we'll
this
correct
is a nice
them
answer. We had been asking who Team USOCR Midwest is, and apparently it's Cameron James, Kevin Thompson, Seth Rinderneck, and Richard Shin, who stepped in last minute for the usual teammate Ben. That's Team USOCR, who are currently in first place.
So this is a great shot of these athletes here on the course. This is an interesting time of the race, and it's a great time of the race, but it's also a miserable time of the race. When we're looking here at the finish line, guys are coming in. You're finishing your lap, and look at this guy. He's coming in. He's clearly tired, right?
Yeah.
But he's happy to see Sean. He's happy to see Clinton. He's happy to share a fist bump, get a pat on the back, and encouragement. And these guys, they know their plan. And most of them, if you're still out at 11 o'clock right now and it's cold, you're gonna keep going. Like you're coming in. You know you're cold. You know you're miserable. You're gonna grab some food. You're gonna maybe grab something hot if your pit crew's got it ready for you, and then you're going back out. And you are. There's people that are waiting for their athlete to come back in, and you see that railing there behind Sean and Clinton that extends all the way down the start line, from the finish line to the start line. There's pit crew leaning up against it, waiting for their guy to come in. Here's another athlete. This guy's tired, but he's still going. He's still crushing. Fist bumps, and boom, I'm gone.
Just carry on, one foot in front of the other.
They're pushing through it. It's a great time because they know they're challenged.
Yeah.
They know they're tired, and they know they're not even halfway done.
Oh, we still have 45 minutes to the official halfway point of this event.
It's no one comes into this race not knowing what they're signing up for. If you're going to put the money on the table, it's an expensive race to sign up for.
Here we go. Someone going up Everest. Boom.
Boom.
That is how
Perfect.
you do
Great
it.
technique. Great technique. Now pump those on. Oh man.
Straight over.
That guy must be light because they yanked him up like nothing.
So I just want to give a quick shout out to this guy that we've seen come through a couple of times. Full wetsuit, completely bare feet, and incredibly happy. This is Raymond Vincent III. He is currently finished his 7th lap. I think he's headed into the pit, taking a quick break. He's got 35 miles. Now, we've seen this guy a few times. He's just smiling the whole time. And I can't tell you how cold his feet must be. And to be running all of this 35 miles barefoot is absolute insanity.
Yeah, I do not recommend this for anyone.
Ew.
Now I'm sure he's trained up for it and he's practiced, but when you take an ice bath, your body is cold. Everything's cold. But as you sit in there, when you sit in there for more than a few minutes, you'll start to realize your feet get extremely cold.
Yeah.
And if your hands are underwater, your hands get extremely cold. They're very vascular. That's and so I can't imagine. He must have conditioned his feet somehow. He must have practiced up or trained it up, or I don't care how leathery thick the bottom of his feet are.
They're still going to feel the cold.
Yeah, and he's going through Arctic enema. He's climbing up Mutterhorn. He's sliding down the chute. I wouldn't want to do the chute without a wetsuit on my body, let alone some shoes on my feet. Are you kidding me? The feet are leading that when you're going down. That's the first thing that's hitting the slide. It's hitting the water.
Let's not forget about all the creatures on the floor, and even really silly stuff like pine needles everywhere, little rocks. We're not running on lovely super soft sand here, so that's some dude making his life a lot harder than it needed to be.
Yeah, like World's Toughest Mudder isn't hard enough, right? Woo!
He's doing it barefoot.
So like when I go to the beach and like you go to the beach to your car and there's just like that like like ow you're tap dancing and dancing the whole way up. I can't imagine doing it freezing cold and with things that are trying to snakes and whatever else is out there.
Nah, definitely not. So we're out on the course running with a couple of the athletes here. Shout out to the cameras who are doing a heck of a lot more work than we are currently.
They're doing a great job. Look at this. So this guy, we have a light on him and we're following along. But those guys are out there and it's the middle of the forest and there's nothing out there except their headlamp. And we're only at 11:15 as the race gets. Now we're into the race.
Yeah.
For a long time we're saying, it's early, it's early. It's not early anymore.
We're nearly halfway through.
Yeah, we're nearly halfway through, and we're going to get into this this dark night of the race between 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. where racers are going to start fading. More people are going to start staying. I'm just going to catch a quick cat nap. That quick cat nap. That quick cat nap is going to turn into more dancing. Guys danced across the finish line here. That quick cat nap is going to turn into 7 hours, and they're going to wake up at 8 a.m. and they're going to think, I got to get out there so I can get a finisher lap.
Yeah, that kind of drunk tiredness where you kind of fall asleep and you wake up. I've had it a few times lately, especially having travelled over here, waking up and kind of be like, what time is it? And that is the kind of sleep I would be getting right now if I was one of these guys to just settle down. I'll just take a 20-minute nap. No, I cannot swim through the layers of tiredness from that nap.
Because your body, when you sleep right now, your body's like, whoa, we really need some rest. And your body's right. It's not wrong. You really need some rest. And if you leave it to your body, then yeah, you absolutely will go to sleep and you'll get the rest your body needs. But
you won't get the race finish you want.
You won't get the miles. And there'll be plenty of time to sleep tomorrow and the next day and the next day. So remind me later, we should talk about that. The sleep you get after rolled stuff is butter.
Is it the best thing ever?
It's the worst thing ever.
Oh.
It's amazing.
Oh.
But it's terrible. We can talk about it now. We'll talk about it later.
So
what's
your advice for people sleeping after this event? Because obviously it finishes kind of midday. You don't want to be going to bed at 3 in the afternoon.
So, no, you get home, you can take a shower, and you go to bed.
Really?
Yeah, but your body, and you think, if you're looking at it from we're coming up on Block Ness Monster here, guys helping each other out. That water, it started out very bright purple.
Yeah.
And it's gotten very, very brown.
Yeah.
We just saw someone solo it.
Yeah,
very impressive.
Super fast.
It's funny, after the race is over, you would think like, oh man, I haven't slept for 24 hours and I did all this physical work. I'm going to sleep so good. That first night of sleep is terrible because your body's thermal regulation is all thrown off.
Oh.
And your brain knows, hey, I need to get some sleep. Here are these guys soloing it. They're just crushing it.
Holy crap. I mean, we're 11 hours and 20 minutes in. They must be freezing, and they're just taking no shit, are they?
And they literally just jump on over it, boom, boom, boom. That third guy's like, hey guys, what about, I'd love some help. Yeah, the third guy, I don't think they communicated their plan going into this, right? Because guy number 1 and 2, they're like, we got it, you got it, I got it, all right. Guy number 3, he's still back at the start. He's like, we did not talk, but this is not the plan. This is not what we agreed to. So here's what's going to happen. 1 and 2, okay, so he sees someone coming up behind him. So they're going to get through it together. I don't think guy number 3 is going to solo it.
He didn't look keen, did he?
Yeah, guy number 4.
He's not attacking it.
Yeah, guy number 3 and guy number 4 are going to work together to get through it. And sometimes you'll be in guy number 3's position where you're at the obstacle and you're by yourself and you think, I can't get through this. So you'll wait. He's standing there, he waited a minute, and then now he's got 2 more guys coming up behind him. So the 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them now are going to work their way through, and all 6 of them are going to start and finish the obstacle together.
So we've just had in the last 5 minutes Katie Knight finishing her 11th lap. Not long after 11 p.m., Chris Rogoski started on her 12th lap. So depending how long Katie's going to take in the pit, she could be starting on her 12th lap soon as well. It's not too far behind.
So Chris just started, Katie just finished.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just depends on how long Katie chooses to take her pit stop. Hopefully she's able to take a quick one and get back on course.
Chris's last lap was 1 hour 29, so she's a good 15 minutes slower than her previous lap. Her previous lap was 11 minutes slower than the lap before.
So
take a look at
I can
Katie's
promise you right now,
splits.
they have either pit crew or they have friends that are telling them every time, those two women, how far ahead of me is she? How far behind me?
Nicole Miracle is pit crewing for Chris Rogowski.
Okay.
That is a good pit.
Nicole Miracle, if you're just a World's Toughest Mudder fan, you might not know, but Nicole Miracle is one of the strongest women in the sport of OCR. She's a world champion. She
also runs the OCR development team, which is a group of exceptional women that she helps kind of mentor and coach through OCR to promote women in the sport. She is very, very much a proponent and fan of women's progression in the sport. So it's no surprise that she is pit crewing for someone like Chris Rogowski. She is going to want to support her and do well. And she's an absolute excellent example of women supporting women and working together, and I love to see it. Absolutely love Nicole Miracle. Very, very happy to see her here.
So, and I'm sure every time they're coming in, Nicole and whoever's pitting with Katie Knight is telling them, she just left 5 minutes ago. You got to hurry. Or
we just saw Tyler Anthony Kunkel pass us on his lap 12 finish. He literally just walked past. He was looking pretty strong, actually.
Okay.
Chatting and talking to people. Looking.
So Anthony Kunkel, he started the race in first. He's been in first for most of the race. His splits keep dropping. His most recent lap, it took him 1 hour and 34 minutes to finish.
He's losing. He's consistently in the last 2 laps lost about 15 minutes per lap. Now, if I had the brains, I could do the maths if he were to consistently lose that all night, but I ain't gonna do that.
So here's the thing about math, and it's right now it's 100% true for you and I, and it's much more true for the athletes on the course. Is you get tired, you get cold, but we still think we can do the math. Like, and it's like, it's kind of fuzzy, but that sounds right.
I mean, I kind of really want to do the maths here.
Yeah.
Let's see. So he has 12 hours left to race. 12 hours of 15 minutes. So that's 12 divided by 4, right?
I'm not following, but I'll agree with you, sure.
Okay, anyone correct me. 12 divided by 4 is 3.
Yes. So what does that mean? Okay, I got 13 and a half hours of race, 12 and a half hours of race left. I'm not.
I've lost it. I've already lost where I was going with this.
And this is you and I sitting in a broadcast booth trying to do
so
math.
well for a moment. I was like, I know where I'm going.
I tell people this on the podcast all the time. You cannot do math when you're on the course because you will get it wrong, and you're just the only time you can do that kind of race math is like in your kitchen room, like your kitchen, call it the dining room, on your kitchen table when you're warm and you're planning stuff out.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just sitting here looking like an absolute dummy, mouth hanging open, trying to do maths in my brain while talking to me. I'm like, what?
I'm telling you, you can't do math when you're cold.
I can't do maths at the best of times.
But like, even let's say it was like we were fresh. Okay, maybe we were 12 hours ago talking math. Then maybe.
If anyone's any good at maths, can you come in and help us?
Well, maybe in the UK they're good now, but it's 9:30 back in California. It's 12:30 in New York.
Yeah.
But my point is, you can't do math when you're on the course. It's your body is tired, your brain is tired.
It is kind of. I mean, it makes sense. I'm like, okay, he's losing 15 minutes every hour extra, and he's got 12 hours left to go, so he's going to be losing 3 hours.
I think the problem is you're trying to do an algebra problem, not just a math problem.
Yeah.
Like you're in that high school math.
So if he keeps losing consistently, he's going to lose 3 hours, but 3 hours on top of what? That's what I'm saying. Now I'm stuck.
I'm nodding, but I'm not following. But I believe you.
I would really like to work this out, but I'm not going to work it out right now.
See, I think we'll have to
If we take a break, I'll get a piece of paper and start writing it down. Or Leon, if you're watching, could you send me the answer, please? Thank you.
Still synchronized, and you get perfect terms for that.
It's amazing, this obstacle. This is a fun obstacle. This is an enjoyable obstacle. But right now, it is cold. It is miserable. And this guy's all there all by himself. Let's see if he can make it over there. Big jump. and you got to pull it to you get over before it starts rotating. And we'll never know.
So a message from Scott Campbell. I did send it to the screen, but you can't see with the picture-in-picture. He's saying he's been enjoying the live feed for the last 11 and a half hours. It's actually been 12 hours we've been live for now. It's time to hit the hay. See you guys in the morning. Great job on the feeds. 5 stars.
5 stars. Speaking of hit the hay.
Here is the hay.
So this obstacle doesn't look. I thought it was going to look a lot worse. This is a
It's looking pretty darn good.
pristine obstacle. It looks like our cameraman wants to get up there.
How lucky are we that the rain has not kicked back in?
Oh man!
Because if that was soaking wet, it would be a lot more unpleasant.
Yeah. So he's putting the camera on the next step up, and then he's hopping up behind it.
He really commits to getting the shot, doesn't he?
Yeah. And so here we are at the top. You see, someone just finished the hay obstacle. There's that bell at the top. You hit the bell to let them know. Yep, I made it to the top. And I bet you they were hitting it a little harder when the race started. But this obstacle is called High on Grass. We had a conversation, if you weren't here earlier, about I would put my vote as this is the best smelling obstacle on course.
Let's see what you think at home. Will thinks the hay bales is the best smelling obstacle on course. I think the Chunky Monkey with those delicious fresh tires is by far the most delicious smelling.
You're a big fan of the smell of, is it just like vulcanized rubber?
Yeah, so fresh shoes I do like. It's that good fresh rubber smell I like, but not all rubber. Mainly, we're talking mainly tires.
Okay.
It's just something really, really delicious about it. If you go to a tire shop, I don't know what brands they are over here, but a place where they sell tires, just walk in, it's like, oh, it's so fresh, so delicious.
I was driving one a few weeks ago, and I saw a big truck hauling a bunch of this.
Yeah.
And so I leaned across him and I point at it and I say, "Hey!" And he's like, "What is it? What are we so excited about?" And he looks over and it takes a half a second and he just groans like I physically caused him pain.
You did.
So then,
it was at that point he realized his dad wasn't cool.
Literally the next day, I'm in the car with my son and my daughter. We pass another truck hauling hay, and I see it, and I get all excited. And my daughter's in the car now, and so I start to point to it. But before I can say anything, my son points past my daughter, and he says, "Hey!"
So it was at that point he learned his dad wasn't cool, but it was at that point he learned he wanted to be uncool.
I laughed.
Just like his daddy.
I really feel like he did it for my benefit more than my daughter's benefit.
I love that. Do you have the thing here in the States, in the UK, if you see a hay truck passing you, you're supposed to make a wish on it, but you can't look back or look in your rear view until it's long out of sight or your wish won't come true?
I have never heard of that.
Yeah, that's one of those stupid superstitions.
Well, what is it? What's this called? The hay truck wish?
Wish on a hay truck, yeah. You see a hay truck come past, you make your little wish, and you can't look back. I don't know where it's coming. Maybe my parents made it up to stop me talking in the car.
We do have a thing where you can't, if the kid's in the back seat, turn the lights on.
Yeah.
You tell them they have to turn the lights off, or
it's illegal.
It's
illegal.
Yeah.
My daughter always tries to turn the lights on.
It's not illegal.
I'm like,
it's just
no, you can't. It's illegal.
Parents have been telling, we think it's illegal because our parents told us it's illegal, but there's no law.
Should I tell you something else my mum told me that I still believe now, even though I know it's not true? If you're poorly, you're not allowed to eat chocolate because it'll make you even more poorly.
I don't know what you mean by poorly.
Oh, sick, if you're sick.
Oh, okay.
Sick in the UK means vomit, but it means poorly means if you're sick.
Poorly is just
so
unwell.
if you got a fever or you just got a cold,
you can't eat
chocolate because it'll make you more sick.
Okay. You know what? That sounds plausible where I would believe it. If someone told me authority, I'd probably buy into it.
I still believe it now, and then I'm like, holy no, I feel terrible. I want some chocolate. It's gonna make me feel better. So yeah, parents tell terrible, terrible lies to children.
I mean, those are pretty harmless lies.
Unreal, man.
Yeah, it's until you believe them and you go and tell other kids, and you're like, yeah, but my mommy told me. And then you realize your mommy lied.
So we're here at the top of High on Grass. This is the 19th obstacle on the course.
There you go.
So the athletes, they know this when they get this obstacle. Yeah, it can be cramp-inducing when you have to, get your legs up on top of these hay bales. But they know they're almost done with the lap.
So I have a comment from someone here about, I think it's about the teams. Pit crew updated time in pit looks long because live rankings update when the lowest bib goes through the finish line. Our lowest bib, Kevin, has been out for 2 laps, so rankings won't be updated yet, which makes pit time look longer. That really confuses me. I thought the teams had to cross together.
They do, and I'm not sure why there would be a discrepancy. They have to cross within a minute of each other.
Yeah.
So I'm not
You
sure.
can't just go out and run separately and be called a team because that's not being a team. See if there's any updates on El Resultos. Just getting a bit tangled in our wires here. Elmer King, he's at Dublin Walls already. Just past them less than a minute ago. Tyler, second place, has passed Feet Spin. And Mark Gadet has also passed Feet Spin just 2 minutes after him. Anthony Kunkel has not headed out on his 13th lap yet. He came in about 10 minutes ago, finishing his 12th lap, currently sitting in 4th place, not out for his 13th. So he has dropped down quite dramatically in the last few laps.
We're getting up to 11:30 right now, and another rule of thumb for World Toughest is that the race doesn't begin until midnight.
Yeah.
The guys have been running and kind of putting themselves in position for 11 and a half hours now. But the race, the competition, they've all been running and they've all been working hard. But now is the time where they will start to look at the leaderboard when they come through. The pit area has a giant leaderboard that everyone can see as they run through. Their pit crew will tell them, "Hey, you're 5 minutes ahead. You're 6 minutes behind. They just left. If you hurry, if you have a quick pit stop now, you can catch them. By the next obstacle." You see this guy balancing there on the middle. He's trying to.
It's like, get on. Yeah. Yes, and then that guy's just got on last second. It's difficult for the pit crew. I've been out, and when we just had a quick break, I went out into the pit, mainly to get coffee. And there's quite a lot of queues going on in the hospitality area. I was having a chat to some people, and they're kind of like it's trying to balance getting food hot and ready because they can't keep up with demand in the hospitality area. Hot water, it's a constant queue for. They've lost a microwave, so the pit crews are trying to balance getting the food ready at the right time for their crew, for their runners coming in to feed them quickly. A lot of them are kind of drinking hot broth just to get something warm and tasty. But yeah, they've got to know when their runners coming in and be ready for them, and then have all the information for them to be able to run out on their next lap.
So we're looking here at runners that have left the High on Grass obstacle, they're heading toward Block Nest Monster. No, they're leaving Block Nest Monster. These guys we're heading for the finish line.
Yeah.
So you might say, well, why aren't they running? Like, it's a race, right? Like, yeah,
tired.
But these guys, I don't know exactly who they are, but they're probably, 20 something, 25 miles, maybe 30, between 20 and 30 miles probably. These guys have all run here in the last 11 and a half hours, and plus 20 obstacles per lap. Just say the first lap there was none. These guys have done probably about 100 obstacles, and they've done 25 miles, and they're tired. Now they're running it in. When you hear the music we can hear the music here at the finish line through our microphones.
You can't see the finish line, so the approach from Block Nest to the finish line is pretty much solid trees. You only know you're getting to the finish as you see the finish in kind of like the last or so. So you can hear it, but I mean, you never know. I've done races where you can see the finish line, then they send you around for another kilometre loop. I mean, obviously by this point, yes, you know, but
the one good thing is most of these guys, they're finishing in their 4th, 5th, 6th lap. They've done it before. They know, okay, they'll start to know like turns. I see this turn in the woods. I know I'm this far from this obstacle or the finish line or from the start. Like you start to know the course, and you can tell each other stories in the pit area about the course.
I personally like lapped races. The first time I did one, I was a bit concerned that I wouldn't like it. One, because I get bored easily, and I kind of thought, oh god, to do the same thing twice, I'm going to know what's coming, I'm going to dread it. And then in reality, it's, oh good, to do the same thing more than once, I know what's coming. I know what to expect. I can plan for how I'm going to run, when I'm going to. Oh, that
Check
guy
it out.
looks dejected.
Okay, so we just saw our athlete here in yellow pass the guy in blue, and that guy in blue was looking beat up. We said it a few times already tonight that tough beats strong, and that guy running, he might not be, or that guy walking that was beat up, he might not be the strongest guy, but he's tough, and he's gritting his teeth and he's putting it through it. And everyone at home that's, you know, he's like, oh man, I'm seeing these people pass me, but he's passing literally everyone who's not out here on course at the race. And you see some people there. There's some movement there. There's some walkers, absolutely, but there's also some joggers that are still putting in some miles, still putting in some I don't want to say speed because it's not a fast run, but it's, you know, it's a good shuffle. It's a good pace there.
Yeah, you've just got to keep moving, haven't you?
We just saw someone with a 50-mile bib pass us, past our cameraman.
Lose it in the water?
So that's one of the elites, or one of the contenders, one of the elite contenders.
So we now have two ladies out on course on their 12th lap. The last we saw of Chris Rogowski was 6 minutes ago at Feet Spin. And Katie Knight started her 12th lap 9 minutes ago. Aside from that, we have Callie. She's on her 11th lap. She passed Feet Spin on 11th lap at 22 minutes past 11. So she's almost a full lap behind Chris. And then the next two are on lap 10. Robin Fosca and Jessica Haney are still on lap 10. So we're starting to see quite big gaps appearing between the women. But like you say, we've got 20 minutes before the race really starts.
So I'm trying to think if there's, like, we talk about the 10 o'clock rule. Talk about the 10 o'clock rule is your mileage at 10 o'clock is half of what you can expect to run. 12 o'clock rule, which is the race doesn't start until 12 o'clock. And I'm trying to think if there's any other time rules. Like, there's the official rules, like you need to finish a lap after 8 a.m. to be a finisher.
Yeah.
And there is, you know, the start line closes at noon, the finish line closes at 1:30. But the 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock are unofficial rules. They're rules of thumb.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think if there's any other rules of thumb like that.
I mean, there are races where that happens. We were talking about Tough Guy earlier. There was always kind of an unofficial rule for you to work out how long you'd be running for. The way that race is set is it's kind of a cross-country run, and then there's an area called the Killing Fields, which is where all the obstacles are. And the rule of thumb was however long you spent on the cross-country run is how long you would spend in the Killing Fields. So you could kind of know, right, I've been going for an hour and a half, I've got another hour and a half to go, even though it's only 2 kilometers or so, it's solid obstacles. So these rules of thumb, you know, it's like saying that a human foot is about the length of a foot. You know, like okay, not for everyone.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit out.
Yeah.
But rule of thumb is it's here or there, just about correct.
Well, that guy in that pink jacket was looking cold.
So I'm keeping my eyes here on the results, waiting to see Anthony Kunkel go out for his 13th lap. He's currently, he's been in the pit for nearly 20 minutes, 18 minutes he's been in the pit for. His last pit stop was 33 minutes, and after that he dropped down from first place to 4th in his last lap. So I don't know, maybe he's choosing to take it slowly and save some energy for the really difficult hours. Maybe he just went out too fast too soon. Who knows? He's an incredibly strong and capable runner. He's also very, very confident and knows what he wants to achieve. But being a strong runner is very different from being able to take on a 24-hour obstacle course race. It's a different beast.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is he's definitely trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And Elmer King, Tyler Veerman, Mark Gadet, the current podium, they're all trending upwards.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so Tyler's last 2 laps were within 10 seconds of each other. Elmer King's last lap was faster than his previous lap, quite considerably. Mark Gadet's last lap about the same as his previous lap,
Almost
and
identical.
only 3 minutes slower than the lap before that. So these guys, they have slowed down, but they're kind of they're staying reasonably steady or slowing down only by a few minutes. Anthony has been slowing down quite a lot for each lap. His lap number 10 was 58 minutes, lap 11 was 1 hour 15, lap 12 was 1 hour 34, but he did also spend over half an hour in the pit. So those very fast laps at the start were great, but this is a bit of a tortoise and a hare situation going on. He went off super fast, and now he's stopping to rest, and at the time that he's stopping to rest, he's being overtaken by the steady choking trains.
Elmer, Tyler, and Mark. Elmer King, Tyler Veerman, Mark Cadet, first, second, third. They have slowed down from their fastest time, but they've kind of reached a point where they've stabilized.
They've slowed down, but they're keeping it steady. It's not dramatic slowing down. We're seeing a steady pattern here in their laps.
If you were to map it out on a bar graph, it'd be like a gentle slope downward, whereas Anthony's last couple of laps have dramatically slowed down. Check that out, hustling. That guy is running up toward...
Oh, in fact, looking here, Ian Caskey has started his 13th lap, so he's then gonna.
So he has moved into fourth place.
Yeah, moved ahead of Anthony. Anthony's now in 5th place, still in the pit on his 12th lap, having finished. Nick De La Rosa is still on his 12th lap, as is DJ Fox, Joshua Fiore. They've all passed Satan's mustache, so they're going to be finishing up their last lap. They're going to be finishing up, their 12th lap. For Nick De La Rosa, it could be any time soon. He could be finishing up. And that's really starting to send Anthony Kapunka way, way down in the rankings.
Yeah,
Could he pull it back from that?
If Anthony doesn't get out of the pit soon, he could drop from 4th to 8th, 9th. Very quickly.
Very quickly.
He needs to,
within 2 laps, really going from 1st to 9th.
That's a dramatic, and that's why 18 minutes. We're not going to say it for 18 minutes, but that's why we say the race begins at midnight. The guys that come out fast, it's a long, long race. Yeah. So now Anthony can obviously still pull it out. He's still in 4th place right now, but really 5th place because Ian Caskey's already got
on his 3rd lap.
But
of course, anything can happen. But looking at what has been happening,
got another shot of the.
Predicting.
Got another shot of the. Oh, help me out here. What's this test called?
The Neuro test.
The what?
Neurotest?
Neurotest. Yeah, because I might not pass it right now. No, I'd be fine.
I'm not sure. I'm joking. You'd be fine.
But it's simple math problems. But we've shown that.
We've shown that neither of us.
Hopefully, they ask you the name the animal instead of the math part.
You are mean.
So those neuro checks, they're at the entrance to the start line. Last year, they were at the finish line. It makes a lot more sense.
Because you can come through the pit, finish. Okay, you might not be great, but you could deteriorate in the pit. What's important is are you okay to carry on running,
to go back
or are
on
you
course.
okay to stop running?
Because once you're on course, there's time. Like we can see our runner here, that just left the start zone. He's all by himself out there. Like there's other people around, but yeah, if something happens to you, if your body has a reaction or whatever, and you're in the pit, you're surrounded by people.
Yeah.
The medical team is here. You're as safe as you. We have doctors and PAs and paramedics. You're as safe as you possibly could be if something happens to you in the pit. Once you got on course, you gotta get back to get that level of treatment.
I don't know what.
So
Like compared to yours.
It's interesting to see all these lights behind.
Oh yeah. Not sure if it's open right now, to be honest.
So there's another race series that Tough Mudder does called Toughest Mudder, and it is a 12-hour race overnight. And when it started, it was an 8-hour race overnight, and it used to start at I want to say 10 p.m. and went to 6, or maybe it was midnight to 8, something like that. It was
midnight
like
to 8 is tough to start running at midnight.
yeah, it was like
Keep rolling, brother.
basically they were trying to get the hardest part or the the quote worst part of World's Toughest Mudder and just put it into one race. And the cool, you see all these headlamps and everyone's wearing flashers. The coolest thing about that Toughest Mudder series is everyone starts at the start shoot together, and Sean gives a speech, and you say at midnight you say go, and you see a line of 500.
Nice.
Is that Evan Preparis?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Standing back there, I know
You see a line of lights, of flashing red and blue and green lights, just heading out straight on the course. It looked like a Christmas tree display. Just the 500 runners all together. So this looks like an athlete named Evan Preparis, but in either way, he looks like he's in some pain there.
It does.
1365, good number.
Well, let's have a quick search of that. So, just a quick update for the gentlemen. Elmer King, Tyler Vim, and Mark Cadet, all within the Dublin walls, all past the Dublin walls on their 13th lap within about 15 minutes of each other. That's the top 3. And we still haven't seen Anthony Kunkel head out for his lap. So, yep, that's Evan Paris. He has started his 12th lap. It's got 55 miles.
And he is in 14th place.
Yeah.
With 55 miles.
That's incredible.
If we look back at our main leaders with their races for the men.
Yes, I mean, I'm cozy. I don't know how y'all feel. I'm fine.
They 55 miles. Yes.
Still pushing him along?
55 miles. Evan Preparis. He's got a shot at 100.
Keep it up.
Yep. He's got a shot at the top 10 as well.
Yeah.
He did look in pain.
He was moving slow.
He didn't look overly happy, so.
Yeah.
But he's competent. He's a competent racer. He does a lot of writing. He advises people on how to do this stuff. He knows all the deals, but yeah, putting it into practice, I suppose, is a little bit different.
Good, man. Stream's going pretty well.
Let's quickly have a look at the women. No change there. Chris Rogoski past feet spin.
This is our Team 4 Eyes representative. Team 4 Eyes is a group of 4 guys group of 3 guys that have raced every single World's Toughest Mudder.
Wow.
And they're kind of known for helping, while they're on course, helping other people. Real true to the ethos of the race. The other 2 guys couldn't make it this year for, family reasons. So they've got one guy left, keeping the flame alive. All right, now we're heading back down the course away from Mudderhorn. That'll take us back to the start area, coming our way. I got to tell you, the energy. I remember talking about this. I don't know if it was with Jason or with you before the race, but the race has a certain kind of energy.
Yes.
Like it's at the very beginning of the race. There's an excitement. There's the anticipation. There's the, I don't want to say anxiety, but kind of nervousness.
Holy moly, Elmer King has already hit Satan's mustache on lap 13.
He's already, say it one more time.
Elmer King has already hit Satan's mustache on lap 13. Satan's mustache is the final timing map before the finish line, and he's already there. So he's coming in for the finish. He's about
to finish 65 miles.
Yeah,
by midnight.
10 to 12 minutes or so.
I tell you what, Team HQ is going to be, they would be thrilled to pass out a bunch of orange jackets and to give out awards. But here's what you're going to hear. They're going to be happy inside. What you hear is Chris Maltby, who we had in here earlier, race director, and Giles Chatham, the CEO. Next year, they're going to be like, you guys got too many records, and we didn't like it, so we made the course harder. So
good. Thank y'all for your work.
If you're like, oh, I'm racing, I want to race next year. I don't like that plan. No, you absolutely want that plan, because I raced World's Toughest Mudder 2018, which was the coldest Tough Mudder as far as I know, ever. And I carry bragging rights on that in my brain for the rest of my life. And anytime I'm like, oh, this sucks, or oh, this is hard, I can go back to that little memory of World's Toughest Mudder 2018. I'm like, you know what? No, like, you got this. You got that. You did great. You can do this too.
So we just had Nick De La Rosa complete his lap 12. So he has 60 miles. So we have 6 male athletes currently with 60 miles in the bags, and another 2 that should be coming up to complete their 12th lap within the next, very soon actually. We should be seeing them cross the line imminently. That would be DJ Fox and Joshua
That is
Fiore.
remarkable.
So very soon we'll have 8 male athletes with 12 laps finished, 60 miles in the bag. And then it's a race to see who's going out next, because we still haven't seen Anthony Kunkel head out again. He's been in the pits since 21 minutes past 11. It's 51 minutes past 11 now.
Pit
so
time.
That's been half an hour. It's been in that.
I really think more than in past races even, pit times are going to tell the story.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We'll
kind of see how it shakes
having
out.
passed Dublin Walls within the last 4 minutes, and Callie has also passed Dublin Walls a lap behind Chris Gorski.
So yeah, Chris and Katie kind of setting the pace there. And Callie, is it fair to say she's by herself in 3rd place?
Yeah, unless there are any guys running near her, but yep, she's on lap 11. The others are on lap 12 or lap 10. But I mean, her and Chris Rogoski are actually running very close together. It looks like just a lap apart.
Sure. Well, if they can, even if they're a lap apart, if they can run together, then like mentally, we're seeing you can tell just by the finish line how I don't want to say there's still people coming through, right?
I mean, you can tell by we do have, here we go, Chunky Monkey. We've not seen people go through that in quite a while. If you think that not that long ago, oh, here we go, here's a big group, just as I say that. But, a couple of hours ago, it was a constant stream of people going in and out of the water.
Yeah.
We've not seen a lot of action here. We're getting groups come through, people are kind of going together. Honestly, the way that these people are just jumping into that water without hesitation, I cannot wrap my head around the mental strength of these human beings. I mean, it's just so unpleasant to get into that cold water.
I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. People ask me, is Tough Mudder a harder race mentally or physically? And the answer is yes. It is it's very hard physically. Absolutely. It's hard. You can see these athletes are in pain. Like, it literally hurts them to walk. They would all rather be, not in pain.
Oh, look at that one coming out.
But mentally, okay, so you have to walk up to this obstacle. You have to mentally accept the L, knowing I'm not going to be able to do it. Physically, I can't make my way across the top of this obstacle. So
they're just jumping straight into the water and just going.
So I have to, of my own free will, jump into this water pit, walk across it, get out soaking wet, just so I can take the penalty after I get out.
So, quick update on the men. Nick De La Rosa has started his 13th lap. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men out on lap 13. That is putting Anthony Kunkel down to 6th place. Probably soon to be 8th place.
Okay. It's 11:55.
Yep.
I just got a little taste of the feeling sleepies.
The snoozies, your little eyes have gone a little bit watery.
So, again, we're not going to say it's getting early, but it's a little early for me to be feeling sleepy in this race. We got a lot of time left.
We've got the hell time. We've still got 6 hours to go before the sun comes up.
So
that's going to be crazy. So, I wasn't a very cool teenager. I've never been clubbing. I had 2 jobs when I was at university, so whilst everyone else was out drinking, I was working. And going out partying was never important as the next day. I never wanted to ruin the next day by staying up all night.
Can I guess the end of the story? You've never stayed up for 24 hours.
I have, but only to travel, and only once at university when I pulled an all-nighter the night before a hand-in.
Okay.
So yeah, so like coming here, or when I went to Vermont the other month, I was awake for like 26, 27
Sure.
hours.
Yeah.
And that's fine, because the way I work when I travel is I get on a plane, and then I get off the plane and it's 4:30 rather than midnight. So I'm just like, I accept it's just 4:30 in the afternoon, and somehow you last. But I've never kind of chosen to do an activity that's kept me up all night when it hasn't been enforced.
So what time did you wake up this morning?
About 6 a.m.
6
5
a.m.
6 a.m.
So you've been up 18 hours. Doing math again, dangerous.
Holy moly. And bear in mind as well, I came from the United Kingdom 2 days ago. So I've quickly adjusted to US time, which is 6 hours behind. My body doesn't know what the frick is happening right now, let's be honest. But, okay, I handle caffeine really badly. I've noticed in the last couple of months, if I have a coffee at, say, 9 in the morning, by 3 a.m. I'm still awake. I've had 2 coffees now.
So
hopefully.
So we're talking to, there's a little note on our feed there. We are switching to our next feed at 12 a.m. Central. Join us there at Tough Mudder. LNG. I go DJ Fox is 7th. Go DJ. DJ Fox is a stud. I'm not going to argue
doing
that.
really well. DJ Fox has also finished his 12th lap. He did that literally just 40 seconds ago. He'll take some time in the pit and head out for his 13th lap. Still not seen Anthony Kunkel head out for his 13th lap. Elmer King, he passed Satan's mustache nearly 10 minutes ago, so we should be seeing him finish his 13th lap really, really soon.
That'll be good. That'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. Hey, so we are going to take a quick break, a short break, 2-minute, 3-minute break. We're going to switch feeds. We are limited based on Facebook and YouTube and how long our streams can be. And so with us doing a 24-hour stream, not super common for Facebook and YouTube, we're going to have to switch to a new feed. So go to, if you're watching us on YouTube, go to youtube.com/toughmudder. If you're watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on Facebook, you should go to youtube.com/toughmudder. So we're going to sign off here for a sec. We'll be back. The race starts at midnight.
It does. We'll see you for what we have been saying all day is the start of the race.